Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents. It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Access to Information Act, a report from the Information Commissioner entitled Access at Issue, Challenging the Status Quo, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canada-China Legislation Association and the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting their participation at the 28th annual meeting of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum in Australia from January 13th to the 16th, 2020, as well as the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the co-chair's annual visit to Japan in Hiroshima and Tokyo, Japan from February 11th to the 15th, 2020. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Economic Recovery in Canada's Forestry Sector, Green and Inclusive. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe we have a dissenting report. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honor today of presenting this House the dissenting report from the Conservative Party, the official opposition, on the forestry study that was undertaken by the Natural Resources Committee, and proud to point it out the importance of making sure we've got a forestry strategy going forward that does take advantage of Canada's position in the world to actually mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and put a plan forward, an actual plan for planting 2 billion trees, which has been long on talk and short on action or planning at this point in time. As well, we want to make sure that this report does take notice of all of the communities and other parties that do benefit from the forestry sector and put an emphasis on their needs, including the need for this government to actually negotiate a softwood lumber agreement with our largest trading partner in the United States, which has not happened at this point in time, and we need to put more focus on that in order for this industry to prosper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 17th report, entitled Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and the 18th report, entitled Pandemic Preparedness, Surveillance and Border Control Measures. The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports.
Présentation de rapport de comité, l'honorable.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Honor to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development about the main estimates 2021-2022. Your committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same back without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
that during the debates on Wednesday, May 6th and Monday, May 31st, 2021, on the business of supply pursuant to Standing Order 81, Section 4, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair, and within each 15-minute period, each party may allocate time to one or more of its members for speeches or for questions and answers, provided that in the case of questions and answers, the minister's answer approximately reflect the time taken by the question, and provided that in the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allocated may speak one after the other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Illicit drug production, distribution, and use is occurring within the village of Cache Creek. The COVID-19 pandemic has been overshadowed by the opioid crisis in British Columbia, with more than 1,500 overdose deaths reported in 2020. Residents' calls, messages, and pleas with municipal authorities and local law enforcement are regularly met with indifference or incapacity due to jurisdictional issues. Residents are fearful of retaliation from criminal organizations, are fearful that they or their children could be exposed to drugs or other noxious substances, and are fearful for the future cohesion of their communities. Residents want to feel safe and secure in their own homes. Therefore, the citizens of Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon who signed this petition call upon the Government of Canada to collaborate constructively, measurably, and tangibly with municipalities, local law enforcement agencies, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to root out and shut down illegal drug production in Cache Creek. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I have the pleasure to present today in both official languages a petition to sanction corrupt Chinese officials from using Canada as a safe haven. This petition, which I present to the House today, has been signed by constituents of Calgary-Midnapore who are calling for the government to implement the Magnitsky Law against individuals in China's Communist Party who have orchestrated the torture and killing of Falun Gong practitioners. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting three petitions to the House today. The first petition is with respect to Bill C-6. Petitioners note that conversion therapy has historically referred to degrading actions that seek to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. They say that these practices are wrong and should be banned. Petitioners notes further, though, that Bill C-6 defines conversion therapy as a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, to change a person's gender identity or gender expression to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior or non-cisgender gender expression. This definition, petitioners note, is very broad, that it would apply the label conversion therapy to a broad range of practices, including counseling or advice from parents, teachers, and counselors, which seek to encourage an individual to reduce sexual behavior in a particular context. So petitioners are calling on the government to amend Bill C-6 to address concerns about the definition and ensure that the bill bans conversion therapy and does not ban conversations that frankly have nothing to do with conversion therapy. The second petition I'm tabling is, I believe, similar to the one just tabled by my colleague from Calgary-Midnapore. This petition highlights the human rights abuses taking place in China, particularly targeting Falun Gong practitioners, and it calls on the Government of Canada to respond more forcefully to these and other human rights abuses taking place in China, including using the Magnitsky Act, holding individual human rights abusers accountable with Magnitsky sanctions that freeze assets and would bar entry to Canada. The third and final petition I'm tabling this morning is in support of Bill S-204, a bill that has been unanimously adopted by the Senate and is now before this House. The bill would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. It would also create a mechanism by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they are involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Bill S-204 is the same bill and an identical form to Bill S-240, which passed this House unanimously in the last Parliament. Bill S-204 has now unanimously passed the Senate twice. It has unanimously passed the House. It has passed both chambers in identical form, and the only remaining step is for this House in this Parliament to again pass the bill in the same form it was passed in the last Parliament, so that we can finally take this vitally necessary step for Canada to fight back against the horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Je souhaite faire une déclaration concernant une expression.
I wish to make a statement regarding an expression used recently during question period, which was subject to multiple calls to order. Members need to raise points of order at the end of question period. Although it can be difficult for the chair to make decisions about what is said during rapid exchanges, the speaker may intervene as needed, especially when there is disorder or when non-parliamentary language is used. After the point of order on May 12th, raised by the parliamentary leader of the opposition, I reviewed the transcript and am ready to communicate my decision.
The leader argued that it was unparliamentary for the Prime Minister to use the phrase deliberately misleading Canadians in describing the position of the official opposition caucus. He noted that the use of words such as these have been found unparliamentary in the past. Indeed, similar language has given rise to objections before. À la page 624 dans la
On page 624 of the third edition of Procedure and Practice of the House, it is noted that when deciding if something is non-parliamentary, the Speaker must take into account the intention of the member who said what is being contested, the degree of provocation, and the possible disorder they may have caused in the House. Even if an expression may be considered as acceptable by the Speaker, one must not use any expressions that could cause disorder in the House. It is also written that relevant information, that expressions considered non-parliamentary when they apply to a parliamentarian are not always considered as such when they apply generally to a single party.
Comments made on May 12th were not directed at a particular individual. However, it is not helpful for members to make accusations using inflammatory language. It only invites a response in kind, leading to an overall lowering of the tone of our proceedings. The Chair has often reminded members of the need to be respectful in their exchanges and to maintain a certain degree of civility. It is possible to disagree, even forcefully, on matters of public policy without resorting to accusations of dishonesty or insults. As we get closer to the summer adjournment, I would strongly encourage all members to find more judicious ways of expressing their disagreement and not resort to rhetoric. I thank the honourable members for their cooperation in this regard. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate your ruling. I do note that, however, in cases like this, where things like this are raised, often a member will choose to stand and apologize for what they've done to avoid you having to make a ruling like this. The Prime Minister obviously chose not to do that, Mr. Speaker. And what I'm asking now is, are you going to require or request that the Prime Minister make such an apology to the House prior to being able to participate again in the proceedings of this House?
Not at this time. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
You seem to have already ruled on that, so thank you.
Thank you. Again, I want to remind the honourable members that in debate, emotions do run wild sometimes and words come out. And this is a very fine line when you're naming a group or a person. Even then, I think I've brought this up before in the chamber. When you throw something out, you can expect something back. And it's not always easy in the chamber to hold back, and sometimes things slip out. So I encourage, or I implore, I guess more than encourage, all members to please be careful when what they're saying. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has a point of order. No? Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for keeping everything calm. This has been a very tense session, and I think you've done an excellent job so far, and I'm sure you'll give me some leeway in the future if I stray off the beaten track of where I try to stay on every day.
Chair, the chair occupants do use their judicious judgment, their judgment on checking out what's going on, and I have full confidence in their abilities, and I hope the honourable members have faith in mind. Orders of the day.
Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1.
Debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. Oh, I'm sorry. Je m'excuse.
I apologize. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on C-30, implementing certain measures of the budget. This is a mammoth bill, as we know. It's very dense, and it contains a series of measures, some of which we are in favor of and we support without hesitation. But we agree with a portion of it, but like the extension of COVID support programs till September, some of them are essential, that's good, and the wage subsidy and rent assistance, which a number of companies have required over recent times. We can only be happy for companies and business people to have a clear idea of the programs they will benefit from, even if there will be a progressive decrease in the amount they are entitled to. The Minister of Finance can extend programs until November 30th without having to go through the legislative process. I don't think I'm mistaken in thinking and in saying, I think it's not too risky to state that this measure is designed as an insurance policy in case the House is dissolved for a fall election, thereby preventing the passage of legislation to extend the wage subsidy beyond September 27th and until the government can resume. C-30 allows for taxes to be paid, not paid, rather, on government assistance. Otherwise, they might have to pay the taxes on the wage subsidy. Even if the government asks them to pay it back, C-30 sets out that payments made this year will be non-taxable on checks received last year. And it would allow employees to start up their activities and hire or hire back employees, as well as to introduce GST on purchases made over the internet and Airbnb, which would put an end to unfair competition, which we strongly condemn. With regard to the new Pan-Canadian Childcare Program, is another example of the heavy federal tendency to interfere in areas of other jurisdiction. There is the possibility, of course, of an asymmetrical agreement with Quebec, and the budget mentions and boasts several times about this childcare system, but we must ensure that the agreement includes full and unconditional compensation for Quebec for the full cost of the program. I want to remind the House that family policies and all the programs that relate to them fall exclusively under Quebec jurisdiction and provincial jurisdiction. The government likes to stick its hands in where it should not. This bill would also ensure the payment of a little more than $130 million in a single one-time payment to the government of Quebec in order to harmonize the parental insurance program in force in Quebec, since the accessibility criteria and the duration and amount of EI benefits have been temporarily increased. Quebec has the right to withdraw with financial compensation for maternal and parental benefits. But this bill also provides the basis for the creation of a Canadian securities regulation system. The Bloc and the Quebec are firmly opposed to this. We must not we are not exaggerating in saying that Ottawa wants to take away Quebec's strength in the financial sector. Given the considerable increase in the budget given to the Canadian Securities Transitional Bureau to accelerate its work. In 2009, this office was set up. It was set up only in Toronto. It's a single pan-Canadian authority. The bill is being studied today. Authorize the government to invest up to $119 million or more if Parliament so votes. On a number of occasions, the Supreme Court has said that this does not fall under the federal government's responsibility. Ottawa finally, however, got the green light in 2018, as long as it doesn't act unilaterally and agrees to cooperate with the provinces. And that's where history calls us to be careful. The federal bill to set up this pan-Canadian organization in Toronto would lead to a slippery slope in terms of regulating activities outside of Quebec. There is rare unanimity against this project in Quebec, all the political parties in the National Assembly. The business sector, the financial sector, worker funds, everyone is opposed to this. Those who have strongly opposed this initiative is impressive. The Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce, the Montreal Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, Finance Montreal, the Centre Financier International, the Desjardins Movement, the FTQ Solidarity Funds, and many, many Quebec businesses, including Air Transat, Transcontinental, Quebecor, Metro, La Capitale, Molson, just to name a few. This is a bad project that should not go forward. It's not just a conflict in terms of jurisdiction or a quarrel that continually goes on between the federal government and the provinces. It's a battle between Bay Street and Quebec and an attack against maintaining our headquarters and keeping our companies. Allowing Quebec or ensuring that Quebec can regulate this sector ensures proximity of the decision makers and access to capital markets for businesses. This allows strong development and the vitality of our financial sector, a sector that represents 150,000 jobs in Quebec, and it contributes $20 billion to GDP, 6.3%. And this is essential for the functioning of our headquarters and the maintaining of our businesses. It allows companies to focus and concentrate their strategic activities, particularly in R&D, there where the headquarters is located. It's a new assault on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, which would lead us to having an economy of affiliates. This could lead to an exodus of headquarters that would have serious consequences on all sectors of our economy. Since Quebec companies tend to promote and favor Quebec suppliers, which isn't the case when it comes to foreign companies operating within Quebec that rely more on global supply chains, with the impact that this would have on our small and medium-sized businesses, mainly in the regions. We will continue to fight tirelessly against this plan to centralize the financial sector in Toronto. We also continue to condemn the fact that the government is ignoring the demands of the National Assembly and the provinces by refusing to increase federal healthcare transfers to 35% from 22%. And ignoring the will of the House of Commons since a Bloc Québécois motion to that effect was passed last December. And that motion asked the government to significantly and sustainably increase healthcare transfers to the provinces. It would have been possible to take advantage of the fact that the deficit announced in Budget 2021 is lower than forecast, $28 billion, which is exactly the amount that Quebec and the provinces are asking for. The government, in its refusal to deal with this, is making a political choice that will hurt everyone's health instead of making it a budget choice. Bill finally resumes, and it took a long time to get here, the commitment in the 2019 electoral campaign to increase the old age security pension for those only age 75 and up by $766 per year, or $63.80 a month. This increase will only begin in 2022. It's not enough for seniors or for the Bloc Québécois. We'll vote for it because we won't deprive the people who are over the age of 75 years of age of this amount of money, but we will continue to fight for everyone to ensure that all sectors of Quebec society can get their fair share in a future budget, a fairer budget. Thank you. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I would have a question in that recently, the Consumer Price Index numbers came out for last month at 3.4%. That's outside the historical targets of 0 to 2%, and in fact outside the 3% transitory target. In my honourable colleague's opinion, does the budget that we're debating contribute to further inflation? Will it decrease inflation, and are further higher inflation numbers, which I believe will happen, good for his constituents?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I did not understand an exact question, but if he's asking me generally if current expenditures are contributing to inflation or consumption, I would say approximately that's what he means in his question. Well, generally, public expenditures have created a general recovery, but in all the histories of recoveries in these kind of times, there had to be ambitious public spending programs. We don't have an opposition in principle to the spending of public funds. And some of these programs will stop. So we don't have to think about where to cut because some of the programs will automatically be eliminated over time.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that what we see within this bill implementation is ultimately a government that has recognized the true value of investing in Canadians through very difficult times. And what we would like to ultimately see is a road to a better, stronger, and healthier economy by investing in Canadians from coast to coast to coast over the last number of months during the pandemic. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it was for the Government of Canada to work with other levels of government to ensure that we can maximize the return of the economy in a better fashion.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I cannot be opposed to the fact of that the federal government is working with the other levels of government. Of course, far from it, the problem is that we hit a number of centralizing programs, and it's like a spider's web that's being created in order to prepare for a major invasion in areas of other jurisdiction, while the failure of the increase in transfers mean that Quebec and the provinces will be soon unable to govern. I don't call that working with new governments.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci. I want to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I apologize. I'm on the wrong channel.
Merci à mon collègue.
I want to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I have a very general question. It concerns provincial jurisdiction or Quebec's jurisdiction. Quebec is ahead of the other provinces. 13 years ago, we had the opportunity to have legislation to ban pesticides, the carcinogenic pesticides. The Bloc Québécois voted against that bill because the Bloc said that it was interference in an area that fell under exclusive provincial jurisdiction. There are a number of issues like this where there is a mixed jurisdiction, and I'd like to ask my colleague what it is better to do. Is it better to have bills that ensure better health for all and protect the environment or not? Response, the Honourable Member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I think that my colleague herself has, in fact, responded to some extent to the question. I wasn't here 13 years ago, but if there is interference, there is interference, and we must reject it clearly in all cases. In many regards, Quebec's legislation is further ahead, much further ahead than that of the rest of Canada. We're a leader in environment, but we can obviously always still do better. We must, nonetheless, if we put in place programs and legislation, we must ensure there is the ability to withdraw with full compensation, and that is what we want, is not to pay for something that is less than what we already have in place. But we could go further elsewhere, of course. So I thank my colleague once again for that question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est un plaisir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to take part in the debate on Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget table in Parliament on April 19, 2021.
To contribute to the important debate on Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act, a budget, Madam Speaker, that reflects and responds to the unprecedented times that we find ourselves in. Depuis plus d'un an maintenant,
for over a year now, Madam Speaker, the members of my community of Rodé-Solange, Canadians across the country, and billions of people around the world have seen their lives turned upside down due to COVID-19. We've lost loved ones. Schools and daycares and businesses have had to close. Families have been affected by temporary layoffs and long-term layoffs. Despite the magnitude of the problem cannot be underestimated. In fact, this is the worst health crisis and economic crisis that Canada and the rest of the world have seen for generations. Our Liberal government needed a budget that reflected that reality. Budget 2021 fulfills that role. This is an important budget, and it focuses on three main goals. And the fight against COVID-19 and continuing to support families and businesses throughout the pandemic, invest in economic recovery and growth in short and long term, and finally turn to the future with investments to build a cleaner, safer, stronger, and more prosperous Canada, one that we want to leave our children and grandchildren. To talk about our investments to fight COVID-19 and put an end to this pandemic, I want to talk about investments in vaccines, our capacity to produce vaccines in Canada in the future. COVID-19 has highlighted the importance for Canada to improve its capacity. In Budget 2021, $2.2 billion over 7 years are allocated to invest in this sector. This amount includes an already announced investment for the expansion of a vaccine production center in Montreal. And these investments and others to come will allow Canada to produce a vaccine to fight against COVID-19 and other vaccines that we might need in light of future biological threats.
Continue to navigate through the highs and lows of this pandemic. Many sectors of our economy are still closed or operating at reduced capacity due to provincial health measures. As a result, many of my constituents of Vaudreuil-Soulanges are either out of work or are facing a reduction in income. And to ensure that they can continue to put food on the table and support themselves and their families, Budget 2021 extends the COVID-19 economic response support measures for individuals by another 12 weeks to September 2021. This includes the Canada Recovery Benefit, which will be reduced gradually over time, the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, and allows for more flexible access to EI benefits for another year into the fall of 2022. This ensures that those in my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges who are still heavily impacted by this pandemic, including our artists, our restaurant owners, our tourism operators, and those working in the aviation sector, and many more, will have the support they need to see it through.
What's more, Madam Speaker, we have extended benefits for SMEs. Budget 2021 allows the emergency wage subsidy that helped more than 5.3 million Canadians. This will be extended until the 25th of September 2021. The emergency subsidy that's already helped thousands of companies will be extended to September 2021 also. And for the Canadian Emergency Accounts Program that has helped over 800,000 companies, on the 31st of December 2022, the reimbursements will be expected, but the benefits will be extended until June 2021. To help these companies reopen, Madam Speaker, in the Budget 2021, we've added a number of different programs, including a hiring program that seeks to subsidize a part of extra costs that employers usually will have to pay. The objective of this is to help employers that are continuing to experience loss of revenue compared to last year, pre-pandemic. This will help these companies from June to November 2021.
2021 also includes an expansion of a worker support program that I know will have positive impacts on the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians in the years ahead who may find themselves diagnosed with an illness that will require them to have to take time off of work. And that is the extension of employment insurance sickness from 15 weeks to 26 weeks. During my own personal battle with cancer, I know how important it is during and after chemotherapy to focus on one's well-being, on one's mental health, and on healing. Budget 2021 proposes funding of $3 billion over 5 years to deliver on our promise in 2019 to extend these benefits by almost 3 months. This extension would provide approximately 169,000 Canadians every year with additional time and flexibility to recover and to return to work. En effet, Madame la Présidente.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, extending this kind of COVID-19 measures for workers, entrepreneurs and families until September 2021 is essential for the health and safety of many family companies in my riding. We promised them and all Canadians that we would be here for them throughout the pandemic, and that is what we're doing with our budget 2021. Madam Speaker, we also made promises to our seniors. Since 2016, our government has been working hard to do so. We've increased support for 900,000 vulnerable seniors in Canada, historic investments in affordable housing, and we've invested billions of dollars in mental health care. In the 2021 budget, we will continue down the same path with a unique $500 payment for seniors who are 75 years old or older in August 2021 and an increase in OAS, a 10% increase in OAS starting in July 2022 for those that are 75 years or older. We have also invested more than $3 billion to improve long-term care homes and assistance, and billions for 35,000 new affordable housing units for seniors in Canada.
Canadians, Madam Speaker, who are anxious about their future job prospects in the coming months and years, Budget 2021 provides the support they need to build skills, get that on-the-job training, and start their careers. This includes $721 million to connect Canadian youth with employers who will provide them with over 100,000 new quality job opportunities, a historic $4 billion in a digital adoption program to help 160,000 businesses make the shift to e-commerce that will create 28,000 new jobs for young Canadians. It provides $708 million over 5 years to ensure that we have 85,000 work-integrated learning placements and include $470 million to establish a new apprentice service that would help over 55,000 first-year apprentices in construction and manufacturing Red Seal trades. And finally, Madam Speaker, it provides an additional $371 million in new funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program in 2022 and 2023 to support approximately 75,000 new placements in the summer of 2022 alone. Further, to respond to the mental health impacts of this pandemic, as part of an overall investment of $1 billion in the mental health of Canadians, Budget 2021 proposes to provide $100 million over 3 years to support innovative mental health programs for populations disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, including healthcare workers, frontline workers, youth, seniors, Indigenous Canadians, and racialized Black Canadians. And finally, Madam Speaker, Budget 2021 includes unprecedented investments in the protection and preservation of nature and action against climate change. To enable Canada to reach the ambitious goal of protecting 25% of our nature by 2025, Budget 2021 invests $4 billion for small and large-scale conservation projects and $3.16 billion to plant 2 billion trees across Canada by 2030. To help Canada not only meet but exceed our Paris Agreement targets, Budget 2021 invests $8 billion in the Net Zero Accelerator supporting green technology and renewable energy and creating well-paying jobs in the process. It also invests $1.5 billion to purchase 5,000 electric public transit and school buses, helping to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, provide cleaner air, and reduce noise pollution in our communities. And in addition, Madam Speaker, to help communities like mine and Vaudreuil-Soulanges, who have already begun to experience the impacts of climate change with 2 record floods in just the last 4 years, Budget 2021 will strengthen climate resiliency by allocating $640 million of the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund for small-scale projects between $1 and $20 million in eligible infrastructure costs. For communities like mine, Madam Speaker, with smaller municipalities, this change is going to make all the difference. Ceci dit, j'encourage fortement.
That being said, I strongly urge all members of this House to so that they support Budget 2021 and C30. Your time is up. I am sure that the honourable member may have a few more items to say during Q&A.
The honourable member of Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, this past week, Restaurants Canada came to Finance Committee, and they stated that half of restaurants face risk of closure if subsidies are scaled back too soon. Now, the vast majority of food service businesses have been operating at a loss or barely breaking even throughout the entire pandemic, with nearly half consistently losing money for more than a year. They've been counting on the rent and wage subsidies to be the bridge they need to stay alive until dining restrictions are lifted and they can truly start to recover without the help of emergency support. So why has this Liberal budget still not designed a targeted program for the vital restaurant sector?
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. In fact, all of the restaurant owners that I've spoken to have been incredibly grateful for the wage subsidy that was put forward, for the rent subsidy that was put forward. In fact, they've told me that without those support measures, they would no longer be around. And I'm very glad to see that in Budget 2021, these programs are going to continue throughout the summer, and it provides the opportunity for the Minister of Finance to reevaluate in September whether or not they need to be extended for a longer period of time until November. It delivers for our restaurant owners and other small businesses in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and all across the country, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for his presentation. He mentioned the 2 billion trees that the government had promised to plant before 2030. Well, time has moved on and not a single tree has been planted as far as I know. I have a question for my colleague. Have any studies been made on the type of trees that they intend to plant? Because we should probably start now if we want to get to 2 billion by 2030. Second of all, I would like to hear if the colleague agrees that we should highlight the forestry industry, for which my colleagues of Jonquière and Lac-Saint-Jean tabled a very detailed and very interesting report that could be a bit more cost-effective or even better for the environment. Perhaps we should consult rather than just simply planting 2 billion trees left, right and centre before 2030. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on this rather nebulous question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I agree 100% that to fight climate change, we need a multidimensional plan, and that's what we put forward. This is a plan that includes planting 2 billion trees amongst other measures. This is a historic plan that will cost $3.16 billion, which will help us, Madam Speaker, not only to reach and go beyond our Paris Accord agreement objectives, it will leave a healthier Canada and a positive heritage for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. But Budget 2021 does nothing for dental care. It does nothing in terms of going after offshore tax havens. It does nothing when he's talking about the climate emergency to end fossil fuel subsidies. So this is concerning because who's going to pay for it? Certainly not big oil. Certainly not big corporations. It's people. Will the member answer why the burden of this debt is going to be placed on people rather than big corporations and big oil?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. There's a couple of points I'd like to clarify there. Firstly, we are still dedicated to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies by 2025, and in fact, we've already been able to remove 8 fossil fuel subsidies. This budget delivers in so many ways with regards to climate change. In fact, it's the largest investments ever made by any government in history in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And in the plan that was released by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change in December, shows very clearly how through these investments and by working with provinces and territories, we're not only going to meet but exceed our Paris Agreement targets, and it's something that makes me very proud for my children and my children's children and all future generations of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the course of the debate on Bill C-30, there have been many points of view shared. Many of my colleagues on this side of the House have justifiably raised concerns about the deficits and levels of debt this government is accumulating and the impact this debt will have on Canadians for generations to come. Others have skillfully illustrated that despite the Minister of Finance's description of her budget as a plan for jobs, growth, and resilience, it falls dreadfully short of a real plan for economic growth that will create jobs for Canadians. Another of my colleagues has sounded the alarm about the impact of the government's inflation-inducing borrowing and spending plan and the real impacts this has on the daily lives of Canadians, whether they're trying to buy a home or pay for groceries. And of course, we cannot ignore the vast body of evidence confirming that this government has proven itself very skilled at convincing Canadians of their grand promises of action on priorities like rural internet, infrastructure spending, and housing. The lack of meaningful results is at worst a betrayal of the Canadians who trusted this Prime Minister, or at best, the vacuous panderings of an individual whose life experience prepared him only for being famous. While all of these issues are important and have yet to be addressed by this government, I intend to focus my comments particularly on what would appear to be the centerpiece of this budget for the Minister of Finance, a national childcare program. Now, there can be no doubt that access to affordable childcare and early childhood education is a wise investment in our economy and can help ensure all Canadians are able to realize their full potential in the workforce. Personally, I believe a system designed to respect the choices of parents and the childcare options best for them makes more sense than a massive government program. A program, by the way, that will cost $30 billion over the next 5 years, then roughly $9 billion annually thereafter. This proposal highlights yet another example of the federal government making a commitment in an area of provincial jurisdiction without the corresponding commitment of dollars needed to fund a program which most of the province simply cannot afford. A brief history that I'm sure all of us know. One of the primary reasons for Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick federating to form the Dominion of Canada in 1867 was the desire to fund the transcontinental rail link and to build a common market that would spur economic opportunities for the provinces and lessen the impact of any adverse economic policies of the United States. The new federal government was also designed to stabilize public credit. And that was one of the first items of business in 1867 when the new Dominion of Canada assumed $72.1 million of the $88.6 million of existing provincial debt. The British North America Act assigned the big expenses of settling, building, and defending this new country to the federal government, and the provincial governments were responsible for, at the time, the less expensive services like education, hospitals, and municipal institutions. Now, despite this original design, immediately after Confederation, the provinces had spending commitments higher than their revenue. This led to the creation of the Dominion subsidy from the federal government, which was calculated at 80 cents per capita, and including other transfers in support of specific legislation, cost the federal treasury about $2.8 million, or over 16% of total federal spending. This country was born into debt, and the national government was established in part to manage that debt. Now, fast forward through those early nation-building years, World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, all eras where the federal government borrowed heavily to grow the economy, win a war, save the economy, and win another war. Following the end of World War II, the economy expanded exponentially, as did the level of government intervention in the daily lives of Canadians. New programs were introduced by the federal government, including unemployment insurance in 1940, the family allowance in 1945, old age security in 1952, the Canada Pension Plan in 1965, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement in 1967. During this period, the Dominion Subsidy Program evolved as well into the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act in 1957, which was due in part to the federal government's desire to promote nationwide health and social programs, all made possible because of a 50% cost-sharing commitment from the federal government. By the 1970s, the federal government had established an outrageously complex cost-sharing system with the provinces to partner in the cost for expanded health services, education, and income security programs. All of this, and a program of equalization payments to poorer provinces, was funded by debt, which was funded by an exponentially growing economy. Then 1973 hit, and an already slowing economy, increasing inflation were compounded by a quadrupling of oil prices, and government debt grew faster than ever without the corresponding economic growth to pay for it. Interest rates skyrocketed. Unemployment soared. Canada was in trouble. And while tax reform in the 80s, the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, and significant deregulation of key sectors of the economy certainly helped spur economic growth, by the 1990s, Canada was in a fiscal crisis with growing debt servicing costs and an economy not growing fast enough to pay for it. Between 1995 and 1997, the Chrétien government was forced to cut spending to save Canada's finances. In that time period, they cut direct program spending by almost 10%, but they cut provincial transfers by 22%. Now, Madam Speaker, while the fiscal imbalance in our Confederation existed from the very beginning, federal expansion and intervention in provincial jurisdiction exacerbated that imbalance. And while the federal government failed to ever really fully meet those original commitments made to provinces, the debt crisis culminated in the 1990s with the federal government solving their debt problems by abandoning the provinces and also municipalities. By 2007, with federal finances back under control, a new formula for provincial transfers was established that increased transfers, but not nearly enough to meet the demands on provincial services that the federal government helped create and agreed to pay half the cost of. Madam Speaker, in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's most recent fiscal sustainability report, he notes, subnational governments will face ever-increasing healthcare costs. He also continues, for the subnational government sector as a whole, current fiscal policy is not sustainable over the long term. We estimate that permanent tax increases or spending reductions amounting to 0.8% of GDP would be required to stabilize the consolidated subnational net debt to GDP ratio at its current level of 25.7% of GDP. Now, in his report on Budget 2021, the Parliamentary Budget Officer cautions that the government's $100 billion stimulus spending could be miscalibrated, meaning based on the current recovery, it's not likely necessary. All while he cautions that the government's plan to continue borrowing could exhaust its fiscal flexibility in the medium to long term. So, we have provincial governments, many of which are drowning in debt, a federal government borrowing and spending wastefully, all while abdicating its responsibility to fully fund its share of provincial programs like healthcare, and now the federal government offers to add a new childcare program to the provincial balance sheets with a promise to, you guessed it, cover half the costs. How could the premiers ever trust this government to live up to this latest promise when the broken promises of the past are threatening the financial future of almost every province in the country? Clearly, Madam Speaker, German philosopher Georg Hegel was correct when he wrote, "What experience and history teach us is this, that people in governments never have learned anything from history or acted on principles deduced from it." Madam Speaker, this budget is a buffet of spending paid for with massive debts designed to perpetuate this government's promises of being all things to all people. This government is not only ignoring the financial struggles of the provinces, struggles created in part by federal interference. Budget 2021 seeks to push the provinces even further into debt. Madam Speaker, we need a plan, a real plan that manages public debt, invests strategically to stimulate real economic growth that will create jobs. We need a plan that will restore fiscal balance to our Confederation. Madam Speaker, restoring that balance will better prepare the federal treasury to manage the impending fiscal problems, grow our economy, and build a stronger, more prosperous Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it fascinating that the Conservatives are willing to hedge their bets on inflation when, although, yes, it is indeed something that we have to be concerned about and that we have to pay attention to, it is also something that economists seem to be split on. And indeed, the most recent Harper appointee to the Bank of Canada has indicated that the moves that have been made by this government are important and should be able to be done in a responsible way. If only Conservatives gave that kind of attention and believe 97% of scientists when they talk about climate change, but I digress. I wonder if the member can comment as to how he is so certain that inflation is going to be a massive issue, given that the economists right now seem to be split on the issue, and that there is some evidence to suggest that we might have a temporary blip, but it not necessarily will last that long.
Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Madam Speaker, it seems as though the member for Kingston of the Island is constantly digressing, but I would note that inflation is already rising. It is a threat that we've been warned about, and the government needs to think about it cautiously. Instead, you have people like member of the Kingston of the Island standing and saying, just don't worry, everybody be happy. I don't think that's really a wise or strategic plan at all.
We have a point of order, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
The member said that I said, don't worry, be happy. I never said that, Madam Speaker.
It's a point of debate at this point. The honourable member can raise it as a point of under questions and comments if he wishes.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As often our Conservative colleagues do, it's speech based on deficits, but what's troubling is when we look at the budget, there are many issues that aren't raised in the budget, and they're dramatic. They're very important issues, like seniors. We just had a constituency week, and I talked to seniors who are very angry because they have been abandoned by the government over the past 15 years. There's a housing crisis in Quebec. There's a bit of money in the budget, but municipalities were asking for $7 billion in reinvestments in housing. Healthcare transfers. We're in the middle of a health crisis. It's a healthcare crisis, and there weren't healthcare transfers. All the premiers in Canada want increased healthcare transfers. How can we deal with this?
Honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, thank you for the question. I think that the member raises all very good points, and I agree with him completely that the federal government has been absent on solving, particularly healthcare transfers. It's been an issue since really the beginning of the creation of universal healthcare. I think that the best way to deal with this situation is to elect a Conservative government that would clean up the mess that the Liberals are perpetuating.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 58% of young people have felt the negative impact of the pandemic, and that's why the NDP has called for the elimination of the federal student debt up to $20,000 per student. So could the member tell us if he supports reducing federal student debt, or would he rather the federal government make a profit on the backs of young people?
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka has about a minute to respond.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the loaded question. It's a classic example, frankly, of where the federal government has made commitments to provinces for post-secondary education and never truly lived up to its commitment. I think that an investment in young people is wise, but I think that again, the federal government interfering and not living up to its commitments to the provinces is where the real problem lies. And I think that the best way to fix this is it may not be all that flashy, it may not buy votes, but really fixing the fiscal imbalance and the structural imbalance that exists in our confederation is the way to solve that problem and all the others. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to join you today, to join you and all of my colleagues and the members of this House, albeit virtually from my riding in Edmonton Strathcona. Today we are talking about Bill C-30, and we are talking about the budget that the Liberal government has brought forward. And so I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the things that I support, the things that I was happy to see within this budget. I was delighted to see that childcare was included in this budget. The NDP have been calling for a national childcare strategy for decades. It was wonderful to see that the Liberals have finally listened to us, and not just to us, Madam Speaker. We have heard from people within the World Bank, within the chambers of commerce across this country, childcare advocates, representatives from provincial governments that have called for a national childcare plan, that have recognized that if we didn't have childcare put in place, if we didn't deal with childcare in a meaningful way, that there would be no recovery for so many working families across this country. There would be a very, very stunted recovery, particularly impacting women, of course, and leading to what has been dubbed the she-cession. So we're happy to see that. Of course, I have concerns that this may be promises and may not actually be something that is done. We've seen before the government make promises and not follow through with action. So it is something that my colleagues within the NDP will be keeping a close eye on to make sure that this isn't just a campaign promise for the Liberal government, but this is actually something that they will be implementing. I'm also a little worried that they haven't done the work that needs to be done in terms of making sure that the provincial governments are going to take the childcare need seriously and implement it. As you will know, Madam Speaker, I come from Alberta, and in Alberta right now, Jason Kenney has already said that he has concerns about implementing a childcare program, and I know that women in my province and working families in my province desperately need that support. So something that I'll be keeping my eye on certainly as we go forward. Obviously, we are also very happy to see the establishment of a federal minimum wage of $15 per hour. So we heard in 2015 when Justin Trudeau openly criticized a proposal that the NDP had put forward. So it's good to see that this is part of the budget, and we were very, very happy about that. However, I'm also going to talk a little bit about some of the shortcomings of Bill C-30 in the budget. And I'm going to focus my comments today predominantly on the impacts that Bill C-30 and the federal 2021 budget has had on my riding of Edmonton-Strathcona. Edmonton-Strathcona, you may know, is an incredible riding. It is the heart of Edmonton. Downtown may be the brain of our city, but Edmonton-Strathcona is the heart. It is the heart of the arts community. It is where so many of the small businesses and the restaurants in Edmonton operate. It's home to all of the best festivals, the Edmonton International Music Festival, the Fringe Festival, Heritage Days, just a number of wonderful events. And it's also where many of the post-secondary institutions in Alberta are located. So the University of Alberta that contains the Campus Saint-Jean, King's University, the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology South Campus, they're all located in my riding of Edmonton-Strathcona. And so when I look at this budget, I'm looking at some of those things, and I'm looking at what some of that looks like for my constituents. And I guess the one place I'll start is with post-secondary. As I mentioned, Edmonton-Strathcona is home to many post-secondary institutions, and we're also home to many students, many professors, and of course, many parents who live in the riding. And they are very, very concerned that post-secondary education is becoming inaccessible. It is too expensive. It is becoming something that only the elite and the wealthy can access. I spoke to students from the University of Alberta Faculty of Law, Mia and Suzanne, who are deeply worried about post-secondary education in Alberta. They are worried about whether students will be able to afford to attend university and what it means when only the wealthy can attend. They're deeply concerned that students will graduate with mountains of debt that will impact their ability to buy a home, to start a family, or to begin their career. Madam Speaker, in November 2020, I brought forward a motion calling on the government to immediately implement a moratorium on student loan repayments. This House voted unanimously in support of that motion, and yet nothing happened. There was no moratorium put in place. Students were still expected to pay back their student loans in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of what we know has been a devastating time for young people, for students and for recent graduates. We know that 58% of young people have felt the negative impacts of the pandemic on their fiscal situation. And we've called on the government. So instead of letting students fall into debt, we've called on the government to help by reducing their debt. We've called on the federal student debt to eliminate up to $20,000 per student. The Don't Forget Students Group and the Canadian Federation of Students called on this government to do more for students. And the fact that this budget has not done enough enough for post-secondary students and for post-secondary student recent graduates is a big problem for me. It's a big problem for constituency, for people in my constituency and students across this country. Another thing that we didn't see within this bill that we really wanted to see, and that I'm very disappointed that we have not seen, particularly as we are in the middle of a global health pandemic, is that this budget, this bill does nothing to give us any of those supports that we need during a global health pandemic. There is nothing here for pharmacare, for dental care, or additional supports for mental health care. This is something that Canadians have been waiting for over 60 years, to make sure that they can get the medications they need included in our healthcare system. 23 years ago, Madam Speaker, the Liberals first promised Canadians a national pharmacare program, and they've repeated that promise over and over again. And yet we still are not seeing it. In fact, we saw recently the Liberal Party vote against the NDP's proposal for a pharmacare bill. And then, of course, there is nothing in this budget that makes us feel that that is coming. We've had 5 public commissions on pharmacare. We've had study after study, including the Liberals' own Hoskins report in 2019, saying that Canadians need pharmacare, that pharmacare will save money, and that we have that obligation, particularly during the global health pandemic. Unfortunately, that's not part of what we saw in this bill. We also, while we are happy to see there was a small increase in the amount of OAS for seniors over 75, it's deeply concerning when we see that this doesn't actually help all seniors. It is a small pittance, and it is not enough for what seniors need to get out of poverty and to survive this pandemic. We saw massive amounts of money go into supporting for-profit long-term care centers. And instead of giving the funds to our seniors to help them, we've seen the money go to the wealthy. Now, Madam Speaker, I know I told you I would be speaking about what the impacts have been on my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, but I do want to take a moment to very quickly talk a little bit about international development, humanitarian assistance, and where this budget falls on that front. From a report prepared by Cooperation Canada, which is a leader, of course, in civil society work on international development, their quote was that COVID-19 is not a fleeting crisis. It calls upon political leadership and strategic investment to make up 25 years of human development progress that will be lost in the first 25 weeks of this pandemic, and that this budget missed that opportunity. Madam Speaker, the groups that do humanitarian aid around the world asked for 1% within this budget, and they did not get that. They did not get to see that support. Now, you'll think, pharmacare, childcare, support for seniors, support for our artistic communities, all of these things, support for our international communities, all of these things cost money. And where is this going to come from? Well, this is the biggest problem with this bill in my mind. We did not take the opportunity to make sure that the wealthy paid their fair share. We did not take the opportunity with this budget to make sure that the ultra rich are contributing to our communities, contributing to our Canadian priorities. You know, we've seen CEOs use the CEWS, the wage subsidy program, to lock out their workers. In my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, we've seen the ultra rich make $78 billion over the course of this pandemic, but yet there's no wealth tax. There's nothing that will make the wealthy pay their share and help us as we go forward. So while I'm happy to see that the Liberal government is finally taking some steps on a national childcare plan, and while I'm happy to see a minimum wage raised to $15, I am disappointed that once again, the wealthy are given a free ticket while regular Canadians are expected to pick up the tab. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And before I go to questions and comments, I do want to remind the member to, earlier in her intervention, she did mention the Prime Minister by name, and I would ask her whether it's the Prime Minister or other members in the House that they be referred by either their writing name or by their ministerial name. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I've had a couple of members make reference to the age 75 issue and what it is that the government is committed. I would ask my colleague, in the 2019 federal election, the leader of the Liberal Party, now Canada's Prime Minister, made a commitment to increase by 10% all those from 75 and over. We are now fulfilling that commitment. It is fulfilling a promise that was made in the last federal election. Am I now to assume that the NDP not only support our commitment, but now would also like to see that commitment of 10% increase to everyone that's over 65? Maybe even possibly younger than that, because in Manitoba for many years they recognized seniors as 55 plus. What is the NDP actual position? And if a member could provide a percentage, that would be helpful.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I have to apologize to you, Madam Speaker. I do seem to struggle to remember that the Prime Minister shall not be referred to by name. But, the questions that the member brought up today, it's problematic for me because it talks a lot about the commitments that this government has made. What about the commitments this government hasn't made? What about the commitments to, I would say that we should be supporting all seniors 65 years of age and older. But what about students? What about the commitments that this government made for electoral reform? What about the commitments this government made towards planting 2 billion trees, of which none have been seen? To say that you've met a low bar, set a low bar and then jump over it doesn't seem all that ambitious. It doesn't seem all that motivated, to be perfectly honest.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Yes, thank you. The Liberals' national $10 a day daycare isn't income tested. So that ensures that we will be delivering huge benefits to high income parents as opposed to targeting those who most need it. Is the member disappointed that we're not looking to the needs of low income working moms?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I think that the best strategy going forward for a national healthcare plan is that it is universally accessible. We saw our previous Premier Rachel Notley put a plan in place in Alberta for $25 a day daycare. It was a massive success, and it contributed to cutting child poverty in half in this province. That's, when you make childcare universal, when you make childcare available to all working families, it becomes something that lifts all boats rise. It's something that's important that we have as a universal plan. So I don't think we should only be targeting certain populations. I think we should make sure that this is a national plan, that children, whether they're in Quebec, whether they're in Alberta, whether they're in British Columbia, all have access to good, strong, quality childcare.
Séance de commentaires, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague's speech, and there's a sustained financial commitment from the federal government for childcare. However, I'm surprised to see that there's no criticism of the federal government interfering in provincial jurisdictions. In Quebec, we've had state-sponsored childcare for quite some time. Why should we be relying on a program from Ottawa and not directly from the provinces? Perhaps the member also didn't have time to talk about workers. There's not a great deal of commitment to reform the EI system, just temporary measures. I would remind the member to address the chair and not the members directly. A brief answer from the member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. if I had had, 2 or 3 hours, I would have certainly been able to address more things within the budget. Time constraints are what limited me, and I can tell you that I had many more notes that I would have liked to have spoken about in terms of things that we would have liked to have seen with EI, in terms of things we would have liked to have seen with sick leave, a number of different things. In terms of her first question on childcare and provincial jurisdiction, she may know that in my province of Alberta that our premier has not done a very good job during this pandemic. He has not done a very strong job ensuring that we are well poised for recovery. So I, in fact, feel that the federal government needs to take a step and assist provinces where they are not being very positive about implementing things like childcare, where they have cut childcare programs that we've had in the past, and that they are not implementing and not putting in place new programs that will help new families with young children.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act. The problem with Budget 2021 is that it is focused more on the political fortunes of the Liberal Party than on rebuilding the economy post-pandemic. Now, that's not just me, the Conservative member for Langley-Aldergrove speaking. The former clerk of the Privy Council, Kevin Lynch, is quoted as saying this about Budget 2021. He notes that it is an intergenerational transfer of debt and risk that is unprecedented. Mr. Lynch goes on to state this about the Budget 2021. As a political statement, it should yield electoral dividends. As an economic statement, it favors short-term consumption over private sector investment. It sprinkles dividends initiatives far and wide. It adds heavily to the federal debt and misses an urgent opportunity to rebuild our longer-term growth post-pandemic. He is not happy with it. However, look who's smiling. The left-leaning Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. They're smiling. Its senior economist, David McDonald, advised the Minister of Finance to, quote, ignore ongoing and needless concern about federal interest payments. Those pesky debt servicing costs take all the fun out of the party. Let's just all agree that the budget will balance itself. Now, that is modern monetary theory at work, and we shouldn't be surprised coming from the left-leaning Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. Modern monetary theory says this: the debt and the deficit do not matter. Why do we even keep track of them? It just doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is inflation, and as long as we keep inflation under control, everything is going to be good and fine. Now, the proponents of modern monetary theory will tell us that inflation is under control. It is more or less within the Bank of Canada's target range of 2%. Now, there's just recently has gone up a bit, and I'm happy to hear that a member opposite is acknowledging that at least there is a difference of opinion whether inflation is just a blip or whether it is long-term and deeply embedded. But let's hear what ordinary Canadians say about inflation. So, talking to many small businesses in my riding of Langley-Aldergrove, I'm hearing that they're having to compete to get good workers to come back to work. They're competing with each other, which of course is a good thing, but they feel they are also competing with the federal government. They're being told, well, maybe you just need to pay your employees more if you want them to come back to work. That, to them, sounds like wage inflation. Talk to the young family, and there are many of them in my riding of Langley-Aldergrove who are struggling to buy a house. There's a housing affordability crisis going on, and that's not unique to my riding of Langley-Aldergrove, although British Columbia's Lower Mainland seems to be ground zero for this housing affordability crisis. Let's take a hypothetical family that a year ago, let's say 15 months ago at the start of the pandemic, decided that they would take one more year to save up a down payment so that they could buy their first home. Well, that family today is somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 further behind. The goalposts have just been moved further. No matter how hard they kick the ball, no matter how well they play the game, they are not keeping up. They're losing ground. Tell them there's no inflation. They're not going to believe you. Talk to contractors who are working in the housing industry and in construction. Tell them that there's no inflation. And they will tell you about increased prices for lumber, for plywood, for steel, for concrete, anything. Any products related to construction, prices are going up. Tell them there's no inflation. They're not going to believe you. Now, here's one thing that we can agree on, I believe, with the Liberals and with other people in this House, and that is that the solution to fight inflation is to grow the economy. Make sure that the economy is producing the goods and services in sufficient quantity to meet the demand of the buying public. That's the solution. Unfortunately, this budget does not do that. It misses the mark. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has noted that a significant amount of the Liberal spending in this budget will not stimulate jobs, nor will it create economic growth. This is a budget that focuses on redistribution of wealth, borrowing money, quantitative easing. It does not encourage private investment. Now, we've heard on numerous occasions from the members sit opposite that even during the Harper years, Conservative governments engaged in deficit spending. Well, I would say, of course. In a time of crisis, that is exactly what a central government needs to do. It has tools available to it: debt financing, quantitative easing, tax incentives to encourage further investment, and even printing money. These are all tools that are available to a central government, must be employed by the central government during a time of economic crisis to ensure that there is liquidity in the marketplace. We all agree on that. Where we disagree is when the central government needs to step on the gas and when to ease up, when to pump liquidity into the marketplace and when to step aside to let private enterprise take over. Now, don't forget that this Liberal government, even during good times, the first 4 years of their mandate, did not balance the budget. Full employment, good government revenues, economic growth, and yet it was one deficit budget after the other. I don't think Canadians have the confidence in this government to be able to see us through this crisis. The Conservatives, on the other hand, have a great track record of managing Canada's economy during a time of economic crisis, the most recent being the global financial crisis of 2008 and 2009, when Canada came out stronger than any other G7 countries. And today's Conservatives stand ready, willing, and able to take the lead again, to do the hard work, to get our economy back on track. Liberals focus on Ottawa-centric policies. We focus on private investment. Now, talking about government-centered programs, I want to talk briefly about the latest iteration of the $10 a day universal child care proposal that's been put forward in this budget. Once again, as it has been put forward many times over many years. Now, to quote from a recent study report by Cardis, a think tank, this is what they say about the national child care proposal. The norms of modern work, particularly that of modern working mothers, will be poorly addressed by a nationwide system rooted, as it is, in proposals that were first advanced in the 1970s. Now, Madam Speaker, if there's one thing that we learned about Canada and Canadians during this COVID crisis, it is that they are resilient, they are creative, they are inventive, and they engage in entrepreneurial problem solving. We've seen a lot of Canadian families that have taken the opportunity of this COVID crisis to move out of urban centers into more rural, suburban centers, to get a bigger house for the kids, a bigger house, maybe a home office, maybe 2 home offices, one for mom, one for dad, maybe even a third one for the kids if they want to work, do their schoolwork from home. Ask these families what they think about a centralized, Ottawa knows best, daycare, national child care policy. Ask them what they want. Here's a couple of suggestions that I have. 3 good ideas that I hope that the Liberals will accept. Number 1, take the billions of dollars that they were planning to spend on national child care, give it directly to to families, let them do what they see best. Number 2, let's create more housing by encouraging provincial governments and municipalities to increase supply. Rather than tinker with demand, let's increase supply. And number 3, do something about rural broadband so that we can all work efficiently from home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, I could have had my screen off and I still would have known that the individual speaking was speaking from a conservative mentality. Clearly, with the thought process, I guess I have to wonder, what would they have done? What would the Conservative Party have done for the thousands and thousands of people that would have ended up unemployed or are unemployed as a result of this pandemic? And talking about childcare and women, we have a huge labor shortage in Canada, and we have thousands of women that would love to go to work but don't have adequate childcare. What would I like to ask my honourable colleague what he would propose if their government was in charge during this pandemic?
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you for that question. I would like to thank the honourable member for that question. I pointed out in my earlier talking points that the Conservative Party agrees that a federal government needs to step in during a time of crisis. Deficit spending, yes. Quantitative easing, yes. Pumping liquidity into the marketplace to keep the economy going and to support families, to support workers, to support businesses. We actually voted in favor of those programs when they were presented by the Liberal government. We worked on improving them. They are better because of the work that we have done. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would defer. My hand was up accidentally.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. The pandemic has exposed the flaws in our healthcare system, whether it is in terms of, we know, the vaccine supply or the quality of our long-term care facilities. Healthcare workers and seniors particularly have suffered direct consequences of years of underfunding to healthcare services under consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments. Yet this budget that's been put forward announces no increased healthcare transfers. Can the member tell us about the impact of health underfunding on worsening the current pandemic?
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
I would like to thank my colleague for that very important question. Conservative Party agrees that the federal government has a very important role to play in helping Canadian citizens, those who are most in need, seniors, and people who aren't benefiting from the wealth of the nation. We recognize that. We appreciate that. And I would stand with her criticizing this current government for not having done a sufficient job in that during this pandemic. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City. Brief.
Yes, thank you. Last week we had Restaurants Canada come to Finance Committee, and they mentioned there that half of restaurants face the risk of closure if subsidies are scaled back too soon. And they are calling on the government for to immediately introduce a sector-specific restaurant survival support package, one of the things being an exemption from the scheduled scale back of the rent and wage subsidies for the food sector. Could you tell me what your thoughts are on this?
I won't tell you what my thoughts are, but I do want to remind the member to address all questions and comments through the chair and not to the individual members. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove has just a little under a minute to respond.
Good. Well, thank you, and I do appreciate the question. I agree with my colleague that what we should be looking at now, at this stage of economic recovery post-pandemic, is sector-specific aid. I was talking about small businesses in my riding who have trouble finding employees. These are generally construction companies, landscaping companies, people in the agricultural business, where it's safe to come back to work, and they're having trouble getting workers. But I recognize as well that restaurants in the riding that where my colleague and I are neighbors are struggling. They continue to need help. I support that. Thank you.
Question, resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise in the House today. It's always an honor to speak in the House, especially the amount of time we've been in viral. It's much better to be here in the House to speak. I'd like to thank my colleagues from Parry Sound, Muskoka, from Langley Aldergrove for the presentations they've made today in talking about what we believe is important in this particular speech that we're doing on the Budget Implementation Act. You know, governments historically have had three sources of revenue: tax, borrow, or print money. Well, this process has been around for governments for a long time. The Egyptians, 3,000 years ago, had an extensive, twice-yearly collection of grains that they then could distribute in less productive times and for government workers, for lesser classes. The Incas had a similar system in the Americas. Over time, forms of governments that have been ruling have taxed those that they were in control of in some form of payment, be it commodity, currency, or even servitude. Well, ruling authority would decide on the use of the collected tax. In my family history, going back to Scotland in 12,007, there was a tax collector. He was part of my family history. So it's been going on for thousands of years, the using of collection of taxes. So, you know, when you have taxes, you can pay, you can resist, or there's non-compliance. Usually penalties for non-compliance varied over time. Many of us remember the Boston Tea Party and how the American colonies resisted paying taxes. Since 1867, though, in Canada, tax has been based on trade. It's been previously that it was a trade-based type of tax. But in 1916, there was a corporate tax. There was a world activity going on called World War I. In 1917, there was a temporary income tax war act combining corporate and the new individual tax to be reviewed after the war, after World War I. Temporary. Well, after World War II in 1948, the temporary act was replaced by the Income Tax Act, the basis of what we have today, which should be totally thrown out and redone as it's only been tinkered with for the last 60 or 70 years. Well, there's levels of government in Canada have taxation. I mean, the federal and the provincial governments can rack up debt, but municipalities can't. So we have huge debt in both federal and provincial governments, but the municipalities have figured out how to do it without creating that long-term debt. Over 2 calendar years, an economic snapshot, a fall economic update, but no budget. Well, finally, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will be able to understand, maybe, for themselves what their tax dollar will pay for. When phone books were still being printed some years ago, there were times they were used as a substitute booster seats for children to be able to reach the top of the table at dinner time. Well, phone books aren't printed too often these days, but at 724 pages, this budget could be a fitting substitute. There's 724 pages jammed with liberal promises, promises that will add to the federal debt of more than $1.2 trillion. Great tactic to make Canadians certain that they'll never read it. It's so long and complicated. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've heard before that this Prime Minister alone had added more debt than all the Prime Ministers before him combined. Quite an infamous accomplishment. I've listened to Liberals extolling accomplishments, and it almost sounds like they were making an acceptance speech for an Oscar. It may not be the award that many of my constituents would like to award them for this budget, like the one with $100 billion in it, not million, unaccounted for. But what is this few billion here for? Oh, what's a few billion between friends, right? It's taxpayers' money. I've often heard the Prime Minister say, we will take this debt on our shoulders. It's the taxpayers' money and the taxpayers' debt. Well, it's their children's, their grandchildren's debt. Is it printed money by the billions on a weekly basis that this government has depended on? Interesting, this modern monetary theory. Print all the money you want and do not worry about the debt. That does not work at the municipal government level or the personal level. So how can it work at the federal level? Well, this is not a new idea. Government spending based on backed commodity like holding of gold is many centuries old. But it got disrupted a few times in those days too, when there became an oversupply of gold at certain times. Paper began to appear as a writ of value for government to replace rare metals currency. But it was backed by rare metals, but not now. When government used volumes of paper currency with no backing or faith in the currency, what happens? Many of us have seen the stories of Germany in the 1920s. Hyperinflation, spending rapidly as values dropped. A wheelbarrow full of money one day could buy a loaf of bread, but not the next. The Great Depression, stock market paper with no value. Recently, the 2008 bank depression. Then Greece, Venezuela, and other countries. They just printed bigger numbers on their bills and still no value. So what is this government doing with this budget? If this government continues this trajectory, by 2026, Canada will have spent $39 billion on debt interest payments alone. Well, that's more than child care at $8.3 billion, more than EI benefits at $25.6 billion, or Canada Child Benefit at $27 billion, all of which are programs in this budget. We must look introspectively and ask ourselves, where is this money coming from? Well, it's being generated as numbers on a screen and then printed on expensive paper or plastic bills these days. Another resource sector product. The government will be printing more money than it earns from Canadian taxpayers. Is this a recipe for disaster? I know what my constituents think, and it's not a pretty picture. What is this government promising for Canadians? I've heard many government programs, but what drives the economy despite this incredible spending on government programs and increase of government employees? Does not the private sector build the economy by producing services, products of value? They employ people to do this. The company's employees then pay taxes that support the needs of society. Do government programs build the economy based on printed money? This has not worked in other countries or historically. Each person in Canada owes now an average of $33,000 in federal debt. Does the Liberal government want to depend on it instead of gainful employment? I would hope not. But does this budget do it? Canadians and future generations will be saddled with the burden of this government, doubling of the national debt, and for what? Right, I cannot wait for you to ask me about your government programs, but what about the $100 billion in recovery line in the budget? Is that more government jobs? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I speak with my constituents in mind, and they are hardworking, no-nonsense, results-driven people. Do they want a budget with handouts? Nope. We have incredibly intelligent, innovative, hardworking people in my constituency and across this great country who are willing to invest in businesses and hire productive people to produce services or products that are valued. Is this government interested in doing this with this budget? My constituencies question that. If this government was focused on getting Canadians back to work as they are with marketing and sloganing, my constituents would be better off. In this House, parliamentarians must follow certain standards of House procedure and conduct. It would be impossible for accurately convey the feelings of my constituents, what they have, using the words they've spoken to me. I would be subject to reprimand and would certainly be compelled to retract my comments. Yes, all parties agree to temporary measures to address the difficulties in conducting House business going forward. But since then, even though we have adapted new methods of representing Canadians in this House, we have been more dysfunctional than ever. Though this new online method has been streamlined, it took many months of tedious technical tinkering. Nothing will be viable substitute for the ability to look a colleague in the eye and have a conversation about our constituents. Madam Speaker, the spending promises are at all-time high and no plan to balance the budget in the future. Generations of Canadians will be paying for these Liberal government promises. The snowball effect of this pandemic over every sector of the economy on every moment of our lives going forward will not be easily forgotten. I remember the 20% interest rates on my mortgage. And that was response to inflation in the 1970s. Can you imagine what that would do to my constituents' mortgage today? Canada's future does not rest in a slogan or a campaign or even a single political party, but in the determination of our people to work, to innovate, and to flourish. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On a un appel au règlement.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Was there an issue with interpretation? No, it's not an issue with interpretation. I was listening to my colleague attentively, and I noted that contrary to standing orders that allows us to carry flowers or little buttons, little stickers, for example, on our shirt, there is a big slogan on the honourable member's suit. And I wonder if standing orders had changed, because I have a number of badges I could wear with slogans on them. Well, thank you very much for that point of order.
Member for Bow River is well aware that and it's been raised on a number of occasions, that buttons are not to be worn in the House of Commons. I would ask him to remove the button and so that we can proceed to questions and comments. Questions, and the honourable member wants to speak on the point of order.
No, Madam, if you've got a question, I'd respond to the question.
There was a point of order raised regarding the honourable member's button that he's wearing that has a message on it. I'm respectfully asking the member to remove the button because, as he is well aware, that is against the protocols in the House, and so I would ask the honourable member to remove his button, and we'll go to questions and comments.
So, in response, Madam Speaker, would that apply to anything that people might wear in the House that's not there?
So, as the honourable member knows, there are exceptions for things that mark specific days in the House or specific events, such as whether it's I'm trying to think here, the MS Society will send us flowers and everyone will wear those. But the honourable member's button does have a particular message to it that it sends a very clear message that not everyone is supportive of, and so I would just ask the honourable member, he is very well aware that this is a matter that's been raised in the past, and I would ask him to remove the button so that we can go to questions and comments.
Right. It is a button that states that what I personally want.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Island has a point of order.
The member is at this point using this opportunity where we're addressing a procedural matter to further advocate for the political position that is represented on that piece of button that he's wearing. So, Madam Speaker, he's either going to have to adhere to the rules that are set in this House and being enforced by you right now, or he's going to have to leave the chamber. And I would encourage you to not allow him to continue to advocate on behalf of the position that he's trying to advocate for with that button.
I do want to remind other members not to weigh into the conversation unless they wish to rise to do so. This is a matter that has been raised several times with other members as well, and with the honourable member himself. So I would just ask the member to please remove the button so that we can continue on.
The other one that I'm wearing as well?
No, just the one that has the very clear message regarding the positioning of the party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The honourable member has questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard this member talk a lot about inflation. I heard the previous Conservative member talk about Conservatives only invest in or only run a deficit when it's necessary because of the stimulus that's required from the government at the time. Yet I find that very fascinating, given that between Stephen Harper and Brian Mulroney, they ran 14 out of 16 of their budgets ran deficits. So that would only leave me to conclude, Madam Speaker, that I guess times were extremely tough and we were running constant recessions and constant economic hardship during the times of both Stephen Harper and Brian Mulroney. Would the member like to comment on why it is that times were so tough just during the years of those two prime ministers?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in response to my honourable colleague, who I'd worked with for many years on a committee in this particular House and committee and the Environment Committee, one of the challenges we have, and refers to it in the sense that if we're here in person, we're capable of doing a lot more things. And the opportunity that I had of working with him in committee, when you're there in person, we're able to do a lot more things and work out a lot more issues. So when he makes suggestions like that, we could have dealt with a lot more things if we'd have been here in person. This virtual setup doesn't allow us to have a lot of good discussions that I have had with that member before.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a discussion last evening with my brilliant daughter, who asked why there were rich countries and poor countries, and who was saying that she found that we were rather lucky here in Quebec and Canada to have the machines necessary to print money when we need it. And I found that very cute. It was very quaint, but that came from a 10-year-old kid. Sometimes it seems that the Liberal government manages the country as if we had these magical money printing machines, but we're adults, so we know they don't exist. Madam Speaker, my question for the MP for Bow River is as follows. We are in a situation where we have to cast our eyes towards the future and solidly invest in the future, and to make sure that my daughter, that I talked to you about, doesn't have to bear the burden of the current deficits and debts. Does my colleague not agree that it's high time to invest in future energy, sustainable energy, renewable energy, as is proposed by the Bloc Québécois, through a transition? We're not talking about a shock. We're talking about a transition towards renewable energy. What does my colleague have to say on the matter?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, in this budget, that's one of the things you look forward for. Things of the future. Things for our environment, things for our workforce, things for energy and what we can do. And in the province of Alberta, I have seen some of the most phenomenal, innovative projects to do with different forms of energy. And so there's fantastic ideas that are coming out of Alberta, coming out of the resource sector, how they can develop and work with new technologies and do this. But I don't see that in the Liberal budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today and compliment him on his very attractive tie. The question I have for him, one of the things that we've seen, I appreciate that his speech had a lot to do with fiscal responsibility, making sure that those dollars that are being spent wisely, and I agree with him, of course, with that. One of the concerns I have is that some of the programs that we spent money for have had huge gaps in them. And in my riding, we have an example where an employer is using the wage subsidy to actually pay for scab labor instead of negotiating in good faith with the Boilermaker Lodge 146. Could the member talk about whether or not he feels that it is reasonable for the wage subsidy to be used for employers that are not negotiating in good faith with their workers?
Brief answer from the member from Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, you have to have accountability. And one of the things that we've lacked through the spending programs, through these programs that have been running out, is accountability. We need accountability for those tax dollars spent, and that has been lacking. And what the Liberal budget going forward, when you talk about $100 billion unaccounted for and what they might spend it on, that's the lack of accountability we've got with this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be here in the House of Commons. Of course, when I'm in my riding, it's important, but here I feel that my words are even more important. So thank you.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would just like to take a moment and thank my constituent Patty Bossert. Herself and Dale Bossert have been big supporters of Calgary-Midnapore for some time. For this beautiful pen she got me, it is a quill in ink, and she says it is because I have such lovely handwriting, but I believe my staff would beg to differ with her. But nonetheless, thank you very much to Mrs. Bossert for this beautiful pin I'm wearing in the House here today. Madam Speaker, I was actually on Alberta Prime Time with the previous speaker, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, and within it, I quoted two articles regarding the budget that I'm going to mention here again today. The first one was an Andrew Coyne article. Andrew, of course, seen as somewhat conservative, but also seen as, I believe, a very reasonable individual. And his comment in his editorial or opinion piece was, this was a budget about everything except how we're going to pay for it. And those words really resonated with me. The other article, which I referred to at that time, Madam Speaker, and which I will make mention of here again, was a Rosenberg article in the Globe and Mail. And this article indicated something I thought was very interesting commentary, and that is that the budget used to be an economic document. It used to be a document about the economic future of Canada. And in fact, this is how I was raised, Madam Speaker, that a budget is your family brings in this much money a month, you spend this much is left for savings. And it was really an education for me to arrive in public policy world and really find that it's about spending priorities for the fiscal year, whatever it is. But Rosenberg's other point, Madam Speaker, was that this budget was not even an economic document. It was a social engineering document based to vote grab. And I think that really puts a sad commentary on this government, Madam Speaker, and this budget as well. And what makes me the most sad, Madam Speaker, is that I really believe that every speech from the throne, every budget, is an opportunity to face the future with confidence and with possibility, especially at this time coming out of a pandemic. Because right now it's hard for Canadians to see the future. It's hard for Canadians to have hope. But, Madam Speaker, this document did not do that. And we've seen the terrible vaccine procurement and distribution throughout Canada, resulting in the delay of life as we once knew it, Madam Speaker. So do you know what we need to do, Madam Speaker? We need to restart Canada. We need to restart Canada, Madam Speaker. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. Our economy is crumbling. Never mind the debt and the deficit that my colleagues have talked about previously, as well as inflation, money supply. Look at that, Madam Speaker. The last question, their daughter actually thought that they were talking about Canada can print money. That's the state we're at. There is just so much supply as a result of this government and a lack of goods. Trade is also failing, Madam Speaker, under this economy. There is a container crisis, which is affecting shippers, which is affecting distributors, which is affecting business. I actually had someone within my riding tell me that they paid $2,000 to ship a container from China prior to this pandemic. The price has now gone up to $8,500 a container. And that's a price, Madam Speaker, they're going to have to pass on to the consumer. Interest will start to go up. We'll see it start with variable rates, and it will increase and increase. Household debt. Sure, people are paying down their credit cards, but now we're seeing them take on this debt within housing prices. And small and medium enterprises are struggling, Madam Speaker. Mental health, Madam Speaker, during this pandemic has been horrible. And this is why, Madam Speaker, this last week I was very proud to host within my riding a session with a psychologist on parenting teens in the pandemic in an effort to help the next generation of Canadians that are looking for some hope in this pandemic, a way out of this pandemic, with this budget did not provide. And seniors, Madam Speaker, I have gotten so many sad notes from seniors who tell me that they are completely depressed, even contemplating suicide, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we need to restart Canada. The aviation sector that I've advocated tirelessly for within this House, the National Airlines Council of Canada, put out a statement saying, as vaccination rates continue to climb globally, countries are announcing plans for the safe restart of their travel and tourism sectors, drawing on analysis provided by the European Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. Yesterday, the National Airlines Council joined with over 60 other industry organizations in writing to the Prime Minister on the urgent need for Canada to move forward with a restart plan for the overall economy and for the travel sector. Countries that successfully plan will not only safely restart aviation and their overall economy, they will take jobs and investment from countries that do not. We must get moving now on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of Canadians in every region of the country whose livelihoods depend on travel and tourism. And, Madam Speaker, it's not just there, it's other jurisdictions are restarting. They have a restart plan. I want to point out some examples brought forward to me by the Business Council of Canada. Other jurisdictions have paved the route for us to follow, they state. In February, the United Kingdom unveiled a 4-stage roadmap out of lockdown with clear guidelines to mark the journey back to a more normal life. For example, in Step 3, most businesses in all but the highest risk sectors are allowed to reopen while adhering to public health guidelines. We need to restart Canada. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control has issued guidance for those who are fully vaccinated. It outlines which activities are now considered safe, including domestic travel without the need for testing or quarantine. And right here within Canada, here at home, Saskatchewan recently unveiled a 3-step reopening roadmap that clearly links the lifting of restrictions to vaccination milestones. For example, once 70% of those 30 and older have received 1 dose, 150 people will be permitted to gather in public indoor settings, provided they adhere to physical distancing and mask guidelines. We need to restart Canada. Madam Speaker, further along that reopening plan for Saskatchewan, in Phase 1, May 4th to June 1st, we see reopening previously restricted medical services. Phase 2, reopening of retail and select personal service facilities. Phase 3, reopening places of worship, increasing indoor public and private gatherings to 15 people and outdoor gatherings to 30 people. And Phase 4, child and youth day camps, outdoor pools and spray parks, as well as libraries, museums, galleries, and it goes on and on. Canadians are waiting for this, Madam Speaker. We need to restart Canada. But you know what else, Madam Speaker? We need to be smart about this restart. And we need for not only the government, but Canadians to think about restart. I want every Canadian to think about, when the pandemic is over, when my benefits run out, will I have a job? And if not, why? Did my restaurant close? Did my retail store close? Why? If I own a business, is my job or is my business safe? The next question I want Canadians to ask themselves, what did I not get to do this winter or spring because of no vaccines as a result of this government with no vision and no restart plan? Did someone around me pass away? Was there a surgery that was denied? Did someone have to quit their job in an effort to homeschool? Did they have to quit their beer league? Was it like my son who had to go without his hockey league, which gives him so much exercise and happiness? But more importantly, Madam Speaker, I want Canadians to ask themselves, what do I want my future to look like? Do I want to own a home? It's not going to happen under this government in the direction that we're going. Do I want to have a family? You might not be able to provide food for them because of inflation and the prices of groceries and gas, $127.9 a liter in my hometown of Calgary. Do I want to have a car? Why does it have to be an electric car? Why can't it be a car run on diesel? You know what? By the time this government makes any effort to get the infrastructure up for electric cars, we'll have moved on to hydrogen. We need to do this restart plan intelligently. But you know what, Canadians? Your life doesn't have to be how they designed it. You have an opportunity for change. You have an opportunity for choice. Madam Speaker, this government had an opportunity and they failed. We need to restart Canada. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I thank the member for her very passionate speech, Madam Speaker. I find it quite ironic that she's talking about restarting Canada and referencing all these various different plans in provinces. Those provinces are the ones that shut down their economic activity and the various different elements to the provinces as they saw necessary, and those are the same provinces that are now reopening it all. Ontario just did the same thing, released a 3-stage plan which shows at certain milestones, just like how she indicated in her speech, that it should be done. These plans have been set up by the provinces. The provinces are reopening their economies and getting things moving as we hit certain milestones along this. How is it confusing to her that the provinces that shut it down are also now reopening it?
For Calgary, Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These provinces have consistently had to react and respond to the shortcomings of this federal government since the very beginning of this pandemic. From when we saw the virus coming over the Pacific Ocean, we have been asking this government to respond. And the vaccine procurement and distribution is just the worst of it. It is the governments, provinces, the governments of the provinces that have reacted and responded. And the federal government can and should follow their lead in having a national restart plan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions? The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. We all share her desire in seeing a reopening soon, and of course here in British Columbia we're looking forward to news later this afternoon on what our province's plans will be. One question I had is, a lot of workers have seen many of their benefits eliminated, either because they have seen their workplace hours reduced or they've lost their jobs altogether. And some of the biggest hits, of course, have been on workplace pharmacare plans. I'm wondering, pharmacare costs can be a huge burden to the monthly budget of families. What is the member's position on establishing a national pharmacare plan so that we can really relieve working families of those unexpected costs going forward, on something that's based on the existing Canada Health Act? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I just want to, first of all, commend my leader for doing just such incredible work with workers and with unions since the time that he has been installed as the leader of this party. But as Conservatives, we know that Canadians always make the best choices, whether it is childcare or dental care or peripheral health care, when they get the opportunity to choose for themselves. And this is what we want. And this is what this government has denied Canadians, is the opportunity to have more choice. And so, I certainly stand in solidarity with my colleague from the NDP when it comes to supporting workers and unions and Canadian families. But as Conservatives, we want to offer Canadians both choice as well as the autonomy to make the choices that are best for them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague. I spoke to a number of constituents over the weekend. One talked about how she's simply feeling hopeless during these times and even contemplated suicide because of the circumstances she finds herself in. Another I spoke to had been denied funding from these fell between the cracks because of the programs that this Liberal government has brought forward, and another constituent who just felt like she wasn't sure if she could move on. Certainly Conservatives, I think, are realistic in asking for a plan, asking to provide Canadians some hope, and my colleague articulated very, very well. But specifically when it comes to the travel industry, and I know speaking to some travel agents and how they have fallen through the cracks with this government's plan, I'm wondering if my colleague could speak further to how there are sectors, including the travel industry, that have fallen through the cracks because of this Liberal government's mismanagement of the pandemic.
Member for Calgary-Mindapore, 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The sad reality is, to my colleague, the member for Battle River Crowfoot, is this government will only ever act where they feel that they can gain some votes and make some gains in the upcoming election, which they are planning during this pandemic. And unfortunately, aviation sectors, travel workers will...
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm speaking to something very historic, that being the Budget Implementation Act for the largest and most anticipated Liberal deficit budget in Canadian history. Now, usually when history is being made, there are those that will be remembered well and those who will not be. And judging by this budget, it is clear that the current government will not be well thought of by future generations. These generations will be the ones tasked with the consequences of this massive Liberal deficit budget, one that will mean higher taxes than what we pay today, less services, higher inflation, and bigger debt servicing costs. Now, all these factors will vary based on the policy choices that are made in the years to come, but as a whole, they represent a much higher likelihood that future generations will not be as well off as folks today. Now, I know how hard my great-grandparents and my grandparents worked to make this country as strong and prosperous as it is today. They sacrificed through 2 world wars and a depression, building their families while keeping our country's finances under control. More recently, I think of my parents' generation, who sacrificed so much in the late 80s and the early 90s when the last Liberal government came to drastically cut spending and services for Canadians, while leaving their tax burden the highest in Canadian history to date. All of these sacrifices are at threat of being made in vain because of the lack of fiscal accountability and responsibility shown by this Liberal government over the past 5.5 years, and particularly in their new plan for future years. We are facing unique challenges, and the Liberals have proven in this budget that they are not up to dealing with them. The fact is, we can't count on the factors that previous generations did to make and keep our country prosperous. There is no post-war baby boom around the corner. The steady flow of skilled immigrants to this country is likely to tail off in the near future as the rest of the world wakes up to the demographic aging crisis and the implications of mass population decline. Fewer and fewer productive taxpayers will be around to service the ever-increasing annual deficits and debts. Many of the commodities and goods that have made Canada an economic powerhouse are at risk of being phased out by the policies of the World Economic Forum and our own Liberal government. Goods like oil, automobiles, and minerals are at risk of facing drastic reductions in production because of the demand-destructive policies implemented by woke governments. Even with the growth in electric vehicles, the scarcity of necessary raw materials like copper, cobalt, and lithium, among others, will make these transportation solutions less accessible for working families. With Liberal legislation like Bill C-69 from the previous Parliament, it is unlikely that we will even get new mines permitted in time to benefit from any green commodity booms, making us beholden to foreign global competitors like China, who will set prices for our consumers and control market supply. The confluence of factors that made our country prosperous, a young population, high immigration, fiscal responsibility, and increasing consumption of resources has been inverted. Now we have an aging population, out of control debt, soon to be more limited immigration prospects, and now the resources that have made our country prosperous in the past are being phased out. Nowhere in this Liberal budget did I see a direct plan to address these challenges. It is a failure. On the environment, a significant part of this Liberal budget, I see other key failures. On the Natural Resources Committee, we are studying low carbon and renewable fuels. Now, I agree with the consensus that we need to do more in this area in order to be competitive economically and lower carbon emissions. I was interested to learn that the Liberals have launched a new tax credit to promote carbon capture, utilization, and storage. There's a big catch, however. On page 168 of the budget, the Liberals make clear that, quote, it is not intended that the investment tax credit will be available for enhanced oil recovery projects, end quote. This is a slap in the face to my constituency. It basically means don't bother applying Alberta and Saskatchewan. It will significantly undermine investment in carbon capture, where it is already effectively used in my riding at the Sturgeon Refinery, where they have sequestered over 1 megaton of carbon dioxide in under a year. We could create tens of thousands of jobs and produce the lowest emissions diesel in the world, but the Liberals have essentially barred them from accessing this tax credit. It is out of line with our trading competitors in the U.S., where under the Q45 policy, a more limited tax credit is available for enhanced oil recovery producers. Why are the Liberals turning their backs yet again on the energy industry of this country, especially when they are taking the important step of decarbonizing their operations with expensive investments in carbon capture? Is the real reason because the Liberals cannot stand to see a successful, sustainable hydrocarbon industry in this country? That is the only reason I can see, and it is shameful. Shameful because it exposes that the Liberals are not really interested in finding the most cost-effective solutions for carbon emissions. They are only interested in looking for solutions that come from groups that aren't interested in working with our oil and gas sector. The government claims they are not picking winners and losers in this industry, but their actions speak differently. Now, I am proud that under a Conservative government, we will support carbon capture across all industries, regardless of whether they are engaged in enhanced oil recovery or not. And under the Conservatives, our emissions will be significantly lower while growing jobs in our oil and gas sector. Now, I'm over halfway through my speech, and I haven't even mentioned the government's failure during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we all recognize Canada's going through a tough time. We have been in and out of lockdowns for over a year now, and it's taking a huge toll on families and small businesses. And that is exactly why, over the past year, the Conservatives have supported the government by allowing them to pass massive income support measures on an expedited basis. Now, we trusted that the Liberals would take that goodwill and do the job right, or at least if they did the job wrong the first time, make it right as soon as possible. Well, unfortunately, they did the opposite. They have used this pandemic and the political logjam in this parliament to govern as if they had a majority, threatening a snap election in a health crisis rather than working with opposition parties to do what is best for Canada. And you can see it in question period on a daily basis. Our basic questions are met with disgust. Ministers not even bothering to listen to the questions and choosing to throw around unparliamentary language, accusing the opposition of lying or misleading Canadians. They have no interest in hearing constructive criticism or implementing our proposals for positive change. For example, let's look at the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. In theory, it's a great program aimed at protecting jobs and our economy. Yet, as I read through the company quarterly reports that we're reading, I am shocked by how many profitable businesses have been using taxpayer dollars delivered on a silver platter by this Liberal government to pad their bottom lines. Many of these companies took these benefits while laying off hundreds of workers, yet the Liberals put no strings attached and no accountability for these businesses. Now, I read in the budget, the Liberals got a big solution for this. They will claw back the wage subsidy for companies that raise executive pay. I thought it was a joke. These companies are spending billions on share buybacks, dividends, and the Liberals are saying, oh, well, if they raise executive compensation, we'll claw it back. It's laughable. It's a feast for big business and government relations executives put on by the Prime Minister, and the taxpayer foots the bill. Now, we need to chart a new course, maximizing growth in the years to come, while returning to fiscal responsibility by setting a clear plan to get our country back to a balanced budget and address the rising debt load and face the challenges of tomorrow. We faced them before, like in the 2008 financial crisis. Under Conservative leadership, this country came out stronger than ever. And we are ready to do the hard work to get our country back on track to secure our future. Now, in my short time to speak today, I've raised serious problems with the Liberals' economic mismanagement, whether it be their poorly designed programs or their programs designed to outright exclude important industries and regions in this country. I have highlighted some deeply concerning trends, such as the threat of a reduced population, lower immigration, an aging population. These are challenges that would be difficult for governments to face even at the best of times. And what we have seen from this Liberal government is that they have a willingness to spend whatever it takes to get reelected, rather than spending to face the challenges of the future today. And it is clear that only a Conservative government can get our country back on track and secure our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague who talked about what the Conservative government would do once it's in power. I would remind him that we're in a public health crisis, but there's also a social crisis. I've met with organizations involved with homelessness in Montreal and in Longueuil, my riding, and people are very concerned. They're talking about the negative outcomes for the next 5 to 6 years because of the public health crisis. When the Conservatives come to power, would the Conservative government commit to dealing with this serious housing crisis that we're experiencing? We see tent cities all over Canada, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver. Can the Conservatives commit in the face of this serious social crisis before us?
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for that question, and he's absolutely right. The pandemic, may end. The health crisis may end in the next few months. I certainly hope it does. But the mental health crisis and the other consequences of this nearly 18-month pandemic will be felt for years, if not generations, to come. And so when we look at the federal deficit picture, we have to take into account that just because we get out of this pandemic doesn't mean that the economy's going to recover overnight. And it's going to take strong leadership that is going to put targeted economic support where it needs to be. And a lot of that economic support is going to be on important social initiatives, like addressing homelessness. And we as Conservatives, I'm very proud of our team, talking about implementing a 3-digit number to address mental health challenges. We passed a motion in this House months ago. We did. What have the Liberals done? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Conservatives will get the job done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Adams.
Well, that's fascinating, Madam Speaker, because the member went on talking about how we were spending too much money and the debt and deficits that's been piling on. And then in response to a first question, his default answer was, we need to spend more money. Other Conservative members keep coming out here saying, we need more for Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. We need more for this. He even just said himself in his response to the last question that we need to spend money on social programs. So rather than talking about where we do need to spend money, can the member please suggest from this budget where he thinks we need to remove money? That might be an easier way for the Conservatives to look at it. Where should we take money out of this budget?
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
With pleasure, Madam Speaker. For example, how about not giving billions of dollars in wage subsidies to profitable companies engaged in share buybacks and dividend increases? Wow, we could have saved a few $1 billion for Canadians there. How about the hundreds of millions of dollars that has been sole sourced to Liberal insiders during this pandemic? Oh, we could have saved a few $100 million there, Madam Speaker. So, you can give me lots of examples. I could do this all day, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. Earlier this morning, I challenged a Bloc colleague as to his concern about inflation that's being fueled by this budget, by this implementation measure. I want to ask my honourable colleague, what are his concerns regarding inflation? I know the members across the way accuse us as Conservatives as being concerned. Guilty.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I'm worried, Madam Speaker. I'm worried about inflation. And if it wasn't bad enough, the spectre of inflation, what worries me more is the fact that this Liberal government doesn't seem to be concerned about inflation. They bring out some economists, it's a mixed bag, and they say, oh, inflation's not a big deal. Inflation's not a big deal. Well, I'm 30 years old, and I've never really lived in an economy where we had inflation. But I can talk to my grandparents and my parents, and the idea that the savings account in your bank, the value of that money going down every day as this government continues to print money, overheat the economy, and I mean, it's like seniors, fixed income. You know, the threat to our country is real. When is this government going to take concrete action?
Ministre du débat, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act. You'll remember that the Bloc Québécois voted against the budget because there were important conditions that were not included in it. We're in favor of implementing this because there's a whole host of measures that might be worthwhile. However, that doesn't mean we're going to give up the fight, particularly when it comes to health transfers. It is inconceivable that a government which has a $350 billion deficit is refusing again today to help levels of government that are responsible as outlined in the initial contract. At the origin, the federal government paid 50%, not 20%. What the provinces and Quebec are asking for unanimously is for the federal government to kick in 35%. That corresponds to about $28 billion, which also corresponds to the leeway that the government decided to use to reduce its deficit. So I think that they could do it. That's one point. The other condition that we had imposed was pensions for seniors. Indexation, increase, a decent increase. I'm not talking about $1.75 that those who got the most generous increase got, which gives them an extra coffee in a year. I'm talking about $110 more per month, which is not a lot. And I will repeat, I get the impression that I have to repeat myself a lot, but in the face of incomprehension, we have to repeat ourselves. Now, $100 million. How can we not give seniors a little bit of oxygen, an extra $110 a month? They're not going to put it in the bank for later. They're going to spend it. And that's what we need in our economy this year. We need to give oxygen. We need to help those people who have suffered a great deal during the pandemic. Another concern we have in Bill C-30 is the basis of a Canadian market for regulating securities. And Quebec is not the only province to oppose this. The government of Quebec and the business sector says that the Chambers of Commerce in Quebec, the Montreal Metropolitan Chambers of Commerce, the Desjardins Movement, the FTQ Solidarity Fund, Air Transit, Can-Am, Québecor, Metro, La Capitale, so on and so forth. Why do you think that all of them say that it doesn't make any sense? Again, that Quebec is losing control to the benefit of Ontario, because that's what this is about. Moving a strong financial basis to Toronto. I know that we're in the House and we have to remain calm and use the right vocabulary. But dang it, it is becoming difficult to remain calm in the face of this financial expropriation that we are constantly facing. They want to make Quebecers dependent. And why? So that they can feel that they need the rest of Canada and should stay in it. That's the basic plan. Why change something that works well? The Quebec Securities Commission is very effective. It's important to have a strong economic position. That institution in Quebec has required that in spite of the sale of the Montreal Stock Exchange to Toronto, that we maintain a place for the Stock Exchange in Montreal. If it had been Toronto that decided, there would not have been a place for Montreal in it. There are many jobs that depend on this. That's 150,000 jobs, $20 billion to the GDP. Montreal is one of the third ranked financial seats in Canada. 50,000 jobs that aren't just regular jobs. It's 58,000 jobs, rather, that are well paid. And those jobs create more jobs because when there is a headquarters in Montreal, because decisions are made there, that means they give contracts in Quebec. So the strategy is this. The federal government wants to take that away, and I have some news for them. We won't let them. So we'll work on that. We have some plans to amend these provisions, and I hope that members of the government will hear reason when it comes to defending Quebec's interests, because there are people who were elected from Quebec in that government. Let's keep that in mind. This is a huge bill. It's a mammoth of a bill. It's hard to cover everything, but I want to talk about extending special aid programs until September 25th, wage subsidy, rent assistance. Personally, I think that percentages are getting smaller a lot faster, and businesses have not really reestablished themselves all that well yet. It's important to not reduce that aid too quickly because businesses need predictability in order to remain present. I've heard calls from businesses that have registered for the program and are saying, Mr. Perron, we're really on the edge. This is not the time to cut off their oxygen supply. There was a hiring subsidy, which is a good idea. Prohibition of giving a bonus to businesses, to paying bonuses to executives that have received wage subsidies. I think that's a good idea. Now, when it comes to wage subsidies, I just want to say that it's a shame that I can't refer to the presence or absence of people in the House, but I'll mention that my previous Conservative colleague, who mentioned the wage subsidy several times and said that the government had given subsidies to businesses that were giving out bonuses. Well, look, you all took it. That's the message that I have for them. They all took it. The Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP. And now there's accusations and counter-accusations, and they're not even embarrassed. Oh my God. It's crazy. Sometimes I think I'm dreaming. There's times I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, my God, he just said that again. Please be decent. And I'm sending that call to all three parties which have appropriated public funds, which is the polite way of saying what I have in mind. That money is taxpayer money. Quebecers and Canadians, it's not yours. Pay it back. You have no business doing an election campaign with that money, especially because you're refusing to change the funding for political parties. There's also measures to deal with tax evasion, and that's fine, but they're very minor. There's other things that could be done. I know that you're tired of hearing us talk about this because it's kind of like a monkey on your back, but when are you going to move on tax havens? If there was the courage to move on that file, move on that. And when I hear an argument from the government along the lines that C-208 is to promote recovery, including the transfers of small businesses, that they shouldn't vote for that because it's tax avoidance, it raises my hackles, and I don't have hackles. It's unbelievable. Listen. We're announcing a few things here and there. Zero emissions, it's positive. In the 45 seconds that I have left, what co-ops? The measures for co-ops are great. We'd been asking for that. The whole industry had asked for it. They've been asking for it forever. My question is, why not make that measure permanent instead of stretching it out for the next 5 years? And do you know what the real answer is? The government wants to keep them dependent and polite. In 4 years and 3.5 years, they're going to have to restart asking, begging, oh, generous government, will you please extend this? They want to keep us dependent. And institutions like the Securities Commission, it's the same objective. We're going to be there to fight. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it was very interesting to listen to the speech from my colleague in the block. I'd be curious to hear his comments. Certainly, when I read through the budget document and the BIA that we are debating today, it seems that there's a continuation of a trend of the federal government, this Ottawa knows best mentality of the federal government trying to interfere with provincial jurisdiction, laying out specific frameworks that may or may not represent the best interests of different regions of this country. I'm wondering if my colleague from the bloc could comment further on whether or not he agrees with the government's Ottawa knows best strategy and that further stretch of Ottawa regulations into the jurisdiction of the provinces.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
Écoutez, je vais commencer.
Listen, I'll start my answer by warmly thanking my colleague for that lovely question. Obviously, we criticize that. Obviously, the federal government has no business sticking its fingers into all of these different aspects because they control the budget. The problem with this federation is that it's not funding its fair share of some of those shared responsibilities. I've talked about dependence and keeping people polite. We force people to remain dependent and impose standards for nursing homes. They talk about daycare. Quebec is often touted as an example. Thank you very much. We're very pleased. If it can be an example, that's great. But don't set up new national standards and new conditions and use our own money to do it. Quebec should be able to withdraw from the budget without any conditions.
St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the honourable member, and I know he understands that young people have been particularly affected by this pandemic, students in particular, with ongoing student debt. Does he support our proposal to eliminate up to $20,000 of student debt and to stop interest on student debt, or does he think it's a good idea for Canada to continue to collect interest and make money on students' tuition and debt obligations?
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Oui, je remercie le député de Saint.
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for St. John's East for his question. Yes, indeed. We can't be against that. I myself have paid student loans for many years. In remembrance of that, yes, I would like to offer this gift to young people. But if it's done, and I agree that it should be done, we must not forget that Quebec manages that on its own. I keep coming back to the same speech. Quebec manages that on its own. So let's transfer the equivalent amounts to Quebec so that there is fairness. 50% of Quebecers' money is here. Thank you.
Honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague for Berthier-Maskinongé, whose hackles are rising, well, for me, I swear it's my hair that is curling. He talked about the issue of seniors. I would like my colleague to explain that seniors need an extra $110 a month, but the government only wants to apply that a marginal increase for those 75 and up. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and keep in mind that I mentioned that I didn't have hackles. And in response, honestly, I don't understand. It makes no sense at all. The only explanation that comes to mind for me is that the $500 that was promised to those who are 75 and up, creates 2 classes of seniors with an increase only for those as of 2022. It might not be long before, and it might fall between election periods. Is that a coincidence? Does the government want to keep that as an election promise? I can't see another explanation because it doesn't make any sense. And it's irresponsible to not increase our senior standard of living.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, an incredible honor to rise and speak on behalf of the people of Timmins James Bay. I think if anybody had spoken in this House last March that we'd still be in COVID and still dealing with lockdowns and still dealing with the crisis of this terrible pandemic, it would have been impossible for any of us to even imagine finding a way through. And we are getting through this pandemic, but it is really important to point out that there are still serious gaps, serious problems, and I think there's many lessons that should have been learned that have not been learned. I was just reading an article this morning that talked about the political malpractice that has occurred in Canada at the provincial and federal levels of refusing to look at the crisis of the pandemic and recognize really what we're dealing with. We remember Premier Kenney, who dismissed COVID as little more than a case of less harmful than influenza. And yet we see the ICUs in Alberta being overrun. We see 25,000 plus deaths in this country. We saw Premier Doug Ford, who promised to put an iron ring to protect seniors in long-term care, and the only thing that Doug Ford did was put an iron ring around the investors to keep them from being charged for the horrific negligence that caused deaths of our loved ones, deaths of our parents and cousins and grandparents in the long-term care facilities. And there needs to be a day of reckoning over these issues. I raise this, Madam Speaker, because people in my region are very, very tired. They're dreaming of being able to sit on the patio and have a beer with their friends. They're counting those days. And the people of Canada have carried their weight. They have done an incredible job of following the rules, of being responsible, of doing what was necessary, and of taking on incredible emotional, psychological, and economic burdens. And the longer we go without a way of saying that we can truly put this behind us, the harder it's going to be. And many businesses, I'm very concerned, will not be coming back. This past weekend, my region of Timmins had 128 new cases of COVID in the city of Timmins area. We have cases at Monteith Jail. We have cases now at the OPG Centre in Cochrane. We have at the Detour Lake mine site where we have contractors coming in and out, multiple cases. We have 17 new cases in Fort Albany First Nation, and I understand there's now cases in Attawapiskat. This is deeply concerning, given that we have many communities on the James Bay coast where we have sometimes 15, 18 people living in a house. There is no place to do proper self-isolation. And so when I see numbers of 17 new cases over the weekend in Fort Albany, alarm bells are going off, big alarm bells. We have now the city of Timmins under a state of emergency because of COVID. The community of Moosonee with 38 cases, very, very small little hospital, they are under state of emergency. I'm asking the federal government to commit to the resources necessary to help our communities get through this. The surge capacity that has been promised, we need that on the ground now. We need to be able to put the support in place for the health unit, for the hospitals, for the doctors, and for the frontline people who are dealing with some people who are in very marginal situations who do not have proper places to stay. I think of the staff at Living Space in Timmins that work with the homeless. They are literally on the front lines of this catastrophe, this medical catastrophe that is unfolding in our communities, and we need to have support for them. So I'm asking the federal government, I'm going to be following up with the Minister of Health, we need that support there now to keep people alive. Because I think all of us agree that have come through the 3 lockdowns and the 15-some months of this crisis with hope on the horizon, we can't lose any more people to this. I see the government pats themselves on the back again and again and again on the vaccine rollout, but let's be realistic. Right now, only about 2% of our population has had the second dose. And until you have the second dose, you aren't free of COVID. So this idea of a one-dose summer is ridiculous. What we need is to be able to have enough people with 2 doses to be able to ensure safety, that we can go back and live the life that we all have been missing for so long, see the loved ones we have been unable to see. And so it raises questions about the decisions that were made. And, you know, I know when you're in government, you don't like to be accused of making a wrong decision in a time of crisis, but we have to look at the fundamental problems that happened with this pandemic, that we were fundamentally unable, as a nation as rich as ours, to make our own PPE. That the government and our Prime Minister, I believe he's like the last of the Davos defenders, believed that the free market, that the, you know, big pharma would look after us. We saw the United States and we saw the UK invest heavily in their domestic vaccine production. We have some really wonderful vaccine companies trying to get off the ground now. The lesson we need to learn from this is never, never, never again can we be in a situation where we are dependent on big pharma in other countries to try and meet the needs of this nation. We had, under the Connaught Labs, we had a world-class vaccine facility that served us for 100 years. Brian Mulroney got rid of that. I never hear the Conservatives talking about how great it was, what a brilliant idea it was to sell off such a national treasure to their friends in private business. If we had Connaught Labs right now, I bet we would have many more people who have the second dose. So there are lessons to be learned from these issues. I would like to say, Madam Speaker, in terms of Timmins James Bay, there are some very, very positive steps that have been taken, and it's really important to recognize. Je voudrais dire félicitations à communauté.
I would like to say congratulations to the Timmins Franco-Ontarian community for its new cultural centre, the La Ronde Cultural Centre. La Ronde is an organisation that has an essential role to play for the development of the Franco-Ontarian community, and I'm eminently proud that the federal government has invested $2.5 million for the construction of this new building for the La Ronde Cultural Centre. The government has also, the federal and provincial governments have invested $2 million to help the Firekeepers team to fight against the opioid crisis in our region, especially in the Timmins downtown.
Things that we've seen, investments, FedNor, finally, the Liberal government has agreed with the position the New Democrats have been taking for years that we needed FedNor as a standalone agency. FedNor is the only economic development agency that has been the poor cousin. It's been just a project of the industry department, when is in fact what we needed all along was a standalone agency, because the economy of Northern Ontario is as different from the economy of Southern Ontario as the economy of Alberta is to Toronto, because we are resource-based. We need to have investments coming back. So I applaud in this new budget. You know, people think I'm just going to get up here and beat on the Liberal government, which, you know, on any given day makes me get up in the morning. But we have to recognize that when we make good investments, we should be talking about good investments. The investments in FedNor is really important. They've been a lifeline to many of our businesses. They've kept our communities going through this time. I pushed and worked with the federal government on the Firekeepers proposal. We are being hit by a massive opioid crisis, not just in Timmins, but across the country. But to see a great program come forward like the Firekeepers, where we have Indigenous people working on the streets 24/7 to deal with the homeless, to deal with the opioid crisis. That funding is essential right now, because with a population as marginal as those who are homeless, that's the vector for COVID. So the Firekeepers are on the ground doing this. I'd like to point out that we received $2 million in record funding for Canada Summer Jobs. That will hire over 526 students this year in communities as isolated as Attawapiskat in the far north to the Farm Belt down in Earlton. This is all important. So when the Liberals always ask me why was I so angry about the Canada Student Summer Service grant that they signed off with the Wee Brothers, we had worked with the federal government. Every MP in this House had worked with the federal government to put in place a plan to get students hired. We could have had those students hired last summer. Instead, it went to the Wee Brothers, and it fell off the tracks and has been a disaster ever since. But I'm glad to see these investments to hiring our young people. I'm glad to see the work that's going on with FedNor, the fight against the opioid crisis. But I'm begging on the government, we need help right now to deal with the crisis of COVID that's hitting our communities, hitting working people, hitting young people, hitting Indigenous. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and Yale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention today. I definitely expect to hear Conservatives trumpet upon the line of 1 dose versus 2 dose. This government, the recommendation is to get as many single doses into arms as humanly possible, as quickly as possible, came from medical experts. My own Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Kieran Moore, who's overseen one of the, in my humble yet biased opinion, overseen one of the most best implementations of dealing with this pandemic. He also agrees that this is the procedure that we must take. We must get doses into arms as quickly as possible. That's for the betterment of society. If we're looking to take care of society as a whole, if we want to go through this all together as a whole, would he agree that listening to the experts with respect to that, getting as many single doses into arms as possible, is the best approach?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I obviously support listening to our experts, but I feel my honourable colleague is listening through liberal ears, not through the ears of what they're actually saying. I didn't hear that the experts say, yeah, 1 dose is good enough. No, they haven't said that. They say we need 2 doses. The fact that the government doesn't have 2 doses, they're saying, well, the next best thing is let's get 1 dose into every arm until we get 2 doses. Yeah, totally. Let's get 1 dose in. But until we have 2 doses, we do not get to reopen. We do not get to be safe. And we look at the United States, and I'm talking to people across the border who are out and they're going to events now because they've had the 2 doses. They've had the 2 doses for some months. So again, it is the negligence of the government of not delivering those 2 doses when they were needed that we're still being in lockdown and still being held back.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask the member from the NDP a question. Certainly, I've pointed out quite a number of concerns around accountability. There's some issues in terms of the budget itself, and as I read through this Budget Implementation Act, further concerns about transparency and accountability in contracts and a few related issues in that regard. The member mentioned about the WE scandal versus actually getting dollars to students. I'm wondering if he would have further comments on some of the challenges that this Liberal government seems to have in terms of leveraging a global crisis for their own political advantage that saw their friends and associated businesses benefit.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I think what was so frustrating with the Wee Brothers scandal is that the government had asked every member of Parliament to work with them in terms of getting jobs for students on the ground last spring. And we had all done that work, and it would have worked great. But instead, we had over $500 million diverted to the Kielburger brothers. Brothers who were not signed up to lobby, brothers who could walk right into the finance minister's office. And we see from the ethics commissioner's report, they would talk to staff in the ethics commissioner, or in the finance minister's office. They would talk to the staff in the finance minister's office calling, hey girl, what kind of group gets this kind of insider access and then gets $500 million and then there's not even due diligence reports? There was no proof that these guys could actually pull this scheme off. We have gone through 5,000 pages of documents. We haven't seen any due diligence reports. This damaged this Prime Minister dramatically. This program hurt students. There needs to be some accountability for how this thing went off the rails so badly.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to pick up on some comments that my honourable colleague made in terms of provincial mismanagement and federal mismanagement. I mentioned before years of consecutive Liberal and Conservative cuts to healthcare in Manitoba. We are in a crisis. In fact, our ICUs are so full. Patients are now being sent to Ontario, 5 to Thunder Bay, 2 to Ottawa, 2 to Sault Ste. Marie, 2 to North Bay, 2 to Windsor, 1 to London. The number keeps growing. A CBC article came out today. Patients suffering, dying while waiting for care as Manitoba hospitals overwhelmed by COVID-19, doctors say, because of the mismanagement of Premier Brian Palliser. How has this failure resulted in the current level of a crisis, whether it be a failure to have a good vaccine rollout to a failure to provide proper funding and management of healthcare?
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay, 10 seconds.
Well, she's entirely correct. We should not be having people getting sick and dying this far into the pandemic. This is the result of the negligence of premiers like Palliser, Jason Kenney, Doug Ford, who completely ignored their obligations. They were not working without a roadmap here. We knew what the problem was. We needed to fix it. Instead, they've left people at risk, particularly in the far north Indigenous communities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we have before us the government's Budget Implementation Act, a disastrous piece of legislation which runs counter to the Canadian spirit and which threatens our way of life now and in the future. Canada, as I see it, is a great frontier nation, a nation characterized also by a great frontier spirit. To be Canadian is to set out into the unknown in pursuit of a better life. Indigenous peoples who survived in these vast and beautiful but harsh lands since time immemorial were living and surviving on a frontier. The first European settlers who came here for resources, for space, and for greater freedom pursued opportunity on a new frontier where the outcomes were highly uncertain. Loyalists who left their communities came north because of a commitment to ideals which had been betrayed by the American Revolution, and former slaves also came north, risking brutal reprisals to find freedom in a land that they had never seen. Pioneers risked starvation by moving west for more land, and successive generations of immigrants still today come to this new frontier to discover new things and new opportunities, leaving the familiar behind. This is the Canadian story, one of sacrifice and of boldly setting out for adventure, for opportunity, for security, and for justice. Today, when the comforts of indoors are available to most of us, many still pride themselves on keeping this frontier spirit alive by encountering nature in all its elements at all times of the year. Skiing, hiking up mountains, sleeping in tents when we don't have to, going for long walks in the middle of the woods through rough terrain even when no one is chasing us, and ignoring the stove and the microwave to cook food outside. We braved the elements to get here and survive here, and now we venture out into the cold, into the rain, and into bare country purely for the fun of it. Consciously or not, this is because we are proud of an identity and a heritage which connects us with the grubby struggle of the outdoors. We are still a frontier people. In the first instance, when people chose to leave the ease and comfort of a country or region of origin, and when they chose to set out into a place that seemed inhospitable, they were clearly not just acting for themselves. For so many, the sacrifices of the present are consciously made in order to give something better to the next generation. Those who first venture onto a frontier are laying the groundwork for their children and grandchildren, who will grow up on the frontier with the benefit of a new wealth in land and resources, and with the benefit of the security created by the hard work of their forebears. And this, too, is essential to the Canadian story. These national virtues of hard work, of courage, and of sacrifice in service of the next generation, in the hope that we can always say to our children, you will have joys, comforts, and opportunities that I did not see. Part of living on a frontier and living a frontier spirit is recognizing that you have to work for everything you have, and you will be able to keep the things that you build. With the bounty of natural resources in front of you, you can combine your labor with those things and so establish a future for yourself and your family through dogged and relentless effort. The character of Indigenous peoples and of those who immigrated here, as well as the circumstances of the country itself, made this possible and created communities of relative equality where opportunity was available to all. And this was very different from many old world countries where resources were often more scarce and where domestic or foreign aristocracies often lived in idleness, benefiting through exploitation. These kinds of societies where opportunities were not available to most people have been understandably ripe for political doctrines emphasizing violent redistribution. It is an interesting feature of the history of European colonialism in general that less naturally hospitable areas like Canada ultimately have done better economically than many of the parts of the world where it is easier to survive. History shows that early colonizers of warmer regions were more likely to be privileged people seeking wealth through the exploitation of indigenous peoples and slaves and the expropriation of existing wealth. Our country, on the other hand, was colonized by a greater proportion of less privileged European migrants who were prepared to work hard to survive instead of import slave labor. The circumstances of harsher environments such as Canada also compelled a greater degree of initial cooperation between newcomers and indigenous peoples. The history of European colonization is therefore one of richer regions becoming poorer and poorer regions becoming richer. And this contrast shows the uniqueness of our national experience and the particular impact of the frontier spirit that relatively poor newcomers to Canada brought with them. Now, of course, inequality and exploitation have been and are in certain respects present in Canada today. And they are present anytime governments seek to impose unmanageable burdens on workers and on families. But those who fight back against exploitation do so from a commitment to cultivating and maintaining our national frontier spirit, where anyone can build and where those who choose to build new things can benefit from them. To maintain abundant opportunity and the benefits of this frontier spirit, we must continue to be willing to use our natural resources and to make them available to those who work on and develop them. The opportunities of the new frontier are not gone. Still today, the option has always been available to go west or go north and earn a living through hard work. And this is why socialism has never taken root here. Because for most of our history, we have been able to provide opportunity and access to resources for those who are willing to move to the frontier and pursue them. In addition to providing opportunity for all who seek it, our frontiers have supplied the rest of the nation with wealth and resources unimaginable in other countries. You don't have to live on a frontier to benefit from living in a frontier nation. But sadly, there are those in our politics who don't believe in this frontier spirit, who have been suspicious of our resource development sectors past and present, who have preferred the comfortable status quo to the challenge of growth, and who have tempted us to put the comforts of the present ahead of the opportunities of the future. The extent to which this government represents such an attack on the frontier spirit of our nation has been an unfolding reality. They initially promised small deficits for the short term and a balanced approach to spending and resource development. But now this government has bet big on something more radical. This budget unveils a plan to run massive historic deficits in perpetuity, financed by borrowing, outstripping the borrowing of any previous national crisis. This is a budget that seeks a decisive break with our history. While there are claims about growth coming from undefined jobs of the future and dreams of greater workforce participation facilitated by state-run daycare, the only actual articulated policy in this budget is more spending financed by the printing of money and the continuing unprecedented assault on those resource and manufacturing sectors of our economy which have driven our frontier spirit and been the mainstay of our prosperity. Simultaneously, they're proposing less production and more spending. The natural resource sector is being undermined at every turn, including even projects with net zero commitments built in, even projects which will demonstrably lead to reductions in global greenhouse gas emissions by displacing dirtier foreign sources. And it should be obvious that increasing the availability of child care is only going to increase workforce participation if there are actually jobs available to work in. Now, Madam Speaker, any student of history can figure out where this is all leading. This is the path to hyperinflation and a national debt crisis. And this in turn will create radical inequality between everyday people and well-connected insiders. This is how you undermine trust in public institutions and exacerbate social divisions. This is how you impoverish a once great nation. There are those who say that this can't happen in Canada, that our nation is immune to these things. But our national success has been the product of particular characteristics, choices, and circumstances. In particular, it has been our frontier spirit. The fact that we are the kind of people who look at a naturally occurring pile of asphalt and say, how can I squeeze the oil out of that? We are the kind of people who understand that prosperity comes from hard work, not from printing money. This is Canada. But if our leaders continue to seek a different course, then there is no reason to believe that our historic success will continue. Canada's current government is the most left-wing of any government in this nation's history. Other governments have sought to develop our resources and redistribute the surplus, but this government is blocking growth and development at every turn while actively seeking to redistribute that which has not been created. And they would tell us, don't worry, your efforts are not required because we are going to take care of things. We are going to take care of you, whatever it takes. But whatever it takes is not going to work if we aren't putting anything in the tank. You can only run on empty for so long. This government will say that their spending will create growth, but their approach to growth emphasizes central planning and the alleged wisdom of bureaucratic predictions about industries of the future. Central planning of economic development has never worked in the past and has always increased inequality and social resentment. Nations which have relied on government planning instead of on spontaneous genius of people have never prospered, except temporarily and by imitation and expropriation. It's time that Canada's leaders turn their attention to the need to secure our future. Securing our future requires an all-hands-on-deck approach to the economy, one that leverages the hard work, ingenuity, and sacrifice of all people from all backgrounds, in all sectors, and in all regions of our national economy. Securing the future means innovating in the way that we deliver public services, instead of repromising the unkept promises of the 1960s. Securing our future means restoring our commitment to paying for the things we buy today, rather than passing the bill on to the next generation. The source of our prosperity is not the printing of currency, central planning, or the distribution of government largesse. It is the ingenuity and courage of the Canadian people. Securing our future is about celebrating our frontier spirit as survivors, as immigrants, as builders, and as innovators. Madam Speaker, I am proud to be opposing this budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my friend and colleague's speech. It certainly touches on some of the real existential challenges that I think Canada is facing, many of which were brought on by this Liberal government and their failed response to COVID-19. I specifically want to give the member a opportunity to respond to certainly some of the concerns that I've heard from people in my constituency about this Ottawa Knows Best approach to childcare and a national childcare strategy that has been outlined within the Liberals' most recent budget, contrary to the minister's mandate letter. I'm wondering if my colleague would be able to provide his thoughts on this Ottawa Knows Best approach to childcare.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, we've already seen childcare providers speaking out against the government's plan, as a coalition of childcare providers in Ontario speaking out against it, saying that it doesn't provide them with clarity or certainty, and it raises big concerns about how cooperatives, not-for-profit childcare centers, and others would be pushed out by a centralized government-controlled plan that lacks the flexibility that parents are looking for. Look, Madam Speaker, the nature of work is changing. People are looking for greater flexibility. They're working different hours. They're more likely to work from home. They're looking for flexible childcare arrangements that accord with the particulars of their circumstances. And we don't need the repromising of a promise from 50 years ago that wasn't kept, that hasn't kept up with the emerging reality. What childcare providers, even as well as parents, are looking for is more support to be offered to parents to allow them to make childcare choices that reflect the needs of their families. And there are a broad range of other measures that could be considered as well, partnering with employers, looking at resources for not-for-profits. But we need to maintain.
Go to other questions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
And notice how the default reaction to that last question was to talk about the childcare providers, not the parents that are looking for childcare. But nonetheless, you don't have to look too far to see the success of childcare at a very reasonable cost. You don't even have to look outside of this country, Madam Speaker. Just look to Quebec and the success that they've had, what it's meant for their economy, how they've been able to get more women into the workforce as a result of having that aggressive childcare plan that is progressive and looks towards making sure that everybody can see their fullest economic potential. So I guess, knowing that Quebec can do it, is this member against childcare that's $10 a day? Is that what he's saying?
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, since the member didn't listen to my last response, I'm pessimistic about whether he'll listen to this response. Parents strongly oppose the government's direction on childcare, as I've spoken about it extensively in the House and just now, as do even childcare providers. So people who work in this area, as well as parents, are saying that the government's inflexible approach is simply not working. And it's because, and I can tell him as a parent, parents in this country are looking for flexibility. His plan does nothing for the single mom who works an overnight shift. Is the member telling me that these government-run childcare centers are going to be available 24 hours? I doubt it. The flexibility that we need is not...
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighbour for his interventions today. I do want to just say that I've met with many people who have asked for childcare, whether it be parents, whether it be childcare providers, whether it be advocates for childcare, whether it be the business community. So I find some of his comments a bit curious. But the question I have for him today is in terms of the extreme wealth that we've seen some of Canada's billionaires accrue during this pandemic. And just whether or not, when we talk about being fiscally responsible, when we talk about what needs to be done to balance the books, does he not agree that a wealth tax is a very smart way to make the wealthiest, those that have profited greatly during this pandemic, contribute to things like childcare, contribute to things like pharmacare, dental care, and mental care for people in Edmonton and in Alberta?
I have to give the honourable member 10 seconds to answer. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, on childcare, I support engagement with childcare, but not a government-controlled, government knows best approach. Policies that provide direct support to parents who are looking for that are a much better alternative. On the issue of wealth tax...
Debate, I'm sorry. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Edmonton, or as he calls it, Edmonton Sherwood Park. Fort Saskatchewan, sorry. I'm pleased to rise to speak today on the Budget Implementation Act, a budget that I would call, after the Rick Moranis film, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but I'm going to call it Honey, I Sunk the Kids. I would have used a different word for sunk, but it would have been unparliamentary language. And why? It's because of the massive intergenerational debt that we are passing on with very little thought or oversight of what it's going to do to our children and our grandchildren. Now, how bad is it? It's $500 billion added in just 2 years, $700 billion of debt added over the next 5 years. Now, by the time I'm done my 10-minute speech and 5-minute Q&A, $7.3 million is going to be added to the debt that Canadians will owe. People my age will, of course, remember Lee Majors, Steve Austin, the $6 million man. Well, that would be just about 13 minutes of today's time with this government spending to rebuild him better. Now, in this budget, one of the big problems I have, as someone from Edmonton in Alberta, there's almost nothing for Albertans. Well over 700 pages in the budget, and yet next to nothing for the province. It has been described in our province as a slap in the face for Albertans. And when you go through the budget, it mentions pipelines several times. Hooray! But it mentions talent pipeline, a vaccine pipeline, and we see how the government's failed on that. A genomics talent pipeline, an innovation pipeline, and a pipeline of PPE. Now, we're going to see tomorrow with the Auditor General report on PPE how this government has funneled taxpayers' money into people connected with the Liberal Party and other insiders. But they mentioned that in the budget, a pipeline of PPE. What about a pipeline of oil and gas? Well, guess what? No mention. Now, we've seen what's going on in Michigan right now with Line 5, how if Michigan shuts down Line 5, it will cost tens of thousands of jobs in Sarnia, Ontario, and other places, probably double the price of gas, and yet there's nothing in this budget to address that issue. No mention of the fact that Alberta's oil and gas industry is the largest employer for Indigenous workers. In the Operations Committee, when we did a study on hiring or procurement, government procurement for the Indigenous, every single witness we had from the Indigenous community stated the only one doing their job was the oil and gas industry. Not the federal government, they were failing. But the oil and gas industry was providing wealth and prosperity for the Indigenous community. And in this budget, we have nothing. We've heard repeatedly in my writing, small businesses that opened just before or during the pandemic were left out of all the support, the wage support, the rent support, no fault of their own. I used to be in the hotel business. It takes a year or 2 years, longer now with all the regulations, to build a hotel. If you had the misfortune of deciding to invest in the city, Before COVID started, you were cut out from this government for support. We've asked repeatedly in this House, in committee, for the government to address that. Each time it's stand, hand over heart, oh, small businesses are the backbone of the economy, but we're not going to do anything. Nothing in this budget to address that. A friend of mine in the riding, a gentleman named Rick Bronson, has a comedy club, the House of Comedy in West Edmonton Mall. Employs almost 100 people. He was opening a new one in British Columbia just before COVID happened. No fault of his own, but he's shut out from this government program. And again, we've asked repeatedly to help these small businesses, but there's nothing for them. Alberta, we had two main asks in this budget. Money for carbon capture research. Now the Premier shot for the moon asking for billions. So I was expecting maybe $1 billion less. No, we ended up with a plan with carbon capture tax incentives, but only if you did not use it for enhanced oil recovery. Now, we've spoken to all the big players, the junior players for oil and gas. They've all said the same thing. There's no economic way forward for carbon capture without it being available for enhanced oil recovery. So on one hand, the Liberals put out a carrot, the next hand they hit you with a stick. In the budget itself, there is some money for carbon capture research. $20 million next year, $220 million over the next 5 years. When you think about it, it's oil and gas is still, even reduced prices, still our #1 export. It absolutely dwarfs the automobile industry. It dwarfs aerospace. And yet we get a pittance toward tech research for it. Put it in perspective, the government has given wealthy Tesla owners $100 million in subsidies to buy Tesla cars. Twice as much of that for the entire oil and gas industry for carbon capture. It shows very clearly this government does not care about Alberta, and they really don't care when push comes to shove for the environment. They also did not fix the unfair cap on the fiscal stabilization program that punishes Alberta because they include resources in that. They changed it to benefit Quebec and Ontario, but then they continued to discriminate against Alberta by adding in a ceiling if there's oil and gas, or if there's oil and gas resource revenue put in there. Now, since 2014, Albertans have been net contributors of over $110 billion to the federal purse. And what do we get back? Again, a slap in the face. I want to go back to that carbon capture, $20 million next year for the carbon capture research. Also in this budget is $22 million for an award, or for a recognition program for atomic workers from the 1950s during the Korean War era. Now, it's wonderful we're recognizing the work of people done 70 years ago, but there's as much money for a recognition program from the 1950s as there is for carbon capture, vital carbon capture research going on. It again shows the priorities of this government. It's not in working people, certainly not in Alberta. Now, 739 pages in this budget in total. Only mentions pipelines 5 times. The word supports shows 1,000 times. The words benefits show 1,300 times. Productivity, though, 39 times. Competitiveness, just 13 times. So what do you get for $700 billion of added debt over the next 5 years? Well, a growth rate that the government predicts, this is in their own budget, predicted to slow every single year starting 2022, all the way down to 1.7% growth in 2025. Now you think about that, $700 billion in added debt, and all we get is mediocre 1.7% growth. Robert Aslan, the former policy and budget director to Bill Morneau and a policy advisor to this Prime Minister, stated about this budget, it's hard to find a coherent growth plan. Spending close to $1 trillion and not moving the needle on growth would be the worst possible legacy of this budget. Dave Dodge, former Bank of Canada governor, states, it doesn't focus on growth, it's not a reasonably prudent plan. The budget's title, though, states it's a recovery plan for growth. But you know what is growing? Not the economy. Taxes are growing. In this budget, taxes received by this government are projected to grow 28% from 2019-2020 to end of 2025. Also scheduled for growth is the interest that we're paying to Bay Street and Wall Street bankers for this debt that they're piling up. $40 billion of interest we're going to be paying per year in 5 years. You think what we could do with that $40 billion? Well, we could buy off 40 times the amount for the WE scandal and keep the Prime Minister's friends in business for a while. But more importantly, think of the health care that we can invest in with that $40 billion. Every single premier asked for an increase in the health care transfers, but they got nothing. But we have $40 billion for wealthy bankers. Aging population we could be investing in. The military, $51 million in this budget for NATO participation. The rise of China with their aggression, Russia, and we put in $51 million, barely double what we're putting into a recognition program for atomic workers from 70 years ago. It's clear this budget is not meant for growth of the economy, is not meant for the people of Edmonton West, and certainly not meant for Albertans, and it's not meant for our future generations. This budget is a failure, it's a disgrace, and that's why I will not be supporting it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for the unforgettable memories when he talked about Steve Austin. I'm from the generation that knew Steve Austin as the $6 million man and not as Stone Cold Steve Austin, who belongs to a different generation. I have to admit that it's his feminine counterpart, Janie Summers, who I found to be the most charming. And now, coming back to today's subject, when it comes to the last statement that my colleague made about the issue of health transfers demanded by every premier in Canada and Quebec is once again absent in the government's current intentions, and the improvement of the pension that is offered to seniors. We hear our Conservative colleagues say often, if we were in power, we would do this and that. I would like to know if a Conservative government, if it took power, would ensure an increase in health transfers and ensure that seniors are treated fairly and have increases at the age of 65. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank my colleague for his comments about Jamie Summers as well. I forgot all about her, but thanks very much. He's brought up some good points about priorities. This government seems to be prioritizing wage subsidies for hedge fund billionaires and companies growing exponentially who do not need the money, but at the same time ignoring the provinces. I agree 100% with my colleague that the focus needs to be on healthcare and not paying off connected friends of the Liberal Party.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Livington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to stay with the $6 million theme in my questioning. Is my math correct? First of all, thank you for that excellent speech. But am I understanding correctly then only 43 minutes of the next year of this budget is being dedicated toward carbon capture storage? And I'm going $6 million. If $6 million is spent in 13 minutes, $20 million comes up in about 43.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I haven't got my calculator in front of me, so I'll trust my colleagues' numbers. But yes, and again, it shows a hypocrisy. This government talks so much about the environment. The number one job creator in Canada, what led us out of the 2008-2009 recession, that will lead us for growth out of this difficult time, is going to be the energy industry. Alberta, the energy industry has done an amazing job reducing carbon already. But here's another way for us to further help the environment through carbon capture research. And the government is more focused on giving millions and millions to wealthy owners of Tesla cars rather than the industry or instead of the environment. It's clear the government has its priorities wrong. We hope they will change it and focus on what's better for Canadians.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech made by my colleague just a few constituencies over. One of the big challenges that I have is comparing this BIA and the budget with the Liberals' dismal record on accountability. I know we've pointed out the $100 billion so-called green slush fund. We only need to look back at the pandemic and see some of the challenges associated with We Charity and other scandals to contracts given to Liberal insiders. I'm wondering if my colleague has more comments on just the lack of accountability that exists within this budgetary framework.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
That's a great comment from my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot. We're talking about accountability. It's been in the papers a lot about the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. It's the largest support program of the COVID crisis, $100 billion. We heard money has gone to wealthy hedge funds managers. We've heard it's gone to multinational corporations. We even heard we were giving taxpayers money to a Chinese state-owned company. Now, when we asked the President of the Treasury Board what oversight he provided for this $100 billion, did it go through the Treasury Board process as required? You know, his comment was, I don't know. His job is to oversee the spending, and he didn't even know whether it went through the process. It didn't, and the results are showing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak to Budget 2021, the first budget from this government in 2 years. Canadians have been patient. While they were asked for 2 weeks to flatten the curve, they've given 14 months. And what they've been waiting for is a plan to safely reopen our economy and to get Canadians back to work, a plan to provide future generations with the hope and confidence they so desperately need right now, that they do indeed have a future. However, this budget is a massive letdown. Unemployed Canadians hoping to see a plan to create new jobs and economic opportunities for their families are going to feel let down. Workers who have had their wages cut and hours slashed, hoping to see a plan to reopen the economy, are going to feel let down. Families that can't afford more taxes and are struggling to save money for their children's education or to buy a home are going to feel let down. Saskatchewanians looking for a plan to support important sectors in our province are going to feel let down. A government focused on economic recovery would support all sectors of the economy, especially sectors that have been reliable sources of economic stability for Canadians in the past. In this budget, the Liberals have decided to throw caution to the wind and ignore these sectors. For instance, the oil and gas industry in Canada has long been a sector which has fostered economic growth and prosperity for thousands of hardworking Canadians, with revenues supporting social programs and infrastructure like schools and hospitals. Yet, as we look to return to normalcy, this important sector has been left behind once again. Workers in this sector have been hit hard during this pandemic through lost wages and jobs, yet there are no supports for them. Another sector left behind is our agricultural sector, specifically farmers, ranchers, and producers. They've worked continuously to support Canada throughout this pandemic. Yet these two immensely important sectors, which have consistently offered economic growth and stability, have been shunned in this budget, with workers who are so crucial to getting Canada through the pandemic being ignored by this government, all in favor of partisan spending. Madam Speaker, this is unacceptable. But what is included in this budget is an expensive, Ottawa knows best proposal for a national childcare system. This Ottawa-centric approach should come as no surprise to Canadians familiar with the Liberals' disregard for provincial jurisdiction. In a Liberal politician's mind, a one-size-fits-all policy makes sense, but this does not work in the real world. For example, the circumstances and needs of parents in urban versus rural Canadians are very different. While parents do need support, they should ultimately be the ones to make the decision on how to care for their children, not bureaucrats in Ottawa. And while we supported and put forward changes to the wage subsidy and the rent relief programs, extensions to these programs would more than likely not be necessary if the federal government had done a better job at managing the pandemic and procuring vaccines for Canadians. As it is now, we are in the middle of a third wave sweeping across our country, causing provincial governments to impose more restrictions and lockdowns of their respective economies. Conservatives have been supportive of measures that support Canadians and Canadian businesses. We are supportive of spending that will make real change for struggling Canadians who have been heavily affected by the pandemic. But what we are seeing in this budget is an avalanche of spending that increases the size and role of government in the Canadian economy. We are emerging from a pandemic. Small and medium-sized businesses, entrepreneurs, and individuals need financial support to recover from the devastation this pandemic has wrought. When so many are in dire need of assistance, it is unacceptable that the Liberals would set aside $100 billion for what amounts to electioneering expenditures. Unfortunately, unbridled spending on pet projects is par for the course with this government. They have always run deficits, not once trying to control the national debt or rein in spending. Prudent financial planning would have had the federal government running surpluses prior to the pandemic, saving in the good years so that there is a buffer against the bad. Instead, the failures of the government before the pandemic and now during it have caused Canada's debt to shoot over $1 trillion for the first time in our history. This debt will be paid back by future generations. This budget does not set up Canadians for future prosperity. Instead, it has set up Canada for long-term post-pandemic failure. The Liberals have made numerous missteps in their spending during the pandemic, like the spectacular overexpenditure on ventilators. Or even more egregious was the secretive awarding of billions of dollars of contracts to Chinese firms for PPE supplies without much, if any, regard for our domestic ability to ramp up production here in Canada. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the infrastructure file on which the government has completely fallen far short. The Prime Minister's Infrastructure Bank has woefully underperformed. In the past 4 years, it has spent billions of dollars and completed 0 projects. A new report from the PBO revealed that it is losing money and will miss the government's set targets by over 50%. Instead of stimulating the economy, it has been a complete waste of taxpayers' money. In the spring 2021 edition of We Build, Saskatchewan's construction magazine, they note, and I quote, almost $900 million in federal spending has been earmarked to be spent in Saskatchewan, and yet 64% of this amount remains unallocated. Of the 36% that has been allocated, more than half of this is still under review, meaning that of the $887 million in federal money targeted for Saskatchewan, only $152 million has actually been invested. This is a travesty, and it is almost entirely because of federal bureaucratic inefficiencies. End quote. Further, the infrastructure gap between Indigenous communities and the rest of Canada will not be addressed by the money pledged in this budget. Many First Nations communities have already stated that they need more assistance in closing the infrastructure gap, yet this government continues to fail them both in this budget and through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. There are still many communities without clean water. Now it is even clearer how badly this government has failed them. The Infrastructure Bank which had a specific mandate that included improving infrastructure for Indigenous communities, has fallen far short of the mark, just as this government has continuously fallen far short of the mark. Canadians need thoughtful, focused, and effective spending by the government, even more so in times of crisis. The spending in this budget should have focused on recovering and creating jobs for Canadians, not partisan priorities. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, as I've already said, this budget has been a massive letdown, a budget that has truly missed the mark, a budget that is adding nearly $500 billion in new debt that will only be paid back by raising taxes on hardworking Canadian families, all while placing a massive burden of debt on future generations. In this budget, we find a complete lack of thought regarding the priorities of Canadians, a failure to address their needs, and an ignoring of vital sectors in need of stimulus. This government needs to rethink its priorities as we move towards reopening the economy. Canadians need a real plan for the future, Madam Speaker. They need a budget which puts Canadians first. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday in Quebec, it was the National Day of Patriots, and I wish to celebrate all those Quebecers who are celebrating freedom. In the rest of Canada, they were celebrating Queen Victoria. When Queen Victoria came to the throne, one of the first things she did was to order the executions of those who were fighting for freedom in Canada. In Quebec, they were celebrating the memory of those who were killed, and in the rest of Canada, they were celebrating the one who ordered the executions. Now, my question is, two of the groups that were affected by the pandemic are youth and seniors, especially when it comes to mental health. Mental health among youth is one of the most crucial issues. They and seniors have been deeply affected. We should be investing in health and in seniors. But they're claiming it doesn't fit in the current budget. When it comes to mental health issues, including health transfers, are we going to improve the situation of seniors?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that question. And I guess what I would start off by saying is, the member should actually direct questions about the level of health transfers that are included in this budget to members of the governing party. But I will say this, the Liberals' failure to deliver a plan to reopen the economy and their massive deficit spending jeopardizes the long-term viability of important social programs like education and healthcare. Their unsustainable debt will lead to higher taxes, penalizing those who can afford it the least. And provincial governments only have to look back to the 1990s to remember what the previous Liberal government had to do to deal with their debt and deficits. Conservatives are committed to improving the well-being and financial security of Canada's seniors, and we have also committed to addressing mental health of Canadians should we form government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 in 5 people in Canada don't take the medication they've been prescribed because they can't afford it. Yet the Conservatives voted to continue protecting the profits of Big Pharma. The Liberals have been promising a pharmacare program for 23 years. Can the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek explain why this bill continues to put pharmaceutical profits ahead of the needs of Canadian families and why her continues to vote against a pharmacare program?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member is correct. This budget does not address the topic that the member has raised. I believe we need to be focusing on ways to help Canadians who don't have or can't afford drug coverage, rather than upending a system that works for the vast majority of Canadians. No one should have to go without the medications they need. During the pandemic, we have seen many Canadians endure prescription drug shortages. We believe, Conservatives believe, that it is key for the federal government to work with the provinces to help strengthen our domestic pharmaceutical drug supply. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech given by my colleague from the other side, just across the border in Saskatchewan. Certainly, one of the challenges that we've seen throughout the last 6 years of Liberal governments and is emphasized in this budget is the growing divide between urban and rural Canada. And certainly, a lot of the promises made in this budget seem to just outright ignore rural and remote Canada, whether that be rural areas like that member and I represent, or more remote areas like in Canada's north. I'm wondering if the member would comment on some of the ways that this budget fails to address the challenges faced by rural and remote Canada.
If the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, about 10 seconds to answer.
Thank you very much. Well, quite simply, I would say to my honourable colleague that over the past 6 years, what we have seen is a government that practices in policies of division, whether it is pitting the East against the West or pitting rural Canadians.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So after waiting 2 long years for the Liberals to table a budget, they've instead presented a massive new debt burden for Canadians rather than a hopeful plan for a path forward post-pandemic. In a word, Madam Speaker, failure. Unemployed Canadians wanted to see a plan to create new jobs, and workers who've had their wages cut and their hours slashed had hoped to see a plan to reopen the economy. And families that simply can't afford more taxes were looking for relief. Instead, this costly plan will add over $100 billion in new spending and will increase Canada's debt to a whopping $1.2 trillion. Yes, that's trillion with a T, Madam Speaker, for the very first time in Canadian history. It's a staggering amount that most Canadians can't even begin to comprehend. $1.2 trillion. That's equivalent to every single Canadian being responsible for $33,000 of federal debt. Canadians and their children and their children's children and their children's children's children and on and on and on will be forced to pay off this massive debt of this government. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer recently released a report saying that this budget even underestimates the size of the federal deficits by about $5.6 billion per year. And to quote the PBO directly, quote, puts Ottawa on a long-term path of higher debt. And fiscal anchors? Nope, none of those in there. Only a vague mention on page 53 that the government is committed to unwinding COVID-related deficits and reducing the federal debt as a share of the economy over the medium term, end quote. Well, that sure sounds reassuring, doesn't it, Madam Speaker? Canadians are right to be concerned about this Liberal spending. They'll be footing the bill of $40 billion in taxes every year to pay the interest expenses on that debt alone. And this is all predicated on a very risky assumption that interest rates and inflation will continue to remain low. So with all this spending and all this fiscal risk, you'd expect some actual substance. But many Canadians are being simply left behind or ignored in this budget. And how about a plan to unleash the prosperity-producing, economy-boosting Alberta energy? Nope, definitely not in the budget on that one. This government has been abundantly clear on their plan to landlock Canadian oil. Bill C-48, Bill C-69 in the previous Parliament, and the Prime Minister's comment that the oil sands need to be phased out. The Liberal government already had stood by idly while the U.S. administration canceled Keystone XL. And of course, they themselves caused the cancellation of things like Northern Gateway and Energy East. And Enbridge Line 5, of course, we know about the jeopardy that it's in. And it's responsible for supplying the oil needs of half of the oil needs of Ontario and Quebec. So the closure of that pipeline would literally create the energy crisis here in Canada. So, you know, and then we, of course, would see more of Alberta's oil stranded, where Alberta's economy is already suffering. And instead, that biases it towards oil from places with far less environmentally friendly records elsewhere in the world. And all of that is due to the Liberals strangling Alberta oil in favor of that less environmentally friendly oil from other countries that certainly don't share our commitment to environmental protection nor to human rights. But, again, Madam Speaker, the budget is completely silent on Alberta energy. And I can tell you that despite this deafening silence by the Liberals, Conservatives will always continue to advocate for pipelines and projects that end our dependence on foreign oil and that will unleash our energy sector. Energy and job-killing legislation from the Liberals has only decreased Canada's ability to produce and trade environmentally sustainable energy resources and to create more jobs. Alberta's energy sector could be the key to economic growth and to success post-pandemic in Canada. But the Liberals have chosen instead to denigrate and ignore it. Its absence is glaringly obvious, and Albertans won't forget it. Instead, this budget proposes a reimagined Canadian economy that dabbles in risky economic ideas, which will leave the Canadian economy in a very precarious position. But so much more is also missed in this budget, Madam Speaker. Startup businesses who are in desperate positions that don't meet the government's narrow rules of assistance programs. Well, there's nothing for them either, Madam Speaker. And small businesses? There are major gaps and issues with federal programming that the Liberals continue to ignore. The CFIB said on the budget that, I quote, "The government did not deliver on many of the major program gaps affecting thousands of small businesses facing restrictions, closures, and huge amounts of COVID-related debt," end quote. And many of those small businesses are tourism businesses. And tourism businesses are desperate to have the government table a safe plan with metrics and targets to be able to open their businesses for the key summer season. Well, sorry, nothing for them in the budget either. In my beautiful riding of Banff Airdrie, tourism is a key economic driver, which has been devastated by the pandemic. Lockdowns and border restrictions have stifled businesses, and many have been forced to lay off employees, and in some cases, unfortunately, close down altogether. And this is happening everywhere, right across Canada. Tourism and travel-related businesses lost approximately $19.4 billion in revenue last year from the absence of international visitors. However, the government just once again extended the U.S.-Canada border closure well into the key summer tourist season without any kind of a plan or any metrics on how or when they might be willing to safely reopen that border. And now tourism businesses are looking at losing another key summer. And the budget is completely silent on a safe plan for reopening and for a safe way forward. The government has unfortunately chosen winners and losers in this budget, and unfortunately left many people out to dry. The Liberal government loves to tout the saying, "We're all in this together." But recently, I heard another metaphor about the pandemic, which I thought was very apt to the chosen winners and losers in this debt-heavy Canadian Liberal budget. And it's this: we're all in the same storm, but some are in yachts and others are in leaky rowboats. The Liberal government shouldn't be waving to Canadians struggling in the pandemic storm from their leaky rowboat while they're drinking champagne from the deck of their taxpayer debt-paid yacht. Spending without a proper plan, Madam Speaker, is failure. And to the government, I say this: fix this budget and give Canadians a hopeful path forward for economic recovery post-pandemic, not a lifetime of taxes and debt, because that's what we see with this budget. We see a lot of money being spent, but a lot of people still being left behind. And what we then see, of course, are people being burdened. It's Canadians, their children, their grandchildren, their great-great-great-grandchildren, seeing that burden of debt to pay for all of this spending. Because that's the thing that I think this Prime Minister and this Liberal government fail to understand. That money doesn't grow on trees. The government doesn't just manufacture the ability to spend money. That money comes from hard-working Canadian taxpayers who've earned that money. And it takes away from their ability to meet the needs of their families, to meet their own needs, to keep their businesses running, to keep their employees with jobs. And that is not just now, but it's well into the future to pay for the kinds of debt burden that we've seen put on by this government. So, it's just staggering to imagine the amount of money being spent and how there's still so many people being left behind. I talked about our oil and gas industry in Alberta. I talked about our important tourism industry across this country, about our small business owners, about the many people who've started new businesses and are left out of many of the government programs. They've been able to spend a lot of money, but they've not been able to help so many of the people that actually need it. And those are the same people that are going to have to pay for the burden being left by this government and all of their massive spending. So I say to this government, you've got to try and do things to make sure you aren't leaving people behind, that you're creating a hopeful and an optimistic future instead of burdening people with massive amounts of debt that will do the exact opposite.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a question for my colleague. When we're talking about debt and concerns about debt, I have a particular concern. Yes, there's debt, which is a risk to the economy, but it's also a risk to more social matters. And so if we want to invest and think about future generations and workers, with regard to the environment, Madam Speaker, what does my colleague have to say about the fact that we should invest in a better environment with an energy transfer to other newer types of energy that isn't necessarily oil and gas, to allow workers to be part of this transition towards new energies?
For Ben Fairtree.
Well, I would say this. I would say that we have a multitude of different energy needs to serve the energy needs of this country and the world. And we are fortunate in Canada to have the opportunity to provide for that in a variety of ways. And frankly, we have a very strong environmental plan that does include moving forward with new types of energy. But it also has to include our very environmentally friendly oil and gas in this country, which takes away the ability from other countries to fill that need with far less environmentally friendly, far less human rights conscious, and frankly, far less good for our Canadian economy. So we need to have our oil and gas be a big part of that picture going forward, because it is good for the environment and for the future of our country economically. So that would be how I would respond to that, member, is that we can have new forms of energy, but oil and gas are a key part of that going forward, and they will be for many years to come yet.
The honourable member for Cowish and Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I will follow up on the previous question that was asked to my colleague. Last week we saw the news that Ford has introduced the F-150 Lightning, and this is very significant because the F-150 is hands down the best-selling pickup truck for the last number of decades. They sell 900,000 F-150s every single year. So that's a game changer of an announcement. So I asked my colleague again, when Ford is making such a huge leap into electric vehicles, and when indeed the rest of the world and corporations around the world are making an active attempt to reduce their use of fossil fuels, how can he say that an increased investment in more pipelines is a smart way to go when the rest of the world is actively trying to head in the opposite direction? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Banff Fairtree.
Well, first of all, let me be clear. I think that the idea of seeing other forms of energy being used is a wonderful thing. It's great. But I have to make it very clear, oil and gas is going to be a big part of the future for many years to come. And if we're going to have oil and gas be a part of that future, why does that member think it should come from places like Saudi Arabia or, other countries with far less environmentally friendly records, with far less human rights records? I would much rather see that oil and gas come from Canada, where we can create Canadian jobs, where we can ensure that we have the most high environmental standards of just about anywhere in the entire world, where we can ensure human rights abuses aren't occurring. The oil and gas here in Canada stands up to anything else in the world in terms of our environmental record, and I would say that member should encourage that oil and gas be used here from Canada rather than places with far less environmentally friendly.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question to my honourable colleague. You mentioned interest rates in your speech, and we're hearing a lot of talk.
May I remind the member to speak to the colleague through the speaker. I did not mention anything, but when you asked the question, you're saying you mentioned this or you mentioned that, but the honourable member did.
I actually addressed you, Madam Speaker, and then I said the question to my honourable colleague. So, sorry if you didn't like my phrasing. I'll try again. My colleague, Madam Speaker, mentioned the interest rates, and we are hearing a lot of talk now about potential raises in interest rates, which makes debt servicing a real problem. So I'm interested in what the honourable member might have to say about how an increase in debt servicing will affect services generally for Canadians.
Very quick response from the honourable member for Brant-Ferry.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned in my speech, we're already talking about even if interest rates weren't to rise, we'd be looking at by 2025 about a $40 billion a year cost to the taxpayer just to cover the interest on all this new debt. So can you imagine what will happen if those interest rates do? And they likely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora will have about 3 minutes to start his speech and resume after oral questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be back here physically in the chamber. It's great to be back after participating virtually for quite some time, and I think all my colleagues would agree that we hope that this becomes the norm once again in the not too distant future. And with the limited time I have here before question period, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to emphasize, similarly as many of my colleagues have raised already today, that I cannot support the implementation of this budget for a number of reasons, but for myself personally, the greatest reason being that there's no plan back to balance. There's simply a plan from the government to spend into oblivion, and we know that will hurt future generations in a number of ways, and have many negative fiscal and social consequences going into the future. Madam Speaker, but I will touch on that in much more detail after votes later today when my speech resumes. But I want to make note something interesting in the budget, and it pertains to food security across the north. If I'm not mistaken, the government has allocated $163 million over 3 years to expand Nutrition North Canada funding. And in the face of it, Madam Speaker, there's no concerns there. I think having increased funding to support Northerners who are struggling with food insecurity is a positive. However, I will note that each year under this government they have raised funding for Nutrition North. However, the rates of food insecurity across the north have also increased year after year. So the government is continuing to spend more money, and they are getting a worse result for Northerners. And they like to pat themselves on the back. They like to talk about all the money that they are spending and such a great job they are doing. However, on this side of the House, we certainly measure success not based on dollars spent, but on results for Northerners. And it's very clear that right now, the government's approach to addressing food insecurity in the north is not getting the job done. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I have here. You're going to cut me off there? Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to resuming the speech after question period.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes and a half after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the past weeks, the world has witnessed the violence in Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. Thousands of Canadians have written to my office and expressed their horror at seeing Israeli army brutalizing Palestinians as they worshipped at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, as well as the forcible removal of Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah. These Canadians are also concerned about the report from Human Rights Watch, calling the violation of international human rights and forcible removal by Israel as apartheid. Canadians have always fought against apartheid. They want Canada to take a leadership role during this ceasefire to ensure that the 680,000 displaced Palestinians are given back their homes and land. Canada values human rights, and we must fight for human rights for all, not a select few. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Madam Speaker, Tuesday, May 18th, marked the 12th anniversary of the Molivakal massacre and the end of the armed conflict in Sri Lanka. Over 70,000 innocent civilian Tamils were murdered, 3 million detained, and countless disappeared.
To the families and the friends of the victims of the Tamil genocide and survivors who experienced unimaginable trauma.
I appreciate the strength and perseverance of Canada's Tamil communities in my riding of Laval-les-Îles and across Canada, and I wish all Tamils a peaceful and prosperous future where peace remains.
And will always be an advocate for peace and human rights, and will pioneer all effort in order to ensure that these atrocities will never happen again.
The honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to congratulate and thank my friend and community hero, Will Galt. Will has faced challenges and adversity in his life, but he never gave up. He now owns a successful small business in our community, Willie Dogs, and grills up the best hot dogs in Winnipeg. Last week, I was pleased to stop by Willie Dogs to grab lunch and support his campaign to thank frontline hospital workers for their amazing dedication throughout the pandemic. Will is selling specially priced vouchers that anyone can purchase to buy lunch for frontline hospital workers as a thank you for their tireless work, whether it be through this campaign to support healthcare workers or fundraising for the Bruce Oak Recovery Center to support those on a path to recovery from addiction. Will is always looking for ways to help support our community. Thank you, Will, for all that you do.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Rose Blanche to Lanza Meadows, Hampton to Cox's Cove, Burgeo to Port au Choix, and so many places in between, my riding of the Long Range Mountains here in Newfoundland and Labrador is an incredible tourism destination. It's Tourism Week in Canada. It's a chance to celebrate our amazing tourism operators. But like so many other places in Canada, our tourism industry has been one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, there is hope, and there are bright lights shining through. For example, right now in Norris Point, in the heart of Grossmore National Park, the Trails, Tales and Tunes Festival is hosting its 15th annual festival. And thanks to the incredible work by their team, they're able to do it safely and in person following provincial regulations. As we build back better all across the country, I hope everyone in this House will join me in pledging that when it is safe to do so, we will travel and explore and be a tourist within Canada and within our own provinces, taking in all the wonders that make us love this country so much. Happy Tourism Week, everyone.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today, George Floyd was murdered by a police officer. We will never forget those images of that white officer with his knee pressed against the neck of that black man, even as Floyd begged for his life. "I can't breathe," he said.
We will never forget that despite his calls for help, the officer kept his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 45 seconds without a moment's hesitation. We will never forget that George Floyd was murdered after being stopped for a $20 counterfeit bill. That is the most horrible expression of racism. We will never forget the unprecedented mobilization of the Black Lives Movement to ensure justice. A year later, the police officer has been convicted, but let us keep the memory of George Floyd alive and well for all those who are victims of profiling, police violence, and even murdered because of the color of their skin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise as a Quebecer proud of my Chilean origins. On May 15th and 16th, there was a historic vote in Chile. They elected 155 individuals to form the Constitutional Convention, gender equal, with representatives from the 10 official indigenous communities. The Chilean people want an institutional mechanism to end with Pinochet's constitution. This new constitution will be written by professors, journalists, workers, women at home, engineers, as well as representatives of traditional political parties, but mainly independents and indigenous peoples. I want to highlight the extraordinary mobilization of women in Chile. Members of the Constitutional Council and others were elected during these elections. This follows in the indelible footsteps of the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo movement. I salute this democratic gesture to ensure a fair and better future.
Or Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, seniors across Northern Ontario and across the country are struggling. I have heard from many in my riding who have shared their difficulties living on a fixed income and dealing with the health and mobility challenges that come with age while they're not getting the supports that they need and deserve. On top of that, seniors have had to cope with the pandemic, during which they have been at a heightened health risk, and this past year many seniors have been unable to see their loved ones and have struggled to access the services they rely on. Mr. Speaker, that's why Conservatives have consistently called for a clear plan to help seniors navigate this crisis. We called for increased financial supports for all low-income seniors and timely action to address the serious challenges in long-term care. Seniors built this country, and they deserve better. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this place today to thank all seniors across our riding for their contributions to their communities and renew my commitment to fighting for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise virtually in this House today to share with you that my beautiful riding of Richmond Hill is home to vibrant members of Asian community. As we all know, May is Asian Heritage Month. The York Region Liberal MPs are hosting a local appreciation event to celebrate the life of Asian descent in our community. Diversity is our greatest strength. We all need to recognize the contribution accomplishment made by Asian Canadians and highlight their rich and vivid culture. This is also a challenging time for our Asian community as misinformation and anti-Asian hate has been at all-time high since the pandemic has started. Hate, prejudice, and discrimination has no place in Canada and is unacceptable. We must continue to stand together and stand up for our Asian community. Happy Asian Month, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, on May 18th, I joined the Tamil community in my riding of Vimy and across the country to commemorate the Mali-Vaikal Day. Each year, we remember the thousands of lives lost during the Mali-Vaikal massacre during the Sri Lankan Civil War, an event that remains very troubling to this day.
And cities, we see members of the Tamil community who lived through the darkest moments of the Civil War. Many are family and friends of the survivors and the victims. Others are survivors themselves. As we reflect on the destruction and pain inflicted during the war, we are reminded of the strength and resilience of the Tamil community in Canada and around the world. Today and every day, let's remember the lives lost and recommit ourselves to standing against injustice in all forms.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
I rise today to recognize the life of Austin Caron, a Calgary political activist who passed away suddenly last week in his sleep at the much too early age of 23. A former staffer here on the Hill, Austin was a true politico who could be found at the doors campaigning during any municipal, provincial, or federal election. Remembered for his larger-than-life personality and dedication to the Conservative movement, Austin touched the lives of many people and packed in a lot of campaigning in his 23 years. Austin will be dearly missed by many of his friends and fellow University of Calgary Tories who named a leadership award after him in memoriam. On behalf of the Conservative Parliamentary Caucus, I want to extend our heartfelt condolences, prayers, and appreciation for Austin's contributions to the Conservative movement, to his family, and especially to his grieving parents, Daryl and Tammy. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families, particularly those in Alfred Pellan, have been hard hit by the pandemic. COVID-19 has led to unexpected expenses, both adding additional financial burden on the shoulders of the families living in this area. Since 2015, our government has committed to supporting Canadian families, and this is even truer during a pandemic. That is why we have put in place the Young Child Supplement and the Canadian Child Benefit. This will allow families to get up to $1,200 per child under the age of 6 with a first payment this very week. This additional amount will allow parents to have more money to put food on the table, purchase clothing, or register their child in summer activities. The federal government continues to be there for families across the country.
For Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, it's Tourism Week in Canada, and while normally we'd see a flurry of activity, this year optimism is guarded. Few places can boast the variety of tourist attractions that Perth Wellington does. Not only do their arts enrich our communities, but they also help to diversify our economy. Drayton Entertainment, Stratford Summer Music, Springworks, and the Stratford Festival all contribute millions to our local economy while also supporting the hospitality and accommodation sectors. Our local museums, including the Stratford Perth Museum, the St. Mary's Museum, Palmerston Railway Museum, Wellington County Museum, and the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, all work to preserve our rich and enduring history. Others have sought a more unique way to preserve history, like Broken Rail Brewing, which might be one of the few craft breweries in Canada that is also located within a National Historic Site. Too often, we may not see the historic and tourist treasures that exist in our own backyards. So this summer, when safe, I hope all of us will be tourists in our own communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Tourism Week across Canada. Tourism is a major economic driver in my beautiful riding of Niagara Falls. Before COVID-19, about 40,000 workers from across Niagara had jobs in our local tourism sector, which generated over $2.4 billion worth of receipts a year. Nationally, Canada's travel and tourism industry is the country's 5th largest sector, responsible for $105 billion in GDP and employing, prior to COVID, 1 in 10 Canadians. Normally, we would be celebrating the beginning of our summer tourism season this week. Instead, the tourism sector continues to struggle because of this federal government's mismanagement of Canada's pandemic response. Had the Liberals secured vaccines more quickly, implemented widespread rapid testing, and had a data-driven plan to reopen our economy safely and responsibly, we could be there by now. As we acknowledge the celebration of Tourism Week, Canada's Conservatives renew our commitment to advocate for those hardest hit in our travel and tourism industry so we can get life back to normal as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
We are all heartened to see the ceasefire in Gaza is holding, but the humanitarian crisis in the region is dire and urgent. Over 100,000 Palestinians were forced to leave their homes, thousands have had their homes destroyed, and hundreds of families are mourning the loss of a loved one. UNICEF and other organizations are on the ground providing humanitarian relief, distributing food, fuel, medicine, and supplies for clean drinking water. At this critical juncture, Canada must help ensure these teams have unfettered access to Gaza. Canada must also address the causes of the conflict and push for reconciliation. This means calling for an end to the illegal occupation, settlements, and evictions, recognizing statehood for Palestine, ending arms sales to Israel, urging Israel to allow Palestinians in East Jerusalem to participate in the Palestinian elections. There is only one side Canada should be taking in this conflict, the side of peace and justice.
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois welcomes the ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. We reiterate our support for lasting peace that must involve a two-state solution, which also means that Israel must cease once and for all the settlements in Palestinian territory. In the search for lasting peace, the Bloc Québécois supports a dialogue and discussion which involves the free expression of opposing points of view calmly and peacefully. We condemn anti-Semitic comments and violence that have taken place recently, notably in Montreal on May 16th. These attacks on Jewish peoples must cease and are extremely counterproductive to the Palestinian cause. The Bloc Québécois unreservedly supports the creation of a Palestinian state, will never support hate and intolerance. We call for a return to calm so that everybody can speak freely. That is a condition that is essential to ensuring dialogue and peace.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Liberal government, we've seen our country's debt skyrocket, and now the annual inflation rate is 3.4%. Inflation's eroding the purchasing power of everyday Canadians and making it harder for families to get by. We supported the very specific measures to protect Canadians in the pandemic because it was the right thing to do. Now with this latest budget, it contains billions of dollars that go far and beyond COVID support programs, and it's all paid for with borrowed money. We need a recovery plan, but with the Liberals, we are witnessing a risky, out-of-control debt plan without any real stimulus. Our Conservative team is offering another path, one of security and certainty. It'll safely secure our future and deliver us to a Canada where those who have struggled the most through this pandemic can get back to work. We want a Canada where manufacturing at home is bolstered, where wages go up, and where the dream of so many Canadian families can be realized. Canada's Conservatives got Canada through the last recession, and with Canada's recovery plan, Conservatives will get Canadians through this one too.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mandy Bujold is one of the best boxers in the world. 11 Canadian national championships, 3 continental championships, a gold medal at the first Pan Am Games, and a bronze medal at the first Commonwealth Games that included women's boxing. Mandy is a Canadian flyweight champion. She's also a mother. Because she made the choice to have a child, she's being excluded from the Tokyo Olympics. No woman should have to choose between her career and motherhood. Mandy would be the first female boxer to represent Canada at consecutive Olympic Games. But due to the pandemic and her motherhood, Mandy is being denied this opportunity. Champs like Lennox Lewis and Billie Jean King have spoken out in support. The Minister of Heritage has written a letter of support. I add my voice to those who say Mandy deserves the opportunity to fight and represent her country in the Olympics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, everything is getting more expensive under this Liberal government. And now we have the proof. Last month, inflation powered through the government's target to a 10-year high. Lumber is more expensive. Houses are more expensive. Food is more expensive. Life is more expensive. How much more is this government's economic failure going to cost Canadian families?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a simple promise to Canadians that we'd have your backs.
however long it took, whatever it took. And that's exactly what we did. By supporting Canadians right away who lost their jobs because of this pandemic with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, by supporting small businesses across the country with things like the wage subsidy and the Canada Emergency Business Account, we have been there to support Canadians through this difficult time. And we've seen, Mr. Speaker, our economy bounce back quicker than other economies around the world because we've been there to support. We will continue to be.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
But, Mr. Speaker, this government is the first one in Canadian history to make it impossible for Canadians to aspire to home ownership. Inflation is making construction more expensive. Only the wealthiest first-time buyers will now qualify for a mortgage, and the government has been studying capital gains taxes on principal residences for years. Why is this government making it harder for Canadian families to get ahead?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's in fact not true. One of the very first things we did when we took office was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower them for the middle class. Then and Conservatives voted against it. Then we brought in the Canada Child Benefit that puts more money in Canadians' pockets every single month to help with the cost of raising their kids by not spending and by not sending checks to millionaire families like the Conservatives did. We've continued to invest in affordable housing and working towards a Canada-wise early learning and childcare system to lower the price of childcare to $10 a day in the coming years. We've continued to make life more affordable.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the economic news for Canadians went from bad to worse last week. The United States announced it wants to double tariffs on softwood lumber. That will impact mills in British Columbia, Northern Ontario, and the Saguenay. Canadian resource workers are once again being threatened by the United States. When are Canadians going to finally see this Prime Minister stand up for working Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Leader of the Opposition was these past 5 years, but Canadians across the country watch this government consistently stand up for Canadian steelworkers, Canadian aluminum workers, Canadian dairy farmers, Canadian forestry workers. We have continued to stand up for Canadians faced with a difficult American administration under the last administration and under this administration. We will continue to stand up for Canadian jobs, for Canadian interests, and make sure we are protecting Canadian jobs every step of the way.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, everything's becoming more expensive under this Liberal government. Inflation has hit a 10-year high. We now have the proof. Lumber, houses, even food are more and more expensive. Life is more expensive. That's a fact. How much will this cost Canadians?
Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. From the beginning of the pandemic, we made a promise to Canadians that we would be there to support them, no matter how long the pandemic would last, and that's exactly what we did with CERB, with support for businesses, with the emergency account, with help for seniors and youth. We were there to support Canadians, as we've been doing for the last 6 years. The reality is that the Conservatives continue to vote against our measures to help Canadians, whether it be lowering taxes for the middle class or increasing them for the wealthiest, which we brought in at the beginning of our government. This is the work we're continuing to do to deliver an ambitious budget for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, Canada's economic news is worse day after day. Last week, the United States announced that they wanted to double softwood lumber tariffs. The real impact will be felt in mills in BC, Northern Ontario, and the Saguenay region. Workers and their resources are threatened by the United States. When will the Prime Minister take a serious approach for the economy to help all Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 5 years now, the Leader of the Opposition has been watching us deliver to protect jobs in Canada, jobs in various regions, fighting against a protectionist government under Donald Trump. We continue to be there to fight jobs, to protect supply management, softwood lumber, and workers throughout the country in steel and aluminum. We've always been there to defend Canadians. against protectionist policies in the United States and will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec's government has decided to use its prerogative to amend the Canadian Constitution to indicate that Quebec forms a nation and the only language of that nation is French, and that French is also its common language. The Prime Minister noted this choice, which will be submitted to Quebec's National Assembly. Will the Prime Minister confirm in this House that he welcomes the will of the Quebec National Assembly, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? As I've said for some time, we work hand in hand with the Government of Quebec to ensure that we protect the French language in Quebec and all throughout Canada while protecting linguistic minorities, Anglophones in Quebec and Francophones elsewhere in Canada. We will continue to work with all of our partners who share this goal. I look forward to being able to work with the Government of Quebec on this issue. To me, that sounds like a yes. It seems that the will of Quebec State, including the choice of the Premier to act, might not be well received or misunderstood in Canadian provinces. To avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings in public opinion or the media, can the Prime Minister explain his willingness to accept this gesture? Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, I've been meeting premiers from all the provinces. I have my next meeting in 2 days, and of course, I'm looking forward to talking to them about the pandemic, the measures that we're working on together to ensure that Canadians are safe, and of course, I look forward to continuing to talk about issues that matter to the entire country, including protecting French and protecting linguistic minorities throughout the country. The pandemic was difficult for people, but not for banks. Banks made billions of dollars in profit. In spite of that, they've increased service fees, and worse, the Liberal government has the ability to stop them, but continues to let them increase service fees. Why does the Prime Minister refuse to stop banks from stealing this money from people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The NDP likes to maintain this discourse, but in 2015, we increased taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians and lowered them for the middle class. The NDP voted against this measure. In the last budget for 2021, we ensured that digital service providers pay their fair share, set up a tax on yachts and luxury vehicles, and started tackling aggressive tax planning, and is fighting tax havens. We will always defend the middle class and ensure that everyone pays their fair share.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister just ignored my question about banks increasing their banking fees, just like the Prime Minister ignored the Deschamps report. But his National Defense Deputy Minister has clearly stated what we've known for a long time, and I quote, that I think that as little was done as possible to make it look like the report had been responded to without any real change. No structural change, no legislative change, no outside the department, outside the Canadian Armed Forces reporting. Why does the Prime Minister refuse to put in place the Deschamps report and continue to fail women in the armed forces?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we agree that our institutions are not living up to the needs of those who have experienced misconduct, and that includes the military justice system. We've taken concrete actions to address this. We've named Lieutenant General Jenny Carignan as a Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture. We've named Maurice Fish to conduct the third independent review of the entire military justice system. And we also recently appointed Louise Arbour to conduct an independent review of the treatment of sexual misconduct. Mr. Speaker, these are just the first steps. We know that every woman or man who serves in the armed forces deserves to be properly supported, and we will ensure that.
L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Official Languages, the Minister of Innovation, and even the Minister of Heritage, after changing his position, all mentioned at one time or another that they were in favor of net neutrality. However, the definition of net neutrality is that it is a principle that should ensure equal treatment of all data flows on the internet. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Heritage explain how regulating social networks respects this concept? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a bit of confusion about the definition of net neutrality, because that definition focuses on infrastructure, the way that people can access the internet. Bill C-10 does not impact this at all. All Bill C-10 attempts to do is to ensure that web giants pay their fair share and that our Canadian artists are more easily accessible on those platforms. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I invite the Minister to go check the dictionary. That's the definition I found in the dictionary. The Minister is trying to make us believe that he's for net neutrality or make sure that people don't understand what's going on with C-10. And yet, in an internal memo that was given to him by his own Deputy Minister, it's clearly stated that the new Broadcasting Act could apply to training applications, game applications, and audiobooks. The reality is that the Minister is about to give the CRTC the power to regulate web-based applications. Why? The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister?
Petit problème technique, Monsieur.
Yes, my apologies. I had a technical issue. I would like to confirm that once again, what we're going to do with Bill C-10 is ensure that web giants do their fair share. Bill C-10 will not apply to health applications or videos produced by individuals. We've been very clear about this. The Department of Justice made a presentation to the Committee of Heritage where my honourable colleague was present and specified that there will be the Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, memos from officials, experts, professors, artists, Canadian men and women are objecting to what the Minister is saying and are fighting against his desire to undermine freedom of speech. Canadians want the truth on the real intentions of the Canadian government. They want to give the CRTC more power to regulate what's going on the internet. What is the Minister waiting for to announce that social networks, web-based applications, and audiobooks will be clearly excluded from Bill C-10 with no ambiguity whatsoever? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that a petition from Quebec's Union of Artists, Adiane Moffat, Claude Legault, all support Bill C-10, just as other artists in the rest of Canada. Lorena Mechanic, the former General Director of the CRTC, Pierre Trudel, a professor of law. When it comes to individual activities, whether it be podcasts, training videos, personal videos, there will be no requirement about those videos when it comes to Bill C-10.
Member for Lethbridge.
Net neutrality is the principle that internet users should have equal access to all sites, all content, and all applications without being blocked or having preference given to certain sites over others. In 2017, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said he would defend net neutrality, and the previous Heritage Minister made net neutrality a foundational part of Canadian cultural policy. So why is it that the current Heritage Minister is now going against this principle by legislating that some content gets to be showcased and other content has to be downgraded in order to show favoritism to some artists over others?
Before going to the answer, I just want to remind the honourable members then when asking a question or speaking in the chamber and referring to another member, we refer to them by their writing or by their title and not by their proper name. And that's something, especially with questions, when we have a chance to write it ahead, we get a chance to think about it. I just want to remind everyone of that rule that exists in the chamber. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there's some misconception about the concept of net neutrality since it refers to the hardware, to Canadians and people being able to have access to the internet, and that these conditions be the same to all internet users. Bill C-10 is not about telecommunications or hardware, Mr. Speaker. It's about ensuring that web giants pay their fair share and that Canadians have easy access to the content provided developed by a Canadian creator, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The minister reads his speaking notes very well, but what he's saying is actually really misleading toward the Canadian public and actually quite insulting to their intelligence. Net neutrality ensures that all internet users are treated fairly. The Liberals, they once believed this principle. Now, as stated, they'll say Bill C-10 has to do with web giants, but that's actually not the case. We're talking about a bill that targets everyday Canadians in their everyday internet use. We're talking about regulating the internet. Everything from YouTube to Facebook to TikTok, etc. It's unfair, it's undemocratic, and it's incredibly regressive.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, a profound misconception by the honourable member opposite. We're not regulating the internet, Mr. Speaker. We're regulating some activities on internet. There's a huge difference. Bill C-10 does not affect how internet service providers manage internet traffic and does not modify the relevant provision in the Telecommunications Act, therefore maintaining net neutrality, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind Mr. Couric that interrupting, especially during question period, is not permitted. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
So basically what the minister is saying is, don't worry, folks, discrimination is okay as long as it's approved by the government. I'll do it right. No, the government cannot and should not be trusted to regulate what we access online. I'm talking about successful YouTubers like Simply Nailogical or Justin Bieber, who came up through YouTube, or Lily Singh, a famous YouTuber right now. I'm talking about individuals who are innovative, creative, and inspiring. They use these platforms in order to gain an audience and influence culture. So why are the Liberals so intent on picking winners and losers instead of letting Canadian artists continue?
The Honourable Minister.
Without government interference.
Thank you. Again, profound misconception about what we're trying to do. In fact, that the Department of Justice has stated that there's no problem within free speech and C-10. And the member opposite was at the committee. She got to ask questions from the Minister of Justice himself regarding this. What we want to do, and frankly, what I can't understand is why does the Conservative Party of Canada continue to oppose the fact that we're asking some of the wealthiest companies in the world to pay their fair share when it comes to Canadian artists, Canadian musicians, Mr. Speaker. I just don't understand.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Bill 96. An act respecting French, the only official and common language of Quebec, aims to reinforce Bill 101. Section 65 clearly states that every business or employer operating in Quebec is subject to it, which includes businesses under federal jurisdiction. We know that the Minister for Official Languages is working on her own language reform. Is she clearly committed to not hindering in any way Quebec's desire to apply the Charter of the French language to businesses under federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question, because this is an opportunity for me to remind everyone of the government's position on official languages, especially the protection of the French fact in Quebec and throughout the country. I'd like to remind my colleague that, of course, we'll protect the right to work in French, the right to be served in French, and the right to not be discriminated against for being a francophone in federal jurisdictions in Quebec and elsewhere throughout Canada. I will be pleased to work with her to make sure that we implement this. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, everyone agrees in Quebec that French must be better protected as a language of work, and that's exactly what I want to hear from the Minister. In all discussions of Bill 96, no one in Quebec argued that the federal government should be accepted from the application of Bill 101. Everyone wants the federal government to respect the law after more than 40 years of circumventing it. Will the Minister clearly commit that her reform of the Official Languages Act will not in any way impede the application of Bill 101 to workplaces under federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister. Of course, I am pleased to confirm that our common objective is to ensure that an individual who is a francophone can work in French in a federal workplace in Quebec, but also elsewhere in Canada. We need to be able to protect francophones elsewhere in the country too. Of course, I also want to confirm the fact that Quebecers and francophones throughout the country should be able to be served in their language of choice in federal workplaces, and I will be pleased to work with her during 2021. Thank you.
Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, 2 Canadian government scientists, Dr. Chu and Dr. Cheng, were fired this January from the government's National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg. We know that CSIS urged the revocation of their security clearances because of their work related to China's Wuhan Institute of Virology. When will the government come clean and tell Canadians and this House what actually happened?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I informed the Member of Parliament and this House last week, those 2 researchers are no longer employees with the Public Health Agency of Canada, and I cannot comment further.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail reports that seven government scientists at the Winnipeg lab collaborated with Chinese military scientists and conducted experiments with deadly viruses. One of those Chinese military scientists was actually given access to the government's lab in Winnipeg. How on earth did a Chinese military scientist get access to the government's lab in Winnipeg, a level 4 facility equipped to handle the world's most deadliest viruses? And why are Canadian government scientists collaborating with China's military scientists on deadly viruses?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this question gives me an opportunity to thank the incredible hardworking researchers and scientists at the National Microbiology Lab who have been there for Canadians from the beginning of the emergence of COVID-19 and before. And I will say this about these scientists, researchers, and doctors. They were one of the first in the world to be able to create a PCR test, a gold standard PCR test that led to the ability for provinces and territories to test for COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we are happy and proud that we have a lab of this stature in Canada able to serve Canadians across the country from coast to coast.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Vous êtes en sourdine.
You're on mute.
Excusez, vous êtes en...
Pardon, you're on mute. Could you please restart?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Voilà.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, 2 Chinese researchers, Dr. Q and Dr. Cheng, will not return to work at the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg. This long-awaited decision comes 2 years after they were both escorted out of the country's highest security laboratory for violating policy. The 2 doctors coordinate shipments of Ebola and other deadly viruses from the Public Health Agency of Canada to the Wuhan Virology Institute in China. What was the goal of sending those deadly virus samples to China? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite knows, these 2 scientists and researchers are no longer employed with the Public Health Agency of Canada. I cannot comment further. I will quote Dr. Paula Quin, who is the head of the National Microbiology Lab, and he said that there is no connection to this situation with COVID-19. I would encourage the members opposite to stay focused on making sure that we can get through COVID together and that indeed provinces and territories have what they need to support Canadians during this time.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
I would tell the minister that I made no connection to COVID, but what's clear is that scientists were collaborating with the Chinese People's Liberation Army to conduct experiments with deadly pathogens. Brilliant idea. What could go wrong? The president of the Public Health Agency of Canada refuses to answer questions. While none of our allies are collaborating with the Chinese regime, Canada is doing so. Why were samples of deadly viruses sent to China, and how did two scientists get secret clearance? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, scientists and researchers routinely collaborate around the world. In fact, that's what they've done through COVID-19 to develop tests, to develop vaccines, to develop therapeutics. In fact, I think the member opposite is confused if he says that no other ally collaborates with other countries across the world. In fact, this is a standard of scientific research. As the member opposite knows, these particular researchers are no longer with the Public Health Agency of Canada, and I cannot comment further. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Since 2015, the Liberals have been sitting on the Deschamps report, failing to implement any of its recommendations. Instead, they announced yet another report on the sexualized culture in the armed forces. Even the Deputy Minister of National Defence admitted that the government failed women in the armed forces, saying as little was done as possible to make it look like the report had been responded to without any real change. Why should women in the armed forces have any faith in this government when a high-ranking member of the Department of Defence agrees that Liberals only make symbolic gestures rather than real change?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that question. We know that the measures we've implemented have not gone far enough. Now, we have much more work to do. More needs to be done to fully enact the structural and legislative and cultural changes outlined in Justice Deschamps' recommendations. This is one of the reasons why the Sexual Misconduct Response Center reports to the Deputy Minister and not to the military. More work needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, and this is why we've appointed Jester Boer, who will build on the work of Justice Deschamps to examine defense culture and provide recommendations on how to affect that culture change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last week the leading experts in the International Energy Agency released a report calling for an end to the development of new oil and gas projects if the world is to meet the target of net zero emissions by 2050. But the federal government subsidized the oil and gas sector to the tune of $18 billion in 2020, compared to a 10-year budget of $15 billion to fight climate change. How can the Liberals tell Canadians they're serious about climate change when they won't stop propping up the fossil fuel sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly know around the world that countries, industry, and businesses are moving towards a cleaner, innovative, low-carbon future. As this report identifies, in order to reach a net zero future, we need cleaner solutions and targeted policies, and that is precisely what we've been doing. We've made historic investments in nature, clean technology, put a price on pollution, tabled climate accountability measures, and just brought forward a new emissions reduction target, all measures that will help us to deliver on a cleaner future for our kids and our grandkids while building a clean economy.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, Canadians from coast to coast have stayed home to stop the spread of COVID-19. But for some, home is simply not a safe place. Indeed, for many victims of domestic violence, the pandemic has made them even more vulnerable. Every Canadian deserves to feel safe in their own home. Can the Minister of Health inform all Canadians about how the government is working to support victims of domestic violence? Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her important question. The federal government is investing $50 million for the Public Health Agency of Canada to develop programs that target these important issues that will promote safe relationships and prevent family violence. We will do everything to stop domestic violence and abuse against children and seniors. We will always support them. Thank you.
For Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has ended cross-border cooperation to vaccinate more Canadians, like the Montana Blackfeet First Nations who have provided vaccines to my constituents. The reason given to the media is that vaccines are widely available here in Canada. Well, if vaccines were so widely available here, then there wouldn't be wait lists, there wouldn't be delays, and there wouldn't be a 4-month gap between shots. Liberal vaccine failures are the reason Americans are helping deliver vaccines to Canadians. If this government was actually working to end the lockdowns by any means necessary, why obstruct these cross-border vaccine clinics?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member makes, let's just say, broad use of the word failure. I don't think that 25 million doses distributed to provinces and territories is a failure, nor is 61% of adults receiving 1 dose a failure, nor is being in the top 3 of G20 for doses administered a failure, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, our vaccine rollout is continuing apace, and we won't rest until all Canadians have access to vaccines. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Patients suffering, dying while waiting for care as Manitoba hospitals overwhelmed by COVID-19. Failure. In Detroit, many unused doses of Pfizer vaccines may go in the garbage. Inexplicably, Windsor Mayor Drew Dilkens has been blocked by the Liberals in virtually every innovative attempt he's made to deliver these essential medical tools to Canadians. This is just crazy. Will the Minister of Health commit to phoning Mayor Dilkens by the end of the day today to deliver a firm solutions to get Detroit doses into the arms of Canadians by the end of the week?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just reiterate what my colleague has pointed out, that in fact 61% of Canadians have received their first dose of a vaccine here in this country. In fact, in terms of Manitoba, they received 111,310 vaccine doses last week. In Ontario, by the way, 2.193 million doses last week. In fact, we've seen immunizers step up in innovative ways in every community across this country to get those doses in arms. And I want to congratulate the many creative ways that communities are vaccinating their members. As the member opposite notes, the United States has said that crossing the border to receive a vaccine is not an appropriate reason.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Ontario Superior Court ruled the January 2020 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' attack on Flight 752 was an intentional act of terrorism. All 176 on board were killed, including 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents. In 2019, the U.S. White House declared that the IRGC actively participates in, finances, and promotes terrorism as a tool of statecraft. When will the Liberals stand up for Canadians and list the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been standing up for Canadians and particularly the families of those who were tragically lost in PS 752 on the 8th of January 2020, and we are reviewing the Ontario court decision at the moment. We have said right from the beginning in all of the communications with Iran that they have failed to be transparent, open, and accountable for the actions that they committed against Flight PS 752, and we will not cease to pursue them on that matter until they've provided all the necessary answers with respect to that tragedy.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, this House voted to condemn Iran for its ongoing sponsorship of terrorism and called on the government to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. It's been 3 long years and the government still refuses to respect the will of this House, even after this latest ruling, confirming the downing of Flight 752. That it was an intentional act of terrorism. When will the Minister of Public Safety finally declare the IRGC which is responsible for the deaths of 85 Canadians, as a terrorist entity?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are working with all like-minded countries to ensure that Iran is held to account for its support of terrorism. And as part of this, we continue to list the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Quds Force as a terrorist entity. In 2019, we added 3 additional Iran-backed groups to the criminal code list as terrorist entities. And Mr. Speaker, we continue to impose sanctions on Iran and the IRGC, targeting all 4 of its branches as well as senior levels of members of its senior leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the public does not want an election during the pandemic. With more than 50,000 active cases of COVID in Canada, the Bloc Québécois will be putting a motion to a vote this afternoon. The motion declares it irresponsible to hold an election during a pandemic and calls upon the government to do everything possible to avoid it. If the House votes in favour, will the Prime Minister respect this request, which is in line with the will of the people, and commit to not calling an election while the pandemic lasts? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we should never be surprised by the lack of cohesion from the Bloc Québécois. Last summer, the leader of the Bloc insisted that we have an election. The Bloc Québécois continuously votes no confidence, which means that they are for an election, an immediate election. Mr. Speaker, our focus has always been and will continue to be the well-being of Canadians, how to protect Canadians in this pandemic, and we will continue to be focused on that. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, beyond all these words, let's be serious. I'm asking the Prime Minister for a commitment that he will not hold an election during the pandemic because he is avoiding the votes of the House. We voted to increase employment insurance benefits for the seriously ill to 50 weeks. He backed down and is limiting them to 26 weeks. We voted to increase health transfers. He balked at budgeting any increase over 5 years. So, if the House asks him not to hold an election before the end of the pandemic, will he commit to respecting the vote, or will he just bail out once again? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the Bloc has to speak to his own leader because last fall, the Bloc were ready. They were raring to go for an election. The leader of the Bloc said, if this Parliament has any courage, it will go into an election. The government's days are numbered. He called anyone who didn't want an election a coward. So who's right? The Bloc of the past or the Bloc of today? The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillec, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has repeatedly committed to not letting anyone down. Not letting anyone down. As we speak, young mothers who had their child between the first and second wave of COVID are still not eligible to the PCR EPA because of rules put in place by this government requiring them to already have a childcare space. The Liberals are letting them down. What are they going to do about it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is determined to supporting parents who are being faced with unique issues because of the pandemic. That's why we created the PCR EPA, the CRCB rather, in order to help workers. With the 2021 budget, we are investing close to $30 million to create a pan-Canadian childcare system that will increase the participation of women in the workplace.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Hamilton Spectator reported that Hamilton is less affordable than New York City. Let that sink in. It's easier to buy a home in the Big Apple than Hamilton. What is happening to our country? The Liberals' first-time homebuyer plan is a proven failure. A generation of Canadians are being left behind, losing hope. What is this government's plan to secure our housing future?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes that affordable housing is a priority for Canadians, and it's a priority for our government. That's why we are acting. And let me list some of the things that we have been doing. over $70 billion has been invested in the National Housing Strategy that will support the construction of up to 125,000 affordable homes. The Rapid Housing Initiative, which is addressing urgent housing needs for vulnerable Canadians. This is a $1 billion program expanded by an additional $1.5 billion in the recent federal budget. On January 1st, I see you rising, Mr. Speaker, but I have a lot more to say.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, with Bill C-10, the Liberals are opening up the door to massive abuses of Canadians' freedom of expression. The Heritage Minister has denied this, yet an internal memo from his own department indicates that things like podcasts and news sites could be regulated as well. Canadians recognize the threat to freedom of expression when they see one. Will the Prime Minister commit to Canadians that he won't regulate their social media, or will he just repeat his same old tired talking points?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I profoundly disagree with the basis of the question of the honourable member. In fact, so does the Justice Department of Canada, which analyzed confirmed that Bill C-10 remains consistent with the Charter's guarantees of freedom of speech. C-10 is about leveling the playing field between creators and web giant. It will require big, powerful foreign streamers to provide information on their revenues in Canada and make financial contribution to Canadian stories and music. I wonder why the Conservative Party continues to oppose this, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honouring Canada's legal obligations to First Nations and working collaboratively to renew our relationship is essential to righting historic wrongs and advancing reconciliation with First Nations in Canada. Our government and the Madawaska-Maliseet First Nation recently reached a negotiated agreement that resolves their specific claim. I believe that this land claim with the Madawaska-Maliseet First Nation is the most important land agreement in the Maritimes. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations update this House on the progress of the resolution of this claim? The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank the member for his question and his excellent work. This $145 million agreement was achieved through the unwavering dedication, determination, and hard work of Chief Bernard and the First Nation. As Chief Bernard stated, every member of our band will be helped by this settlement, which will lead to great economic opportunities, not only on an individual level for each of our members, but also for the entire First Nation community and the Madawaska region.
For Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that this government has implemented a cruise ship ban until February 2022, but the U.S. has gotten smart and has passed legislation that allows ships to go from the U.S. to Alaska without stopping in Canada. This will absolutely devastate the cruise ship industry. So will the Minister of Transport work with the United States and implement technical calls? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the recent developments in the United States regarding cruise ships. We've had discussions with our American partners. I've had discussions with my counterpart in British Columbia, and we will continue to engage all stakeholders on this issue. But I want to ask my honourable colleague, do they want tough border restrictions or not? We are sensitive to the needs of our communities, but we will continue to follow public health advice and be guided by our expert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $1 million. That's how much money gets pumped into the Victoria or the Vancouver economies every time a cruise ship stops by on its way up to Alaska. But this government's outright ban is going to kill all of that. Our American neighbors got tired of waiting for our reopening plan, so they have their own. Just avoid Canadian ports altogether. Their Alaska Tourism Restoration Act passed both houses of Congress. The President has signed it into law. Will this minister acknowledge that he totally missed the boat on this one?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, we told Canadians we'll do whatever it takes it takes to protect their health and safety. And we've stood by Canadians, by businesses, and the tourism industry, Mr. Speaker, has been hit really hard. That's why we've rolled out many programs to support them. But I want to assure my honorable colleague that we are working with our U.S. counterparts. We are working with the industry on making sure that when we restart our travel and cruise ship industry, we will do it in a safe manner following public health advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, last month I raised the issue of Alaskan cruise ships bypassing British Columbia. The minister was stunningly apathetic about the crisis. He dismissed safe technical stops where passengers stay on board and keep our industry afloat. Recently, I met with U.S. senators. They were disturbed by this Liberal government's unwillingness to show any bilateral accommodation. Well, the bill has passed, signed by President Biden. Those ships will no longer be stopping at BC, sinking $2.6 billion industry and thousands of jobs. Will the minister apologize for being asleep at the helm?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure you and assure all Canadians that we are focused on protecting the health and safety of Canadians. And I want to ask my colleague in joining us in doing so. I've spoken with the U.S. Senator Sullivan, Mr. Speaker. I have spoken with my counterpart in British Columbia, and I've spoken with public health experts. We are in constant discussions with our friends in the U.S. We are aware of the challenges that communities are facing. That's why we will continue offering support to those communities. But, Mr. Speaker, we will restart our travel industry when it's safe. We will continue to follow public health advice as advised by the experts.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada's long-standing trade relationship with the United States and Mexico under NAFTA, and now the new modernized NAFTA, has been a model for the world. In 2019, Canada exported more than $440 billion of merchandise to the United States and more than $7 billion to Mexico. Given the CUSMA Free Trade Commission meeting last week, could the minister kindly update Canadians on how the new NAFTA is creating good-paying jobs and strengthening the middle class in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre for that important question. Last week, I met with my U.S. and Mexican counterparts to discuss the effective implementation of the new NAFTA and our shared priorities for economic recovery, including the environment, labor, and inclusive trade. The new NAFTA is a good deal for Canadian businesses and workers, with total trilateral merchandise trade reaching nearly $1.3 billion in 2020. As we recover from this pandemic, it is more important than ever to work together to increase North American competitiveness and emerge stronger, creating good middle-class jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Last Monday was the day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia, and many Canadians were hoping for action from this government to mark the day. Making progress toward inclusion means the government should already have brought an end to the gay blood ban and gotten the bill to ban conversion therapy over the finish line. After repeated promises to act, can the Minister of Justice explain why, instead of simply getting the job done on ending the blood ban, why is this government fighting my community in federal court this week, trying to stop an investigation by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal into the stigma and discrimination caused by their ongoing blood ban?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we agree that the blood ban is discriminatory, and that's why we've taken such strong steps to eliminate it. In fact, we brought it from 5 years to 6 months to 3 months, and we know that the job is not done, Mr. Speaker. That's why we fund the Canadian Blood Services and Héma-Québec to conduct the rest of their research. And I have met with both organizations, Mr. Speaker, and I can reassure the member that I've urged them to submit their applications to Health Canada for review so we can get the job done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from constituents who lost their jobs, very briefly collected EI, then found ways to earn income through self-employment. Now they've once again lost their income due to COVID-19. They're being told that they can't restart EI because they were self-employed and they can't access CRB due to an open EI claim. For trying to be self-sufficient, they're being abandoned. Zero income, zero support, and bills piling up. Can the minister explain what the government is doing to address this issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Kitchener South Hespeler for his important question. When workers find themselves without a job, the EI program and the Canada Recovery Benefit are there to support them. As we continue to fight COVID-19, EI and recovery benefits are important tools to help keep Canadians safe and financially stable. In order to receive EI benefits, applicants need to demonstrate they are ready, willing, and capable of working each day. We know that Canadians want to work and that the vast majority take jobs when they're available. Many Canadians continue to face challenges during this time, and we will continue to be there to support them.
That's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has a point of order.
Coming up, the honourable member will get to him next, if that's okay. The honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parties have discussed, and I think if you request it, you will see that there is unanimous consent for the adoption of the following motion. That, given that Lac Mégantic has asked for the commitment of all political parties to have a route go around Lac Mégantic as soon as possible, and given that there was the worst rail tragedy in Canada when many people lost their lives, given that the Prime Minister, the member for Papineau and others announced that a route would be built, and given that Transport Canada is responsible for this project, given that work hasn't begun and that many fears have been raised, given the timeline of completing this work by 2023, given that the Minister of Transport has re-expressed his commitment to building this route by 2023, and given that Canadian Pacific says that this timeline is unrealistic, without legislative changes to accelerate work, that this House required that the government put in place all of the necessary elements to respect the timeline announced by the Prime Minister on May 11, 2018, and that it give the House a detailed plan by May 28, 2021, and that it remind the government that all parliamentarians of all political parties and independents want there to be legislative changes made to have this project happen by 2023 at the latest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all those who oppose what the honourable member proposed say nay. Okay? The House, having heard the motion, that all those who oppose it say nay. Adopted.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is standing on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for permission to table a document. This document contains data that's been compiled by Our World in Data, which has been the leading organization in compiling data from throughout the world with regards to COVID-19, which shows, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is now only second to the United Kingdom as it relates to first doses that have been administered throughout the G20. I would ask that we table this document, Mr. Speaker, so that all members can have an opportunity to review the data.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member can table his report. Now, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my SO31 today, when I was honoring a member of my community, somebody, and I'm sure it was inadvertent, coughed and interrupted the feed and appeared on the screen. I would like to request the opportunity to redo it.
Okay. Okay, I will have to ask for unanimous consent on that one. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. It's agreed. The House has heard the motions of the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Headingley, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to celebrate and thank my friend and community hero, Will Galt. Will has faced challenges and adversity in his life, but he never gave up. He now owns a successful small business in our community, Willie Dogs, and grills up the best hot dogs in Winnipeg. Last week, I was pleased to stop by Willie Dogs to grab lunch and support his campaign to thank frontline hospital workers for their amazing dedication throughout the pandemic. Will is selling specially priced vouchers that anyone can purchase to buy lunch for frontline hospital workers as a thank you for their tireless work. Whether it be through this campaign to support healthcare workers or fundraising for the Bruce Oak Recovery Center to support those on the path to recovery from addiction, Will is always looking for ways to support our community. Thank you, Will, for all that you do.
Before going to the next point of order, I just want to remind all the members, especially those joining us from home, that when someone is giving their SO31, it's normally something that's very precious to them and very precious to their riding, and it's very important to us to hear, for us to hear that. So please make sure that your microphones are off so that it doesn't interfere the message coming across, and it'll be so much more pleasant for everyone. Thank you. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to table the following CBC article entitled, Patients Suffering, Dying While Waiting for Care as Manitoba Hospitals Overwhelmed by COVID-19. Doctors say. I referenced this in question period today, and I believe it speaks to the fact that Canada is nowhere near having vaccinated enough people. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. We don't have unanimous consent. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
I think that you have noticed that we welcome each and every member who would like to table some document. This is quite important, and I did that many times, and unfortunately the government refused when I tried to. But, Monsieur le Président, ce qui est important, c'est que les...
Mr. Speaker, what's important is that documents be in both official languages. Unfortunately, the member tabled a document only in English. I would invite the member to rectify the situation.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a response.
The situation is indeed being rectified, and the information will be given to the table very shortly, Mr. Speaker.
We're okay with that? Okay. It being 3:15, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Thérien relating to business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Thérien, seconded by Mrs. Gill, moved that A, the House remind the government that a general election was held in October 2019 and sadly note that more than 1.3 million Canadians, including almost 360,000 Quebecers, have been infected with COVID-19 and that nearly 25,000 people have died as a result. And B, In the opinion of the House, holding an election during a pandemic would be irresponsible, and that it is the responsibility of the government to make every effort to ensure that voters are not called to the polls as long as this pandemic continues.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote of members for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Deltel.
Oh. Monsieur Deltel.
Correction. Back to Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Gerritsen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Okay. Then Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Van Potta.
Mr. Van Potta.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef, yay, pour.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay.
Mr. Viss, yay, pour.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Amos, yay, pour.
That's it. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 327, 327. Nays contre 1, 1.
Je déclare la...
I declare the motion carried.
Conformément.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-15.
Is the following one. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Annan, moved that Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Van Potta.
Mr. Van Potta.
La Chambre attendant maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I would like to inform the House that the voting period has expired.
Due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to register my vote as yay.
Ms. Hutchings, yay, pour.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef, yay, pour.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Amos, yay, pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote nay.
Mr. Viss, nay, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 118, 118.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Mr. President, third reading of this bill.
Thank you. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised on May 11th, 2021 by the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte concerning the consideration of Bill C-216, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, Supply Management by the Standing Committee on International Trade. In his remarks, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte explained that the bill had been referred to the committee last March 10th and that its clause-by-clause study would not be until June 7th. Until then, the committee had decided to concentrate its efforts on studies carried out under its general mandate.
According to the member, bills referred to a committee must take precedence over its work since they are the subject of a specific order from the House. He cited several extracts from the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, which say the committees do not enjoy absolute freedom and that they are constrained by others of reference or orders of reference and instructions from the House. He added that since committees are creatures of the House, the consideration of bills should take priority, and he asked the chair to order the committee to proceed with the study of Bill C-216 without delay. La présidence.
The chair would like to take this opportunity to remind members of the rules governing the consideration of bills in committee and of private members' bills in particular. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is right to say that committees are entities created by the House. They must take account of the orders of reference that the House sends them from time to time, particularly in the case of specific instructions. The House has also given them the power to undertake their own studies under Standing Order 108. A committee may, therefore, decide to study questions related to the mandate, organization, administration, or operation of the department or departments within its purview.
Referred to committee, House of Commons Procedures and Practice 3rd edition reminds us on page 1158 in footnote 211, and I quote, "Until 1997, there was no limit on committee consideration of private members' bill. In April 1997, and again in November 1998, the standing orders were amended to require committees considering a private member's public bill to report back to the House within a time limit," unquote. Depuis les...
Since then, there has been an established framework for the study of these bills, and committees must comply with the deadlines prescribed by Standing Order 97-1. They must consider private members' bills within 60 sitting days following the date of reference.
Renvoi.
If it is not possible to proceed by the established deadline, a committee can request a 30 sitting day extension, failing which the committee is deemed to have reported without amendment. The rules in place thus prevent a private member's bill from remaining in committee indefinitely without being studied.
This is explicit regarding the moment when a committee proceeds with the consideration of bills. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, specifies at page 1004 and 1005, and I quote, "The committee decides when and how it will consider each bill that is referred to it. It also decides when the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill will begin. The period of time devoted to the consideration of the bill is determined by the committee, but it can be circumscribed or restricted by various factors, such as obligation to report the bill within a prescribed time pursuant to a special order of the House, or to a time allocation motion, or due to limits the committee has placed upon itself by adopting motions to that effect," unquote.
Each committee therefore remains the master of its proceedings and decides how it will organize its work within the limits, of course, of the mandate and powers conferred by the House. Thus, pursuant to Standing Order 97-1, barring any indication to the contrary from the House, the committee has 60 sitting days to deal with this bill and must report it to the House by September 27th, 2021. I thank the honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 28 minutes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora has 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in his time. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to resume my remarks. As I was saying before question period, Mr. Speaker, I was talking a bit about some of the ways that the government has been spending a lot more money and getting worse results for Canadians. I used the instance of food insecurity in the North and the government's approach with Nutrition North as a good example about that. And Mr. Speaker, I'll go into more detail about some of the concerns I have with with this budget. But you know what? I'm in a good mood today, and I actually want to mention something in this budget that I'm cautiously optimistic about. Something that I was happy to see in the budget, and that is a sector-specific support for tourism. I believe it's $500 million under the Tourism Relief Fund, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to see this. I know many colleagues at my side of the House are happy to see this funding. We've been calling for this funding for quite some time because we know that tourist outfitters and industries have been hit very hard as a result of the pandemic. We know that all too well in northwestern Ontario. Many camps haven't been able to open and have been losing revenue for the past year. Mr. Speaker, a number of outfitters have told me that if they lose this summer, or if they lose most of this summer, they likely won't be able to operate. They'll have to close their doors for good. So I say I'm cautiously optimistic about this funding because we know that the government has brought forward a number of measures that were supposed to support small businesses last year, and with rigid criteria for accessing the programs, many operations, particularly the seasonal operations, weren't able to access that, and many of those who were able to access it Access to Supports found that it was not strong enough, it was not enough to cover what they needed for the year. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be watching to see where those funds end up, and of course, I'm as I say, optimistic but cautiously optimistic and hopeful that those funds will get where they need to get to, Mr. Speaker. But again, as I alluded to, the government has been spending a lot of money. This is a big spending budget, and they like to pat themselves on the back for that. But I'm concerned about this budget for a couple of reasons, and one of them is that there is a clear lack of direction in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the stimulus programs we need to get our economy going again should be focused and time limited, and they should be focused on creating jobs in all sectors and in all regions of this country, and that includes supporting natural resources, supporting forestry and mining that creates so many good, well-paying union jobs across Northern Ontario, and is a major driver of our economy as well. And of course, as I mentioned before question period, Mr. Speaker, my most major concern, my most pressing concern with this budget is that there is no plan to get back to balance, and I'm concerned with that for a number of reasons. Mr. Speaker, but before I go into that, I'll maybe get ahead of some of the members across the way here, and I'll note that Conservatives have supported many of the stimulus programs, many of the necessary programs every step of the way. We believe in supporting Canadians and getting them through this crisis. There's no question about it. Regardless of what members on the other side will say, the voting records show that we have stood with Canadians, and in many ways we were able to pass many things unanimously. We were able to bring forward a number of suggestions to fix some of these programs and make them better for Canadians, and in some cases the government took our advice, and that was great. However, we know that we cannot continue to spend into oblivion, as the Liberals have set us up to do. We believe that this stimulus must be targeted, but it must be phased out responsibly so that we can preserve public services for future generations. These are critical public services that future generations are going to be relying on. And Mr. Speaker, we know that with every dollar that we spend on servicing our debt, it's a dollar that's being diverted away from Canadians. It is a dollar that is not going towards these critical services, and of course young people are going to bear the burden of that if the Liberals continue on this plan, their high spending plan. We know we will receive either major cuts to services or higher taxes, or some terrible combination of both of them, and that's why Canada's Conservatives have been advocating instead for a responsible, measured approach to phase out many of these targeted stimulus programs to get us back to balance, to get our economy going again, and ensure that we are protecting those critical services, Mr. Speaker. And I want to make one more point about this, Mr. Speaker, because we often hear from the Liberals and other parties that the Conservatives are sort of only focused about dollars and cents, that we just want to balance the budget to say, check, we can balance the budget for fiscal reasons. However, that is certainly not the case, Mr. Speaker. A balanced budget is not an end in itself, but it is a means for us to be able to preserve these these public services for future generations. It is a means for us to be able to leave the next generation and those afterwards with a better life than we had. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that is a goal that we all share, and that is why we cannot continue down this path and burden young people with this debt. Young people they're concerned about going to school. They're concerned about getting a job after school. They're concerned about being able to afford a home. They're concerned about climate change. They are concerned about so many things and the Liberal government has just given them another thing to be concerned about. They need to be worried about what sort of public services they will have in the future. And again, Mr. Speaker, if we continue down this path, it will not look great for them. So, Mr. Speaker, overall, that is why primarily I cannot support the implementation of this budget and why I will be voting against this piece of legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to taking any questions and comments from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. Let's go first to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks my honourable colleague from Kenora. Like him, I have tremendous concerns for the tourism sector. Unlike him, I don't think that the $500 million announced comes close to what's needed for the sector. There's a further $1 billion announced for Destination Canada to advertise Canadian tourism, which normally I would cheer. I've had very substantial tourism operations in my own riding express a sad concern that the promotion from Destination Canada, the $1 billion, will be for places that no longer exist. And I asked my honourable colleague, how can we move to do more to assist the tourism sector as we move forward through a very tough year for them?
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments and her question. And I agree with her, and that's why I noted that I was sort of cautiously optimistic about the funding that has been allocated in this budget. I'm happy to see it, but we know that tourist operators are really hurting, and they need a lot of support. And Mr. Speaker, to the member's question, what I've been hearing across my riding is that there's only so far that these programs are going to get. There's only so much that these programs will be able to do to keep these businesses afloat. At the end of the day, what they need is a plan for a safe and gradual reopening so that they can get back operational and having the sort of the amount of capacity that's able to have them make the profits that they need. And that's especially true in northwestern Ontario, as many clients, many tourists come from the United States primarily, so it's very important.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. I am a member of the Standing Committee for the Status of Women, and we've actually just finished a study about rural women and how they've been impacted not only by COVID, but a lot of the challenges they face. They talked about lack of access to services, housing, violence against women, the services and supports that go there. But one of the key things, too, is transportation. And I know that Ontario Northland has been gone for far too long. But of course, now that we've seen the disappearance of Greyhound, this is extremely concerning, considering the access, again, that women have to services that are typically more urban centered. So maybe he could talk about the impact on his constituents and what his party would like to see in terms of the access of transportation services to women in the north.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for that question, and I'd be very interested in seeing the report and the work that her committee has done, because it's a very good point. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I could probably talk for 10 minutes about that. I don't think you'll allow me to, but I would say to the member that I believe that the point she made about sort of the difference in services between urban and rural is just. I couldn't have said it better myself, to be quite honest. I think the government needs to do a lot more to support rural communities, to support rural women, and ensure that they have all the services that they need. Whether it's transportation, we see issues with healthcare as well in Northern Ontario. Again, Mr. Speaker, I could go on for quite some time, but I would agree with the member that more there needs to be a greater focus on these services in rural Northern Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, L'Amitié, Matepédia. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to hear what he has to say about the Green Recovery Funds, $17 billion. It's a big number, a nice number, but it's the same number that will have been invested in total for the Trans Mountain Pipeline. So in this budget, we see that there's still money being given to greenhouse gases rather than the green sector. So oil and gas is very bad for our environment. Does the member think we will really meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals if the government continues to invest at such a large scale in this industry? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from the bloc for that question. Unfortunately, we disagree on this issue quite a bit. I know I believe, and many members of my party believe, that we need to be working with our industries. We need to be working with oil and gas and with our natural resources to ensure that we're helping them be a part of getting to net zero and reaching our climate goals, and not demonizing them and attacking them in the way that the Liberal government has. So I respect the question from the member, but I respectfully disagree with the assumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Budget Implementation Act that we are debating today will shape federal policy for many years to come. That is why it is so important that we, as parliamentarians, take the time to analyze it and ask the tough questions that need to be asked of the governing party. It goes without saying that this bill is not a small one, and that is understandable given the context. Given the limited time I have, I will give you my comments on the measures contained in sections 1, 5, 6, 9, 10, 24, and 32. I hope the government will answer our written questions, since it is in the interest of all Quebecers and all Canadians that each question mark is answered. And it is the role of the government to seek the support of this House for its budget and its legislation. Our job is to ask questions. Some of the measures in C30 are good, of course. For example, the extension until September 25th of essential assistance programs such as the wage subsidy and rental assistance. However, I would remind you that the Bloc Québécois voted against the budget. It's simple, since the government ignored our two main demands: sufficient and recurrent funding for health care, which was and still is a demand of Quebec and the other provinces and territories, and an increase in old age security for those age 65 and over. As I was saying, some of the measures in the budget are obviously good, but for these two issues, the government has ignored common sense by simply offering ad hoc and cosmetic solutions to problems that are otherwise much deeper and documented. Worse than that, the House of Commons has passed a motion that is consistent with our request. I can understand that the government does not want to give in to the bloc, but I must remind the government that it must at least consider the will of the citizens represented by elected members of this House. I will read you a few unequivocal passages from this motion. The House underscores the work of Quebec and the provinces in responding to the health crisis and notes the direct effects on their respective budgets. The House calls on the government to significantly and sustainably increase Canadian health transfers. Significantly and sustainably, Mr. Speaker. The government should hear us when we say ad nauseum that health transfers should be increased from 22% to 35%. C30, unfortunately, only offers a one-time increase in health transfers. It's so unambitious. It's a joke. The deficit announced in the 2021 budget is exactly $28 billion less than the projected deficit. Ironically, this is precisely the amount that Quebec and the provinces are asking for. The government is making a political choice at the expense of everyone's health and is trying to make us believe that it is budgetary. Regarding old age security, the government has made a political move by creating two classes of seniors, those that the Liberals believe they can buy off and the others. Let's be clear, I will not be opposed to some seniors getting the help that they need as provided for in C30. That's fine. What I do have a problem with, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals seem to think that precariousness starts at a certain age, when in fact, it's much more dependent on the fact of retiring and stopping working. On top of that, what the Liberals are suggesting is clearly not enough for people in precarious situations, regardless of their age. $63 a month is not even enough to buy groceries for a few days, Mr. Speaker. If the Liberals think they can change the world with this, they're out of luck. This measure is an election promise that dates back 2 years and that was clearly thought out before the price increases due to COVID-19. When it comes into effect, 65 to 74-year-olds, which is practically half of current beneficiaries, will be eager to blow out their 75th birthday cake candles. But they will realize that, unfortunately, the pensions will not be much more generous than they were. Furthermore, with all due respect to the Liberals, some of whom have tried to deny reality by stating, and I quote directly from a minister, "Unlike the Bloc Québécois, we have chosen to give more to the most financially vulnerable seniors rather than giving less to more." I'm not a math whiz, Mr. Speaker, but $63 is less than $110. That's clear. So mark your calendars. The Bloc is more generous than the Liberals for seniors and will continue to demand a substantial increase, $110 a month for all seniors, as it has done in recent years. Another area where we don't agree with the Liberals is that C30 lays the groundwork for the creation of a Canadian securities regulatory regime. The Bloc Québécois and Quebec are opposed to this, strongly opposed to this. Section 5 of C30 is the dream that's very dear to the Toronto financial elites, which is to strip Quebec of its financial sector. Yes, all at the expense of taxpayers. Quebecers and Canadians who will have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for the supremacy of Bay Street in a jurisdiction that has been confirmed many times as provincial. Everyone in Quebec is against this, Mr. Speaker. Political parties, business, the financial sector, and unions and labor funds. All of them. It is rare, but everyone agrees. Unions and business. In addition to the Quebec government and the National Assembly, you have the Fédération des Chambres de Commerce du Québec, the Board of Trade of Montreal, the International Financial Center Corporation, Desjardins, the Solidarity Fund of Air Transit, Transcontinental, Quebecor, etc., etc. These are not natural allies. The Quebec Financial Markets Authority means thousands of jobs in the only French-speaking metropolis in North America. There are 150,000 jobs that depend on this in Quebec and $20 billion. This project would inevitably result in a shift of regulatory activities outside Quebec, and it would be an attack on our headquarters and the preservation of our businesses. You'd have to be blind and deaf not to see it, and you can count on the Bloc to do everything possible to oppose this project. In another area, as you know, I am the Bloc critic for international cooperation and vice chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. Therefore, you will understand that I am strongly concerned by Section 6 of C30 concerning the Magnitsky Act. Section 6 of the Act, which requires banks, insurance companies, and loan companies to disclose certain information on a monthly basis, will be amended by C30. The new provision provides that the obligation would become quarterly instead of monthly, which I find very difficult to explain. To me, this is relief for financial institutions and a setback for human rights. It doesn't help to apply the law or to reinforce control when we know perfectly well that it is essential to the effectiveness of the law to have these reports. I hope that my honourable colleagues will have some answers on this subject. As for Section 9, I must say that I was quite puzzled to see that C30 would exempt the requirement for the Superintendent of Financial Institutions to approve amendments to multi-employer pension plans where the employer contributions are determined by agreement with the employees. I will refrain from pointing out that the former Minister of Finance probably would have liked to have thought of this himself. But, Mr. Speaker, what is the justification for lowering our requirements specifically for this type of pension plan? Do the pension plans of large companies have funding problems? Is the stock market in such bad shape that pension plans have solvency problems that require legislative flexibility? My impression of this section of the bill is that the government is removing an important safeguard to ensure the solvency of pension plans. The government will have to enlighten us sooner or later on this topic. Time is running out, but I would be remiss if I did not mention Section 24 of C30. 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak about EI benefits for critical illnesses. I say this because I welcome the fact that we want to give parents of deceased or missing children more time to reorganize their lives and deal with the tragic reality of the death of a child. What I find disappointing is that the government agrees to double the benefit here, but refuses to do so for critical illness benefits. Otherwise, I can't disagree with raising the age of the deceased or missing child under which the parent will be entitled to the benefit to 25. And I cannot disagree with increasing the maximum duration of the benefit from 52 to 108 weeks. One question remains, however, and it will be important for the government to clarify this. Are separated parents both entitled to the benefit, or is it custody that determines eligibility? This is important because it is a situation that is becoming more and more common among Quebec and Canadian families. In closing, I would like to say, with respect to childcare, that the budget mentions and praises the Quebec childcare system on numerous occasions. The mention of an asymmetrical agreement with Quebec is fine, but this agreement must translate into full and unconditional compensation for the total cost of program measures. This money could be used for economic recovery or for the healthcare system, which is still underfunded because of the federal government. This pan-Canadian childcare program is another example of federal interference and should not be looked at in any other way. And now I see that my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
I appreciated the comments from my colleague from Lac Saint Jean. Lac Saint Jean. I get Saint Jean, Lac Saint Jean confused sometimes, Mr. Speaker. But I appreciated his comments. I know he works very hard for his region, and he obviously spoke quite a bit about seniors and the hardships that they are facing. Mr. Speaker, it's something I've been hearing a lot in my riding as well. I gave a statement about this in the Houses earlier today, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree more with the member on the fact that this Liberal government really has not done enough to support seniors and give those that built this country and built their communities the supports that they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to make those comments and maybe ask the member if he has any sort of more specific concerns that he's been hearing from those in his riding when it comes to the lack of supports for seniors.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for this question. I know we're on the same wavelength on this topic. Like he said, I've had a lot of calls to my office from people who are upset with this new measure from the federal government, the Liberal government. Not just people under 75 who won't receive that increase, but also people over 75 who will receive that increase, but whose brother, sister, cousin, friend won't have it, and they feel bad. Why would they have it and not their acquaintances? And I think my honourable colleague has said these are the people who've built Quebec and Canada. And yes, we need to stop looking at seniors, as this federal government does, as a burden. We have to look at our seniors and change the paradigm and say, what do we owe these people who've built this country? We owe them everything, Mr. Speaker. And this government isn't doing its job.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? Dans la députée.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matapédia. Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. And what we see in this budget is that the Liberals like to put on a show. They like to announce big things, national pan-Canadian programs like the daycare program, rather than investing in areas where there's a real need. For example, programs that already exist through Economic Development Canada, Transport Canada, that would help small regions get on the road to recovery and to restore old buildings. And so there's never enough money for those types of programs. There's a pool in my riding that won't have enough money, and an airport as well. There are projects that will never have enough funding because the government isn't investing enough in those programs. So I'd like to hear my colleague on this. Does he think less sexy things should be invested in rather than these big programs so we can help regions like mine? The member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Avignon, Lamétier, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the federal government, what it's doing is it's looking at what's done in the provinces, decides to do the same thing even though it's not under its jurisdiction, rather than minding its own business and acting where it has a right to act. I'm thinking of programs like the Canada Summer Jobs Program, which should be expanded. There's a lot of demand. Many people are rejected. In my riding alone, there was over $1 million that was refused. So rather than looking into provincial jurisdiction, rather than spending on programs that won't ever happen, for example, an election promises that never came to be, they should invest in programs like Canada Summer Jobs, New Horizons, and others, and the federal government could do its job well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable colleagues for that wonderful welcome. It's an honour to join the debate this afternoon on Bill C-30, which is the government's first Budget Implementation Act from this year's budget. When I approach legislation that comes before the House of Commons, my first priority is always to look to see how this impacts the people, the families, the communities, and the businesses located within my riding of Perth Wellington. What I also look for when I review these pieces of legislation is what might be missing. What important aspects might be missing from a piece of legislation and how that would have an impact on the people of Perth Wellington and, by extension, people of the region and of the country. There is no question that COVID-19 has had a significant and ongoing impact on our communities, on individuals, on their health, and on their lives. Sadly, more than 25,000 Canadians have died due to COVID-19, and countless others have fallen sick, and some are continuing to experience the long-term health impacts that COVID-19 has impacted on them. From an economic standpoint, the ongoing lockdowns have created challenges for businesses. They've created stress and anxiety and feelings of loneliness for many Canadians who are feeling isolated because of this ongoing challenge. Coast to coast to coast, businesses have had to shut down, have had to lay off their employees, and in some cases have gone out of business altogether. A country without a strong and vibrant small business sector is not really much of a country at all. We rely on small businesses as the lifeblood of our communities and the employer of so many Canadians. As the official opposition, there is a duty on our part to not only review legislation, but in many times encourage and promote improvements. And we've done this countless times throughout this pandemic. I reflect back to early in the pandemic when our opposition criticized but also encouraged the government to come to the table with a more generous wage subsidy. When the government initially announced only 10%, it was us as the opposition who encouraged them to come to the table with a more meaningful option. And the same goes for the back-to-work bonus that we proposed throughout the summer, encouraging that incentive that when jobs became available, people were able to take that without losing entirely their entire CERB payments. Unfortunately, though, when it comes to this budget and this budget implementation, it looks more like a pre-election plan rather than a meaningful plan forward for recovery. I would draw the House's attention to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's May 5th report, in which he writes, and I quote, "The government did not make a clear link between the measures in Budget 2021 and its $70 to $100 billion stimulus plan announced in the fall economic statement. Rather, Budget 2021 combines $36.8 billion in additional COVID-19 spending along with other new spending." Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Liberal government using the guise of COVID-19 for other non-related funding and spending. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you will know, this week is Tourism Week. And the riding of Perth Wellington is certainly proud to host so many amazing tourism attractions, something that I highlighted earlier today in my statement by members. I think of the Stratford Festival, Stratford Summer Music, Springworks, the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum, and of course Drayton Entertainment. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you will know Drayton Entertainment because one of the theatres is also located in your riding. But originally the first theatre, the Drayton Festival Theatre, was of course in Drayton and now in the township of Mapleton. Drayton Entertainment is one of those amazing theatres with an amazing offering each year across its 7 theatres. But one unique thing about Drayton Entertainment is that they have not in the past received operational funding from the government. Instead, they have been self-sufficient and relied on donors' funds and box office revenues in order to make their impact in the community. Unfortunately, this success has also hindered it throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. Last spring, when the government announced the Emergency Support Fund for Cultural, Heritage and Sport organizations, organizations like Drayton Entertainment were not eligible because they had not received past funding through the Canada Council for the Arts. This is an issue that I raised in this House early in the pandemic in the Special Committee on COVID-19, and sadly, those issues have not yet been addressed. In fact, going forward in this budget, we saw another commitment to the Recovery Fund for Arts, Culture and Sports sector. And of course, this might be a positive sign, but once again, I worry, and I know many arts and cultural organizations worry, that the same criteria will once again be used for this funding, and thereby leaving out wonderful artistic and cultural organizations like Drayton Entertainment from accessing these important funds. So, Mr. Speaker, I will call on the government very clearly to ensure that this funding bucket, this funding envelope, is directed to all arts and cultural organizations as they look for recovery. Mr. Speaker, another concern that we've had with the government spending on COVID-19 relief is the impact on new businesses. I hear from far too many constituents in my riding who signed a lease just before the pandemic hit, who took over a business just before the pandemic hit, or the week the pandemic hit. I heard of one constituent who literally signed their lease on March 13th and now have had their impact on their business that they've never been able to really get off the ground because of COVID-19. But since day one of the government relief packages, they have not addressed new businesses. So not only do they have the misfortune of starting their business during a worldwide global pandemic, but then also they're fighting with their own government to get the support that they in such a dire need. So, Mr. Speaker, we've called on this before. We've raised this in question period. We've raised this in debate. We've raised this in committees. And I'm imploring the government, I'm imploring government members to please ensure that going forward, government relief programs, government support programs for businesses are once again targeted and are able to be accessed by new businesses who had the only misfortune of starting during a global pandemic. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about Division 37 of this Budget Implementation Act. Now, those Canadians paying attention may find it strange that within a Omnibus Budget Implementation Act, they are also amending the Canada Elections Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, you may know that within the corridors of this very building, many are referring to Division 37 as the John Nader Vindication Act, because it actually fixes the clause that I made an amendment on during the Procedure and House Affairs Committee during the previous Parliament. And that was adding back in the word knowingly. Knowingly from the rule that publishing false statements that affects elections results. Sadly, the government didn't adopt that small but meaningful amendment, and what happened? The government was took to court. They were taken to court, and the court ruled that that aspect of the Canada Elections Act was unconstitutional. Instead of relying on the advice of the official opposition back in the previous Parliament, they instead went with their misinformed approach, and the result was an unconstitutional finding. In fact, in a scathing decision, Justice Davies wrote this about the advice that came from the Privy Council office. The Privy Council Office, which is in fact the Prime Minister's own department. Justice Davies wrote, more importantly, the advice given to the Standing Committee by Mr. Moran, a senior policy advisor, that the inclusion of the word knowingly in section 91.1 was unnecessary, redundant, and confusing was, for several reasons, incorrect and potentially misleading. At paragraph 58, it goes on to state, to the extent that Mr. Moran testified about the import of removing knowingly from section 91.1, his comments were inaccurate and cannot be taken as reflecting Parliament's true intention. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the other place, Senator Batters tried to hold the President of the Privy Council to task on this matter, but he refused to take responsibility and refused to hold his own department accountable for the misinformation that their public servants provided and resulted in an unconstitutional finding by the courts. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is running low, but I want to say this very clearly. I will not be supporting this Budget Implementation Act because it does not address the meaningful concerns of the people of Perth Wellington who are just trying to get ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll go first to the Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the Honourable Member's speech with a great deal of interest because I know that tourism and the performing arts play a big role in his riding as they do in mine. And my question to the member is that as we're coming up on July, when CERB benefits will be cut by 40%, I find in my riding lots of people who work in the performing arts and hospitality and tourism don't have their jobs back yet. And so my question for the member is, does he support the government's proposal in this bill to cut the CERB benefit by 40% on July 1st? If people don't need the CERB because they're working, that's great, but why the arbitrary cut in the benefit for those who aren't back to work yet?
For Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke, for his excellent question. And he reflects on the hospitality industry, the tourism industry, and all these industries that have not recovered yet from the global pandemic, and likely won't recover until sometime in the distant future. They were the last. They're likely considered the last to respond. Now, obviously, the member talks about a specific aspect of this bill in terms of the CERB reductions. I don't support this bill. So that includes part of that as well. But we need to ensure that there is a targeted approach to the tourism industry, those industries that will be taking the longest time to recover from this global pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
C'est commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to thank the member for Perth Wellington for his speech. He spoke a lot about cultural and tourism industries that have been affected by the pandemic. But what I really took away from this bill was these small charitable companies that are, or not-for-profit companies that are excluded from the definition of businesses. And I'd wonder what he thinks of that exclusion. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I appreciated her comments about the cultural and artistic industries. Now, concerning the nonprofit or charitable sector, which cannot access certain programs, I would say that it's a big problem. I've certainly heard the concerns of a lot of these organizations which have tried to have access to some of these government programs but weren't able to do so. So this is something that the government needs to address in order to improve things for these not-for-profit companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He talked about the tourism sector, which really hires a lot of young people, and that's kind of where my comment is. He probably is aware of the Brock study 2018 before the pandemic that found 65% of software engineer graduates leave Canada and around 30% of other STEM professionals leave. And this is problematic. The Liberals will say they're throwing more money at education and training, but when people are trained, if they leave the country, that's the problem. I was wondering if you could comment on how this budget is failing young people, especially our youngest and brightest that graduate with a great degree but have to go offshore for employment.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Oshawa for his excellent question, and appreciate all that he's doing in his community to support the hardworking families of Oshawa. But he's 100% right. We should be attracting the best and brightest to Canada and keeping those in Canada. When someone graduates from college or university with a high-skilled job training, and then to see them leave, see them go to an international destination, that's something we need to combat. And the way we do it is to ensure that Canada is a welcoming place and a hospitable place to businesses set up. You know, we look at places, whether it's Silicon Valley, where they're attracting young people, attracting bright, smart individuals. We need those people to come to Canada to access the great things that we have to offer here in Canada. And we do that by having a meaningful conversation about what we need to do to encourage businesses to relocate here in Canada rather than chasing them away to international destinations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Juste avant la reprise de débat.
Before we resume debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke, National Defence. And third, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith on the economy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to speak today on the Budget Implementation Act. There's a lot to talk about here, and so I'll just stick with a few of the important issues, and I'll start with the good. You know, this budget has a few elements that are remarkably similar to parts of the NDP election platform in 2015. And one, of course, is the promise of $10 a day childcare. The Liberals criticized the NDP in 2015 for that proposal, and I'm glad they've finally seen the light. I'm sorry it took a pandemic to make them realize how critical childcare is to Canadian families, how critical it is to our economy. But I'm disappointed that it took them 6 years to figure that out. And I'm glad to see it here. The second is the $15 an hour minimum wage for workers in federally regulated sectors. Again, that NDP idea was also criticized by the Liberals in 2015. So good work, but 6 years late. But what I'm really disappointed about in this bill is that there is no part of the bill that's designed to ensure that ordinary Canadians don't end up paying for the necessary pandemic stimulus, the necessary programs to build back better. There is nothing in this budget that makes sure that it is the super wealthy, the Canadians who literally made billions of extra income in the last year, while most Canadians struggled, to make sure the super wealthy pay the lion's share of those pandemic spending programs. The NDP has put forward a plan for a 1% wealth tax applicable to all Canadians that have more than $20 million in assets. That's a very small number of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, less than 1%. Yet the Parliamentary Budget Officer has calculated that such a tax would net $5.6 billion every year. The NDP has also demanded the government close off access to offshore tax havens. That would net the Treasury $25 billion per year. And an excess profit tax, like the one we instituted to pay off the debts accumulated during World War II, that would bring in $8 billion. Instead, this budget suggests a luxury tax, which would make sure the wealthy would pay an extra 10% for their Lamborghini or their private jet. But that would net us less than $1 billion, and apparently it's all talk anyways, as it isn't included in this Implementation Act. Now, I'd like to turn now to aspects of the budgets that have a real resonance in my riding of South Okanagan West Kootenay. This is the most beautiful riding in the country, as I've said on numerous occasions here. But it has a high percentage of seniors on fixed incomes, a high percentage of people working for minimum wage in the service sector, and a high percentage of people working for low wages in agriculture. And yet it has some of the highest real estate prices in Canada. So the ratio of average income to housing costs here is one of the worst in the country. So the big issues here are housing, housing, and housing. The average cost of a single-family home in Penticton, my hometown, is over $800,000. That's the average. So many families, especially young families, are forced to rent. But in many communities across the riding, rentals are very expensive or simply not available. There was an ad recently offering a single room with shared bathroom, no access to a kitchen, for $1,000 a month. A local family was in the news recently. They'd lost their rental suite when their landlord decided to cash in on the housing market and sell the house. The new owner was not interested in renting, so this family had to find a new home. There were none available. They eventually set up a GoFundMe account and raised enough money so they could buy an old RV to live in. And it gets worse the lower your income. People on income assistance or disability pensions are eligible for subsidized housing because the income we provide them is far too low to live on, about $1,000 per month for everything. Well, as of last week, there are officially no subsidized rental units available in Penticton. So if the house you rent goes up for sale, you are literally homeless, unhoused, on the street. And for those who are still lucky enough to have rentals in old motels, the news isn't much better. Penticton has a large supply of old motels that are mainly used for affordable rental accommodation. 2 were sold recently and the residents evicted. 3 more have just been sold, and the concern is that they too will be unavailable to low-income residents. 100 more people will likely be unhoused in Penticton. And homelessness is not just a Penticton problem. It's a crisis in almost every community in BC. In my writing, it's a huge concern in Grand Forks and Trail. City of Trail recently wrote to the provincial and federal governments pleading for help with housing, pleading for help with mental health and addictions, for help with support for the RCMP to make sure detachments are fully staffed. These communities are overwhelmed with these complex problems. This is a crisis across the country. We need urgent action from this government. The NDP would create 500,000 affordable housing units across the country in 10 years to catch up with the backlog that's been building up over the last 30 years since Liberal and Conservative governments gave up on federal housing programs. Instead, what we get in this budget are relatively small investments that won't make a dent in the housing crisis, not in the short term and not in the long term. Now back to the good pieces in this budget. There are a couple of line items that would be welcomed in my riding. One is the $100 million over 2 years for the wine sector to make up for the loss of the excise tax exemption that will kick in next year. The loss of that exemption will be very hard on many small wineries in my riding, and I've been lobbying hard, along with other MP colleagues from other wine-producing ridings, to find a trade legal support that would ease that transition. So this is good news. Another change comes a little too late to help my riding, and that's the new disaster mitigation funding that will cover projects between $1 and $20 million. I've been trying to help the town of Oliver get federal funding to cover some of the costs of irrigation canal repairs after a disastrous rockfall in 2016. Those critical repairs cost about $11 million, but federal infrastructure funding covers only drinking water and wastewater, not agricultural water that is absolutely essential in the South Okanagan. Federal DMAF funding only kicked in for projects costing more than $20 million. I repeatedly pointed out this problem to successive ministers of infrastructure, suggesting they allow smaller projects under $20 million to qualify as well. Unfortunately, the town of Oliver couldn't risk waiting 1 more year to make these fixes, so went ahead with the project last winter with provincial funding, but without federal help. So while I'm disappointed this change took so long in coming, I'm sure it's welcomed by other small communities facing larger costs to repair infrastructure after floods, landslides, and wildfires. Mr. Speaker, one topic I've spoken up on in this House on numerous occasions is the importance of home retrofit programs. I even had a private member's bill in the previous Parliament to bring back the eco-energy retrofit program that the Conservatives had in place. It was a hugely successful program, leveraging $5 for every dollar spent, allowing thousands of Canadians to make their homes more energy efficient, saving them monthly heating bills, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and benefiting the local economies in every community in Canada. So I'm happy that the government included a similar program in the fall economic statement and a loan program in this budget. But both these measures fail to help the Canadians who need that help most. 20% of Canadian households live in energy poverty. They spend more than 6% of their income on home energy. They can't afford the upfront cost to access grants, and they can't afford to take on more debt, no matter how low the interest, to do those necessary retrofits. We need a turnkey, fully funded federal program like the one Jack Layton proposed years ago to make these older homes more energy efficient and support Canadian families who live in energy poverty. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, this budget gets gold stars for the childcare program, a federal minimum wage, help for the wine industry, and small communities facing big infrastructure repair bills. But it fails on so many other fronts. After decades of promises, it only promises more talk on a public pharmacare program. It does almost nothing for students facing crushing debt after post-secondary education. It cuts the Canadian recovery benefit for workers still jobless because of the pandemic. It does nothing to take the profit out of long-term care. It does nothing to end fossil fuel subsidies. And it does nothing to make the ultra-rich pay their fair share. As this government knows too well, better is always possible. Now, these better ideas are needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Okay. Questions and comments? We'll first go to the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for, as usual, a very thoughtful speech. As the chair for the status of women, we've just come from a study on unpaid work, and so certainly childcare has been a huge issue in this pandemic and even before. But when I look at this budget, and the government's got $30 billion over 5 years, that's contingent on the provinces putting their part in place, and it also fails to recognize that in addition to this kind of national solution, many people are looking for a culturally sensitive solution for themselves, and so we need to have options for parents. So it looks more like an election promise than anything that's likely to happen anytime soon. Would the member agree?
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, what I would say, what's really clear to me is that any recovery we're going to have in terms of the economy from this pandemic has to have a big component of it aimed at getting women back into the job market. We've lost a tremendous share of the job market that women used to have. They took the real hit in job losses during the pandemic. And the key to that is childcare. I have talked to so many people who are looking for work, and when they get a job, I had someone who got a job here in my riding, but was forced to actually relocate because there was no childcare available for her. So I think that's the critical part. If we can fix that, and I'm sure I don't know which provincial government would turn down funding for childcare. It's just such an essential part of this recovery.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages, and for the Canadian Northern Development Agency.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to thank the member. I always appreciate his speeches. They're very thoughtful, and I have a great deal of respect for him. And I'm just wondering if he agrees with the government's record support of transit, or anything else. There's a lot of items in the budget to reduce greenhouse gases, but in particular, the record amounts on transit, and including a brand new program announced not long ago on rural transit. Which is very important for my area. There's already over 1,000 projects approved, but many, many more will be coming, and just want to make sure the member is in support of that.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Yeah, well, I'd like to thank the member from the Yukon for those comments, and I would agree, like his riding, my riding is very rural, a lot of small communities scattered far apart. Rural transit is essential here, and it has suffered a big blow in recent years when Greyhound pulled out of the area. It became impossible for people to move from community to community, to go from here in the Okanagan Valley to Vancouver or Calgary, and now Greyhound is pulled out completely from all of Canada. This is where the government really needs to step in and create an inter-provincial transit system so that people who can't afford to fly. Right now there's very few options to fly, but we have to get a rural transit system that works for people. And I'm all for transit in cities. I think it's very important, and I'm glad there's funding going into that. But rural transit is often forgotten about completely, and I hope it isn't forgotten and that we get a complete, real integrated system across the country.
Nous avons le temps juste pour un court.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make this as brief as possible. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I'm going to be very quick. If the NDP was in power right now, would he increase the health transfers from 22% to 35%, as all provinces and Quebec are calling for the government to do? The Honourable Member.
Well, to be quick about it, I would say yes. This is one issue where the NDP and the Bloc agree on completely.
That was very short. Well done. Resuming debate.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have waited a long time for the budget. The last one was tabled in March of 2019. The absence of a budget in 2020 is a little bizarre, but here we are with Budget 2021. Having a well-planned budget in this pandemic environment is critical because it's like a compass that can help us find our way out of the wilderness. Canadians are distressed by the pandemic. They want a sense of assurance that the government has a plan to help us move forward toward recovery. Families have tragically lost their parents and grandparents to COVID-19 outbreaks in care homes. Social isolation has exacerbated domestic violence and challenged women from being able to reach out for help or leave their abusive partners. Businesses have been crushed. Entire sectors are hanging by a thread. Addictions and suicides have escalated. COVID-19 has stubbornly held our lives, institutions, and finances hostage for long enough. The trauma that Canadians have been facing throughout the pandemic has been daunting, and Canadians need hope. Our country needs a budget that mirrors a plan for recovery, job creation, and long-term growth. Canadians are waiting for a practical plan. Unfortunately, Budget 2021 seems like a déjà vu of the original COVID-19 emergency benefits that required many hands from opposition parties to fix, so more than just a select number of people would qualify for the announced supports. While the budget appears benevolent in its parts, as a whole, when examined, it lacks foresight and at times transparency and clarity. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's May 5 report, a good portion of the recovery plan spending will not actually be used to stimulate the economy, but is presented as such. Furthermore, the government's projections on growth are inflated. $24.7 billion in spending from the fall economic statement was already in the economy and accounted for in the figures present when the budget was being written. And much of the $101.4 billion in spending proposed by the budget was already accounted for in the private sector growth projections. It would appear the Liberal government wanted to overstate their generosity. Furthermore, the increase in jobs according to the PBO would grow from 39 to 74 to 94,000 jobs from 2021 to 2024, while according to Budget 2021, the employment growth from the recovery plan would evolve from 315 to 334 to 280,000 jobs, 100,000 jobs in that period. The PBO report captures this discrepancy in the statement. Finance Canada's impact assessment of the recovery plan overstates the economic impact of stimulus spending in Budget 2021. When it comes to balancing the budget, we experience yet another déjà vu. The PBO states, the government has decided to effectively stabilize the federal debt ratio at a higher level, potentially exhausting its fiscal room over the medium and long term. This means that any substantial new permanent spending would either lead to a higher debt to GDP ratio or have to be financed through higher revenues and or spending reductions in other areas. So next time we have a crisis, who or what are we going to sacrifice? We'll have very little reserve to work with. He also says the long-term projections presented in the budget show the federal debt ratio remaining above its pre-pandemic level through 2055. In other words, the government does not plan on returning our deficits to at least the pre-pandemic levels. The Liberal government has left no fiscal room to make future investments and has no intention to get out of debt. Prolonged deficit spending will bring an inflation hike. We're experiencing this already with increased prices of groceries, lumber, housing, and gas. What kind of future does this leave for our country, for our children? Budget 2021 needs a reality check into the future. The unprecedented needs during the pandemic called for spending from the government to sustain individuals and families and businesses in a temporary time of crisis. The pandemic is a temporary crisis. We're still going through it, but it's supposed to be temporary. We don't need to make it permanent with poor planning or no planning. The deficit won't replenish itself. As parliamentarians, we need to listen, analyze, process, and respond to the needs of Canadians with the foresight of visionaries, the thoughtfulness of problem solvers, and the focus and integrity of conscientious leaders who have a plan and purpose greater than oneself. This is what our constituents expect of us and deserve. But this budget instead looks like a patchwork of short-sighted, reactionary, electorally driven promises that will leave our country with a larger debt and more deficits and more government interference. Again, Mr. Speaker, the budget strangely feels like deja vu. Happily for the Liberals, they got away with the way they've been operating for a long time. But tragically for Canadians, the government's short-sighted, haphazard leadership, also reflected in this budget, has delayed our country's path to recovery and has allowed greater plight for businesses and the mental health of Canadians. Vaccinations were a key part to a swifter path toward recovery, but poor decisions on vaccinations delayed and caused a third wave of lockdowns. In the business world, this translates to more losses and less reserves to bounce back. Each wave and lockdown test the patience of reasonable Canadians who've been faithfully following COVID-19 regulations for the safety of all. The CanSino deal between the Liberal government and a Chinese company was blocked by China's communist regime and ended Canada's would-be first procurement of vaccines. This process occurred from May to July last year, when insolvency of businesses was climbing to a peak and Canadians were gripped with shock and fear. At our most vulnerable stage of crisis, the Prime Minister gambled the health and well-being of our nation with a communist regime. I'd be curious to know the Prime Minister's reason as to why pursuing this risk took precedence over the lives of Canadians. Given the Liberals' bad track record when it comes to timely procurement, does the budget reflect a realistic vaccination recovery timeline? Given the longer than ideal 3-week gap between doses that Canadians receive, the possibility of having to mix vaccines for first-time AstraZeneca recipients, and the yet-to-be-confirmed date for the next delivery of Moderna vaccines for second doses, how will the government's abysmal rollout of vaccines impact the effectiveness of the budget? Our future is uncertain because the government is unpredictable and follow their own convenient electoral clock. How will any efficacy issues outside the government's anticipated success of the vaccinations impact the effectiveness of the budget? Our future is uncertain because the government is unpredictable and predictable and follow their own convenient clock. I'd like to speak now on one of the hardest hit sectors, travel and tourism, which were the first to shut down and will likely require the longest time to reboot. British Columbia's tourism revenue in 2019 was $22.3 billion. The tourism sector provided 149,900 jobs in BC. The hotels in my riding are dependent on the overflow of success of tourism in Vancouver at large. Their revenue continues to be tested. A group of Korean business owners in downtown Vancouver who are also dependent on the tourism sector for their livelihood reached out to my office to express their struggle. They are primarily owners of small restaurants and convenience stores who are dependent on tourist seasons and have suffered due to low foot traffic of tourists from international flights and cruise ships. Because of high commercial rental prices in the downtown corridor, they have been unable to hire employees and are run instead by husband-wife owners. They also have relatively low, non-deferrable business expenses that don't meet the $40,000 minimum. Therefore, they have not qualified for CEBA and continue to struggle without support. The recovery will be dependent on the recovery of the travel and tourism sector, which will probably be the last industry to recover. Where is the support for these small mom-and-pop shops? Will they continue to be left behind? How is the government going to ensure these business owners are going to make it through? The President of the United States has told American cruise ships to skip docking in Vancouver because the Prime Minister continues to show no sign of reasonable and safe reopening. The independent travel advisors in Port Moody, Coquitlam, and across Canada are concerned and feel left out. They've continued working through cancellations without pay and clawed back commissions, which are now just starting to get sorted out. Simultaneously, if they were to start booking clients, they won't see commissions for a long time, and most of them are women. They're only eligible for CRB. As the travel industry doesn't anticipate most people will make travel plans until 2022 to 2023, even though the travel restrictions are lifted, their income will be deferred greatly. They need sector-specific help that will support them until the travel and tourism industry operates again. All this is dependent on the efficacy of vaccinations and safe reopening. Business owners generally don't want to depend on government assistance long term. They want to succeed by the merit of their entrepreneurial excellence and hard work. What they really want to see is for the government to implement a plan to safely reopen the government and let them prosper and create jobs. They can't handle one more lockdown. Canadians are moving their businesses from our country to the U.S. because we're so behind in our reopening. A constituent in Port Moody has done just that. Canadians are waiting for a plan to reopen, but where is it? They're depending on us to give them hope and a pathway to a sustainable future. I hope we'll find a way to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech, and I'm glad she's supportive of tourism because there's over $1 billion for the tourism industry in the budget because we recognize it's the hardest hit industry of all. So there's $200 million for local festivals and cultural events and heritage celebration and local museums and amateur sporting events. The same amount, $200 million for larger events. $100 million for Destination Canada to Market Canada, $500 million for the Tourism Relief Fund, and then there's another $700 million support for business financing and to reopen the economy. As she said, she'd like to reopen the economy. I wonder what other supports the member thinks we could provide to the tourism industry over and above these record amounts.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
I appreciate the question. My concern really is that I will give the government credit that they have poured in a lot of money, and it's necessary in times of crisis as we are now, but it doesn't necessarily translate into productive fruit that will actually help them. The reason why I mentioned sector-specific support is because they need specialized support. It's not a one-size-fits-all deal. And on top of that, as I said, many entrepreneurs, they don't want to keep depending on these rollouts. They would rather work hard to move forward and be able to plan out their future and have certainty that they're going to prosper again. And while these supports are helpful, I think it brings me back to the time that we were helping the government refine those COVID supports. I feel that a lot of the things that were mentioned in the budget report require that kind of support with many hands coming together. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech. And I'm going to go back to the question I put to the NDP. I know that the Conservatives told us that they were for the health transfers, for an increase for the Quebec and the provinces, but the Conservative Party didn't commit to naming a percentage in terms of the increase, whereas Premier Legault and his provincial counterparts named a number. So I'm just wondering why the Conservative Party, if it says that it wants to support the provinces, why can't it pin down a number as to how much the transfer should be increased by? I would like to know whether her party would agree to supporting an increase from 22% to 35%.
I'd like to thank the member. That's an excellent question. And I don't have a clear answer because I personally don't know, but I do know that throwing out numbers and making promises, our motto as a Conservative, I know that we want to over-deliver and under-promise. And so we don't necessarily want to give up numbers, and we are in a very fluid situation. So I think it's wise to, if the opportunity came to present a number, because if we ever form government again, then that would be the right time to introduce it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech and for all her hard work on the Status of Women Committee. And I wondered what she thought about this budget in light of what it does for women and what it does not do for women in Canada that's needed. Thank you.
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
It's a real pleasure to work with my colleague on the Status of Women's Committee, and we have been looking at a lot of impact of COVID on women. And what keeps coming up is the issue of childcare. I know that the government can promise a lot of money to this effort, but actually the provinces are suffering, they're struggling, and they may not be able to provide that 50% of the money that the federals would provide the transfer for. So it may be support that we may in practice not see. So that's one of my concerns. And the other concern is, again, one size doesn't fit all. And there are a variety of diverse needs and voices that came to the table during our committee meetings regarding childcare. So I hope in the future we'd be able to see those kinds of sensibilities regarding childcare. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitié, Matane, Métropédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be here in the House to speak to different bills, and it had been a little while. I feel a little bit rusty, but I'd like to thank the staff here who support us and allow us to do our parliamentary work in a hybrid format. When we're home in our ridings, I'd like to thank them because I think it's pretty incredible that in such a short time this has been pulled off. I'd like to thank the interpreters as well. Their work is so important. It's not said often enough. Now, the budget. We've been waiting for a budget from the Liberal government for 2 years. We can't always blame the pandemic for things because Canada was the only G7 country not to have a budget in 2020. All of the provinces presented a budget. So we'd been waiting a while. And there are good things in this budget, and I will speak to them. But there are major things lacking. You already know the Bloc Québécois' position on this. The member for Lac-Saint-Jean discussed this earlier. Seniors have been forgotten, health has been forgotten, and it's pretty ironic because we're going through one of the worst health crises of our time, and this is when we should be investing in the provinces and Quebec's healthcare systems, but the unanimous request from the House was ignored. The calls from the premiers have also been ignored. They were asking for healthcare transfers to go from 22 to 35%. So it's hard to understand how we're going through a healthcare crisis and the government doesn't want to invest in healthcare. And for seniors, it's not enough. We saw a little bit of hope. The Liberal government had its promise from 2019 to increase old age security. That's good, but it doesn't go far enough. They're forgetting 65 to 74-year-olds who are also in financially precarious situations, not just those over 75. And the increase is only about $60-some per month. The Bloc was asking for $110 per month, and we will continue to lead on this. You haven't heard the end of this from us, because people from all regions in Quebec deserve this. I hear this over and over again in my riding. Grandparents who've worked their whole lives by the sweat of their brow and who feel forgotten by the federal government. They're the ones who've suffered the most from this pandemic, psychologically and physically, in terms of their health. This virus can be very damaging to them. So letting them down like this, when there was a bit of hope that they were going to go forward with it, is deplorable. There's something else I'd like to discuss in this budget, and it's the money for tourism, for the tourism industry. For the Lower St. Lawrence and Gaspésie, my region, it's very important. And the extension of some assistance programs like the wage subsidy and rental assistance, that will help a number of businesses, so I am thankful for that. But there are struggling businesses that were struggling before the pandemic that had a hard time finding employees, and now some other programs that were necessary for some people, like the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, have complicated things for entrepreneurs. So we already didn't have enough people for work. There were people who haven't wanted to return to work now. So there was a good and a bad side to that program. It's a shame because our employers are paying the price. So we need to have targeted assistance for this sector. And that's not what we've seen. Yes, there are a few $1 million for the tourism industry, but the devil is often in the details. There are hundreds of millions of dollars for marketing campaigns to ensure that people visit different regions in Canada, and that's great. But does that really help our small businesses? The question is worth asking, and I think a number of things can be done at once. Just to give you a few numbers, Mr. Speaker, tourism is a flagship for the Gaspé region. 700 businesses, nearly 700 jobs, and many of them are permanent. It's not just seasonal. Businesses in our region are open 4 seasons, and that's great. But $10 billion have been lost in 2020. That's a lot of money. In 2019, revenue was about $16 billion, and then it was $5 billion in 2020, and entrepreneurs are paying the price. So it's deplorable that they're not being helped directly. And that was requested a lot since the beginning of the pandemic. But the message doesn't seem to be heard on the other side of this House. With the gradual reopening coming for the summer, I have hope that we'll get back on track, but we still won't have international tourism, cruise ships, so we can't expect the same revenue. So we'll need targeted assistance from the federal government, which we haven't seen. When I compare this to different pan-Canadian programs, such as the childcare program, it may be good news for provinces that didn't have this type of program, but Quebec already had it. And the Prime Minister has talked about an asymmetric agreement with Quebec to direct the funds. And I don't know exactly what he means by an asymmetric agreement, but it looks like interference to me. The government of Quebec knows how to manage its childcare system. It has done so for many years. So if the federal government wants to put a program in place, Quebec should receive the money with no strings attached. That seems pretty logical to me. Quebec should be able to invest the money as it sees fit. For regions like mine, we need more childcare spaces. Politicians and families have said so, but Quebec can decide how to invest the money in its system. So I think the federal government should just redistribute the money without conditions, and that's not what we've heard so far. I'd also like to talk to you about the environment, Mr. Speaker. In C30, we don't see how the government will put into place the money it's committed in the budget. So I hope it'll be through another bill soon, because it's $17 billion announced for the green recovery. As I said earlier, that $17 billion, it's a nice big number. That's exactly the same number, though, that was announced a few years ago. That's the amount that will be invested in Trans Mountain alone. So the government continues to invest great sums of money in the oil and gas industry, so we call into question its true intention in fighting climate change. And so just $1 billion for climate change adaptation. In the Lower St. Lawrence, we're very concerned about coastal erosion. There are more and more floods as well. So we need to adapt and having not much money for adaptation is unfortunate. You'll hear from a number of people from my region in the Lower St. Lawrence. They've said that it's not enough. It's not enough to rebuild roads that keep being destroyed year after year. So we need sustainable action, a framework for a number of years. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'll try to wrap it up. I had a number of things to say, but in the budget, the government announced that if all of the measures were put in place, we'd reduce our greenhouse gases by 36%. That number wasn't high enough, according to people in my area, in the Lower St. Lawrence. It was said that that number is great, but it's lower than others participating in the Paris Accord and the Quebec government's goals. A number of days later, the government seems to have realized it because they announced a higher number, and ambition is good, but the measures announced don't reflect that ambition. So we'll have to see how all of that will be rectified. And I'm almost out of time, so I'll conclude by saying that we're starting the detailed study of C12 tomorrow in committee, and I heard the minister say that he would include that new target in the bill, but it doesn't seem to be the case with the amendments we've received. So I look forward to seeing how the government will keep its promise in fighting climate change, because it is the challenge of this century, and we need to address it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for her speech. Since the outset of COVID, we have seen 60,000 small businesses shut their doors. More than 200,000 are at risk, according to the CFIB. And yet we continue to see significant gaps with regards to some of the government's COVID relief supports for small businesses, including with respect to the commercial rental assistance program for companies that have both a holding company and an operating company, as well as the requirement that the full amount of rent be paid within 60 days. And then, Mr. Speaker, there was absolutely no support for new businesses that opened their doors just before COVID. 15 months and still no support. Can my honourable colleague speak to some of those issues affecting small businesses?
La députée d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lametti, Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question, and I have to say that I've seen very courageous people in my riding who've decided to open a business during the pandemic and who've done okay, but it's not everyone's case. And I think this government calls itself a government for families and small businesses, but it's not necessarily the case. We already had a shortage of workers before the pandemic, and the pandemic hasn't helped. In Gaspésie alone, we need 20,000 tourism employees alone. So it's a significant number, and I think the government needs to invest more to help our small businesses. And I was saying that this is how we can revitalize our regions, attract people if we have flourishing businesses. But if the government doesn't lend a hand, it's hard. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Economic Development and Official Languages Minister.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your last words. I don't know if House was cut off, but my question is, I'm glad the member, thank you very much for your speech. Although my riding's the farthest from yours, I think we have in common support for tourism. So I'm delighted she's in support of targeted tourism support. There's $200 million for local festivals, cultural events, heritage celebrations, local museums for small communities, and then another $200 million for the large ones, $100 million for marketing, and $500 million tourism relief fund in the budget. And on top of that, there's the CEBA loans that have helped over 170,000 businesses in Quebec, and over 1 million jobs protected. And for those that fall through all the cracks is the RRRF program, which has supported over 7,000 businesses in Quebec. So I'm just wondering her suggestions. I'm looking forward to her positive suggestions on what else we could do to support tourism in the Gaspé.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's very relevant, and I think it's a good step in the right direction for tourism. But we need more targeted assistance. $200 million for big festivals. Well, there are 56 municipalities in my region. These are very small municipalities. So a little Western festival here, a guitar festival there. We don't have big events. And so those people, those projects don't necessarily have targeted help. When I received the budget in the electronic version, I did Control F, and I didn't see any municipalities from my riding, but we did see big cities with their big projects. So I think we need help that's more targeted for needs in all regions.
Time for a short question for the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. As she's indicated, the climate emergency is urgent, and there is desperate action that's required from the federal government and leadership that's required from the federal government. British Columbia actually do not want the Trans Mountain pipeline. We want to stop that expansion, so we're in agreement there. But if we really want to address the crisis, would the member agree what we need also is a jobs guarantee for those transitioning out of the oil and gas industry?
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her question. I agree with her. We need a transition. To not do it would cost more in the end. We know there are good jobs in some sectors. We want to keep them, and we understand that. But I think we can invest elsewhere in wind, solar, hydro, help our neighbors who are having difficulty with the transition, invest in that to give them a hand. I think that's how we can succeed. When there are subsidies to Lyon Electric to have electric transportation, that's the direction we need to head in, rather than massive investments in increasing greenhouse gas emissions. And that's what happens when there are investments in oil and gas, unfortunately.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today in the House to speak to the Budget Implementation Act. This is the first time for myself as a new member of Parliament to speak to a federal budget. It's hard to believe I've been here 19 months, but this is our first budget. And to speak today about what it means for my constituents in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, and what it means for our country. It's very hard in 10 minutes to put a federal budget and all your thoughts together, but I'll do my best here. When we talk about $300 billion in revenue, $650 billion in expenses, equaling a deficit of $350 billion last year. Finally, after 2 years, we got a federal budget. And that is important because we've seen a lot of money go out the door for those in need. Conservatives have supported programs that have helped people. But we need this accountability. We need this framework, the whole picture of the budget, to see what's happening in our country in terms of both short and long-term fiscal sustainability. It's been during different world wars, during the last global pandemic that we saw a century ago, and any time in our history, we've never gone this long without a budget. The United States and the United Kingdom, which I cite here often in the House, Mr. Speaker, never skipped a beat, and they were able to continue to produce budgets throughout, but nevertheless, we are here, we've got a document, and able to comment on it. Mr. Speaker, in my limited time, I want to focus on two key themes, if I can. I call them the 2 Ds, debt and delivering. Frankly, this budget does not take our financial realities seriously. More than 6 years, about 6 years of this Liberal government with the Prime Minister, they have accumulated more debt in the last 6 years than every other government and Prime Minister combined before it. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and I acknowledge and will say again, many of those programs we supported because they're the right thing to do to help people in need. But they were some of the highest per capita in the developed world in terms of spending. When we look at our unemployment rate compared to similar G7 countries, Canada stands, recently I was looking at the OECD website, I think it was a couple weeks ago when I was putting this together, 8.1%. The G7 average at that time was 5.6%. And we could all watch in amazement with Japan, an unemployment rate of an incredible only 2.6%. We have spent nearly the most, frankly, to get the least amount of results in terms of our outlook and being able to kick off and move forward past COVID. My political science degree comes in a little bit handy here, back from Carleton University, and looking at some of the history of budgeting and our fiscal realities in our country. The parliamentary budget officer came out recently and said, at best, we'd have 1, maybe 2% growth. For the amount of money that we spent, the times that we're in, we're seeing other economies growing at a much faster rate. But the reason why I believe my political science degree comes in handy here today is going back and looking at the amount of debt. If we go back a generation ago for debt that was raised during the first Trudeau government of the day, the challenge of the PC government and Brian Mulroney and into Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin's Liberal governments. It was interest rates that truly hurt our economic outlook in this country. It was increased interest rates, not in the short term, right when the debt was acquired, but over the course of time that led to significant structural deficits in this country. And we saw actually under a Liberal government, under Jean Chrétien and Finance Minister Paul Martin, cuts to health and social programs at that time in an effort to get our budget sustainable. I worry we could be in the same situation. The numbers we're seeing today, even in context and in contrast, are astronomically larger than we saw back a generation ago, back when I was just starting out in elementary school. Nevertheless, that lesson is important. Mr. Speaker, I say this respectfully. I get frustrated looking at this and thinking we can't get anything done in this country anymore very easily. We take a look at the slow vaccine rollout. We are now spending and acquiring a higher and higher deficit because we did not secure vaccines early enough to be able to reopen and get our small businesses and our jobs back on track, to be able to wind down support programs because our economy was reopening, like we're seeing in the United Kingdom, like we're seeing in the United States, because they were able to successfully procure vaccines, get them into the arms of their citizens, and reopen. And we're seeing numbers that are quite safe lately when they're able to do that. We talk about getting things done. And I look at the United Kingdom. They were in a similar situation to Canada in not having domestic vaccine procurement in this country. Under the leadership of the UK government, when COVID hit, they put a wartime-like effort, they called it, to build domestic capacity within their country. They worked tooth and nail. And when vaccines were approved and ready to be manufactured, the UK was able to do it and look after their citizens. In Canada, our Prime Minister took 1 year to make an announcement in North York and Toronto. To much fanfare, you open up the website and you look. The facility will be ready in 2027. There is a direct contrast there, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom and Canada took two different approaches, had two different results, and it is very clear here today. Which builds on my second point, delivery, Mr. Speaker. Delivering on what you say you're going to do. So you notice the title here as we're discussing it is not just the Budget Act, but the Budget Implementation Act. And as I sit here as a Conservative member on this side, as a member of the opposition, and as representing rural Eastern Ontario, the word deliverology was a big word that the new Liberal government of the day in 2015 used. They splashed it out at cabinet retreats. They had speakers come on about how deliverology was going to be the way of the Liberal government. I hope they fired that guy. Well, they did actually, Mr. Speaker, because you don't hear that talked about anymore. The key theme in a lot of my speeches have been this government, I'll give a compliment. They are the best in the game in terms of making an announcement and making you feel good. But they do not have the ability to properly implement what they say they want to do. A for announcement, F for follow through. Regardless of where you sit in this House, Mr. Speaker, we have to ask ourselves, can we actually, when we see some of these items in here, rehashed over and over and over again, are we going to see any different result? Childcare. How many times have we seen this Liberal government commit to national childcare? Over and over again, they promise this time will be the year that they get it done. Interprovincial trade. We've seen that numerous times. Very little progress. On the environment, Mr. Speaker, every target they've set for themselves, they failed to meet it. I think of infrastructure projects in my riding, and I'm appreciative in making sure we get our fair share of dollars back here at home. But timely announcements of those projects. In South Glengarry, Charlene Rink got approval for funding. That's wonderful. However, they got the money too late. They can't go to tender this year, and now this infrastructure project is delayed likely another year to be able to be completed. And I want to acknowledge the situation in a perfect national example. And I don't want to say national shame, but with Lac Mégantic, Mr. Speaker. It has been 8 years since that disaster happened. I can still remember the images here while I was a staffer on Parliament Hill watching that horrible day. The lives lost in the anger and frustration that had happened. We're now looking at the year 2024, maybe the government says, and we're still under negotiation. We're still looking for more details. It's still not out to tender. It's still not a shovel in the ground. My colleague today successfully passed a resolution calling for this to be recommitted to. How is it on something so vital of a national disaster of that scale, it is taking us over a decade at least to get that project done? Mr. Speaker, I say, we're losing the ability to get things done in a reasonable, timely manner. The dollars that we spend in a federal budget need to be timely, they need to be targeted, and they need to be temporary for our sustainability. Saying you're going to spend money is not a result. Actually checking off projects, tangible differences, putting that money to proper, efficient use. There's virtue signaling, there's talking a good game, and there's actually delivering. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, we have an amazing country, great businesses, and great people. But we are seeing the government's inability to deliver to hamper our recovery. I look forward to my colleagues' questions and answers and hope we can get better implementation of federal budget.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay. That's not. Esquimalt. Esquimalt Souk. Yes, I'm sorry. And I was so proud of myself.
Souk. Madam Speaker, you were getting so good at it. I thank the honourable member for his speech, and I know that there are a great many things he and I agree on, but the budget's probably not one of them. And I want to point out at this point that because the Democrats have said we won't plunge the country into an election during the pandemic, he has the luxury of voting against this bill in its entirety. But I want to ask him about a provision that this Budget Implementation Act brings forward, and that's cutting the CERB benefit starting July 1st by 40% from people who aren't back to work yet. Yes, I'd like to see an early reopening. Less, I'd like to see everybody not needing the CERB benefit. But does the honourable member support cutting by 40% the benefits that are being offered to those who aren't able to get back to work yet?
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the NDP. He is somebody that he knows I have a great deal of respect for, and we do agree on some issues here and there, certainly. On his comment about that, I'll go back to my comments before. We need to have supports as people begin to recover. I'm frustrated that we have to offer CERB as we go into this summer because parts of our country will still be reopening. I think we've made it very clear that we need to be there for our businesses, we need to be there for individuals. But for me, that means getting more vaccines into arms quickly that we can safely reopen. And I think the fact that in July, almost a year and a half after, months behind the United Kingdom, the United States, Israel, other countries that have had successful vaccine rollouts, the fact we're even needing to have this and not getting our businesses allowed to reopen and flourish and regrow our economy, that is a failure in itself.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech and for all of his hard work. And I share his concern with this budget that there are a lot of things that have been promised time and again that have not shown up, and that we are losing our ability to do things in this country. And one of the things that was really absent in this budget, I thought, was, something to inspire the natural resources sector. Looked like there was zippity-doo-dah in this budget, and, considering the contribution to our GDP and the fact that the industry's been decimated, I would have expected the government to identify some package there. What does the member think about that?
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for that. And I would agree with her. Our natural resources sector, and I've said and I've spoken in the House many times about the importance of our natural resources and the importance that it has not just for those in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but our entire country. We are lucky from the East Coast to the West Coast in a wide variety of jobs and industries on there. The budget, when you look through it, is very absent. More than ever, the sector needs our support. When we talk about the environment and the opportunities to do better environmentally, investments in our oil and gas sector, investments in research and development, investments in technology can make Canada a world leader on emissions reductions and job retention. People in Alberta and Saskatchewan and across the country look at this, and it's certainly been missing in this federal budget.
L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis, Madame Matapita. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just follow up on what was spoken about by my colleague. When they say, let's help these polluting industries transition, I think that's potentially good, but we're still taking taxpayer money and putting it in those industries when in my region, factories are being closed, wind farms are being closed, and they're having to lay off employees because some other level of government doesn't believe that they should invest in wind power. So to continue to subsidize these sectors that produce so much pollution, I just have a hard time supporting that. I think there are a lot of things that we need to do. We need to move towards an energy transition, but we also need to invest more in renewable energies. And oil is not one of those. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that.
Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the block. From that, I think we will agree that the environmental plan that's been presented by the government has not met what it said it's going to do. Every target that's been set has been missed. And to her point, if you speak to the oil and gas sectors and workers, they don't want government assistance. They don't want any subsidies. They want the government to get out of the way and allow them to grow the sector. And we can do that, as we've recently announced in our environmental plan, investing in the sector with the technology. It's amazing out there. Every time and every opportunity we get, there's so much technology, there's so much potential for the industry. The government just needs to get back and let the sector flourish.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. During the pandemic, inequalities have increased. The ultra-rich are becoming richer, and while those in need of help are still struggling to get by. We have learned a lot about the Liberals in the last few years. They talk a good game, but time and again, we see that they have little intention of walking the walk when it comes to taking bold action. The Liberals choose to continue to give their rich friends a free ride, and when what we need for them is to pay their fair share. This is evident as in Budget 2021, which brings no wealth tax, no excess profit taxes. If anything is clear in this pandemic, it is the fact that Canada needs a wealth tax on the super rich to rein in extreme inequality and contribute to crucial public investments in the wake of COVID-19. A wealth tax is economically and technically feasible, but it requires breaking with a status quo that all too often is too narrow in serving, all too often is just there to serve Bay Street and the wealthy few. According to the Canadian Group for Fair Taxation, 3/4 of Canadians surveyed are in favor of a wealth tax. What is clear is that the only thing that is lacking in bringing a wealth tax is the political will to make this bold change. You have to ask, what is wrong with this picture, Madam Speaker? According to CCPA, Canada's 87 richest billionaire families control 4,448 times more wealth than the average family and as much as the bottom 12 million Canadians combined. Budget 2021 will only serve to perpetuate such inequalities. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated that if a 1% wealth tax was brought in for those with a net wealth of over $20 million, as proposed by the NDP, it would raise $5.6 billion in the first full fiscal year, rising to close to $10 billion per year by 2028. In addition to a wealth tax, the NDP is also calling for a profiteering tax. Try and wrap your head around this. The ultra-rich made $78 billion over the course of the pandemic. Surely they can afford to pay a bit more to support Canadians in need. We also know that the ultra-rich would often stash their wealth in offshore accounts so they can avoid having to pay their fair share on their massive wealth. It's a disgrace that Budget 2021 only seeks to consult instead of taking action on tackling on the problem of tax havens. Meanwhile, big banks are going unchecked with no oversight. They are making billions during the pandemic while hiking bank fees. This is wrong. We have to remember, Canadians were urged to avoid cash transactions during COVID-19, and now they're being dinged for increased bank fees. All this is happening when 1 in 5 Canadians do not take the medication they need because they can't afford them. And as people continue to struggle, the call for a comprehensive universal public pharmacare continues to go unanswered after 24 years of promise by the Liberals. Not only that, 1 in 5 Canadians avoid the dentist every year because of cost. The community is desperate for dental care, and that is not even mentioned in Budget 2021. As these basic needs are ignored by the Liberals, they have chosen to continue to provide fossil fuel subsidies to big corporations, and Canada continues to fail to meet the Paris Accord targets. It's also disgraceful that the Liberals chose to turn a blind eye to the abuses of large companies that receive the wage subsidy despite cutting jobs, increasing dividends to shareholders, and increasing the salary of their executives. The wage subsidy was clear to protect Canadian workers and their jobs, and this was not meant for bonuses for top executives. Here in the West Coast, the Pacific Gateway Hotel has terminated 140 workers. At the Hilton Vancouver Metrotown, another 100 workers have lost their jobs. The Sheraton Ottawa has fired 70 of its workers. Any federal relief to be provided to big companies should be required that the companies include an agreement on recall protections for workers who lost their jobs during the pandemic. That includes the new federal hiring subsidy, which should prioritize rehiring laid-off staff over replacements. Speaking of supporting workers, the Budget Implementation Act's increase of EI sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 26 weeks is not enough. Not only that, this doesn't take effect until 2022. For those suffering from chronic illnesses, 26 weeks is not sufficient. I've heard from constituents who are recovering from cancer or from a stroke and are in dire situations because their EI benefit has run out. And because they didn't lose their work because of COVID, they did not qualify for CERB or the CRB. These families are falling through the gaps in their time of need. I'm calling on the government to increase EI benefits to 50 weeks so that people can get the help that they need. And on the CRB, the Liberals, while the government will extend the benefit for 12 weeks, the last 8 weeks, from July to September, the support will be reduced from $500 per week to $300. For workers in sectors that are slow to return, this will be detrimental to them. For many, $300 a week will not even cover rent, let alone ensuring that there's food on the table. Similarly concerning is the fact that the Liberals have chosen to create two classes of seniors, those who are 65 and versus those who are under 75. Versus those who are 75 and older. My apologies. The increase for OAS should not just be for seniors over 65. We can afford to ensure all seniors 65 and older are lifted out of poverty. And it makes no sense that the Liberals have decided to study the needs of people with disabilities for 3 years instead of taking action now to lift them out of poverty. Most people living with disabilities have been excluded for some of the financial assistance offered by the Liberal government. Even the one-time payment to people with disabilities, a meager $600 offered by the government, is difficult to access. And for many people, because of the requirement to provide a disability tax credit certificate, it is not feasible for them to access this support. It is incomprehensible that the most vulnerable are now not getting the help that they need, while top executives are allowed to get big bonuses using government wage subsidies. As this pandemic drags on, many Canadians are faced with significant rent arrears. The last thing we need to see is more people displaced without a home. And that's why I fully support the National Right to Housing Network's call for action, which includes the call for a residential tenant support benefit. And while we're at it, I also support ACORN's call to stop predatory lending. On the issues of loans, the Liberals have finally taken the baby step by eliminating interest on student loans this year, though I have to note that this is not permanent. The Liberals need to stop making money from student debt, period. Not only do I want to see the interest gone, I would like to see the government forgive student loans to help struggling students during the pandemic. There is money to support Canadians in need. It is a matter of priorities. And as we look to the recovery, every effort must be made to support small businesses. There are huge gaps in the programs right now. Many new businesses that opened just prior to the pandemic did not get the support that they need to get through the pandemic. Many of those businesses had to shut their doors. Artists, musicians, performers, and cultural workers have been amongst those hardest hit by the public health orders and advice issued in order to curb the spread of COVID-19. I've connected with many of my constituents and labor groups who represent theater workers like IATSE and ACTRA to discuss the need for the federal government to provide better emergency pandemic supports in those sectors. I'm in full support of their call for action for the Love of Live campaign, which include extensions of the wage subsidy and the rental subsidy to the end of the pandemic, as well as for the additional sector-specific funding specifically for the live performance sector. I'm also renewing my call for the federal government to support the PNE. They need to be able to access the wage subsidy. This 110-year-old institution in Vancouver East must be saved. And aside from the wage subsidy, I'm also calling on the government to support the PNE with a grant similar to what was provided to Granville Island. Likewise, Vancouver's Chinatown needs support, and this culture.
We have to go. We have to go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mines. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm very pleased that she referred to seniors and the role that seniors play in this budget, because they really don't have a role to play. The Liberal government has shown a flagrant lack of respect for seniors, and I'd like to hear her opinion on why the government has turned its back on seniors in this way. Is it a type of electioneering move where the government is all of a sudden going to announce something different in August? What does she have to say on this?
Vancouver East.
It is shameful that the Liberal government have left the seniors out. They have promised seniors that they would support them during the election, but of course, after the election, they've forgotten all about it. And in the face of the pandemic, what do? Just on the eve of another election, the Liberals are saying, oh, but the seniors who are 75 and older, we will give you a little bit to sort of just entice you to vote for us. Maybe that's their message. I don't know. But what about those seniors who are under 75? Don't they deserve the support as well? All seniors should be treated fairly and equitably and with respect and dignity. They all deserve support.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a great honor to enter into debate today on the budget. I'd like to share my thoughts and what I'm hearing from the people that I represent of how disappointed they are. They're disappointed, Madam Speaker, on that this budget, 2 years late, by the way, has nothing in it to get our economy back rolling again. It is immensely frustrating coming from Saskatchewan that if you look at the sectors that have been ignored over the years by the Liberals, this has continued with this budget. It is frustrating because of what this budget will do for future generations, or unfortunately won't do. Madam Speaker, it is a budget that unfortunately adds more debt. This Prime Minister will add more debt than all other Prime Ministers combined in the history of Canada, which is a shocking amount of money that we're going to have to pay back. And that it's generational theft that is occurring here. And what also is a great concern of mine is on how the Liberals are paying for this debt, or how they are accounting for it. And it has been commented on that regimes around the world in our history have all tried to print money and to get out of the fiscal issues that the country is facing. And these regimes in other parts of the world all failed, and failed miserably for their society and their citizens because of what printing money ultimately does, Madam Speaker, is that when you print money, additional currency enters into the system, which means existing money is worth less. And what that ultimately leads to is inflation. And we're already seeing this. Madam Speaker, when I meet with seniors, they are mostly concerned about the cost of living. When I meet with young families, it's the cost of living that they're concerned about. It's a combination with professionals that they're concerned with. There's going to be less opportunity for themselves or their children because of the decisions that are being made right now in Ottawa. So on that backdrop is the most concern I have with what this budget will do. So once we create this inflation by printing currency, and that's what the Liberals are doing, this inflation will be attempted to be tapped down by measures that are usually interest rate increases. And that will have a cascading effect throughout our country. It will have a cascading effect on other levels of government and consumers and citizens that are just holding on by the skin of their teeth right now are going to be paying record low interest rates, which we know they will rise because of inflationary pressures to combat those effects. So what we'll have is a layering on effect of misery with citizens. So that mortgage payment that families are just scraping by right now, they will be increasing. Anyone that has personal debt will be increasing. And what are those choices those families are going to be making because of this budget? I shudder to think what the country will look like. Now, let's examine what will happen to other levels of government. So the provinces are all running deficits throughout Canada, and some of them are, near record deficits because there's a pandemic going on. There's all hands on deck that we need to get through this pandemic, and Conservatives have been very clear that we've supported short-term emergency relief, but what we're getting out of this budget is much, much more, unfortunately. And these provinces that are, fighting this pandemic with everything they have, any extra dollar that they may have is going into healthcare. And that is probably the most disrespectful and shocking part of this budget is there's not a thin cent that is going to health transfers to the provinces. So you have the provinces on the front line, hiring, paying for nurses and doctors and everything that goes along with providing health care. And there's not an additional dollar in health transfers from the federal government to the provinces that are on the front line of this pandemic. And Madam Speaker, if you also look even a step further, we're hopefully rounding a corner. We're severely lacking in second doses in Canada. Obviously, we're like 50th out of the 70th countries when we look at fully vaccinated people. It is a mammoth mistake that this government has done such a poor job of procuring vaccines for our citizens, worse than any other G7 country in the world. But another unfortunate event of this pandemic is that a lot of healthcare has been delayed. We know diagnosis of cancers have been delayed, and that's the one that is quite scary for me. Is that we all know that health outcomes, especially with cancer, improve it with early diagnosis. So if you push back diagnosis, what does that mean for that patient and those families? You also, if you consider the elective surgeries that have been pushed back, other health concerns out there that aren't getting attention right now in our healthcare system because every additional dollar in capacity is going to fight this pandemic. And the feds are nowhere. They don't have a dollar in health transfer increases this year. And they'll point, well, we got vaccines, we're paying for the vaccines and PPE. And well, those of the contracts that we're aware of what we've paid as a country, we paid a premium for slow delivery. And a slow delivery, you can see in the world, and especially now that we're into the playoffs, I hope we're all taking a little bit of breather from our schedules to watch a little hockey. And you turn on the highlights from the teams in the States. And because their government procured enough vaccines, they have fans in the stands compared to the stark reality of arenas in Canada that lay empty. The excitement is there, but there's no fans. And that's all at the feet of this federal government failing to procure enough vaccines. So even on the aspects that the federal government is responsible for, they've failed us. They failed us in getting enough. Of the contracts we are aware of, we paid a premium for late delivery, and one has to ask, why is that? Was it the 3 months wasted at the start of the pandemic when they were negotiating with the Chinese Communist government for a vaccine? I wonder, why did we pay a premium? Were we late for the negotiations and other countries got their orders in? I've never heard of a reason why that we were paying this premium. And I'm not against paying a premium for vaccines if we have them already. And this delay on getting them into the country means that the lockdowns and the economic hurt is going to continue. And that is most disappointing to the people of Saskatchewan. Now, just briefly, there was one part, the Vito Center in Saskatoon did receive some funding. Vito, if you might be remember that facility, it was the first in the world that isolated COVID-19. The leading scientists and doctors working on this vaccine are in Saskatoon, and they've isolated COVID-19 first among all other countries in the world. So they are just a renowned center. And they, within days, if not weeks after isolating it, they had their prototype for a vaccine. Madam Speaker, one of the most frustrating days as a member of Parliament is meeting with them, and they have additional dollars that they've asked for the federal government, and they had to wait until budget deal for the budget to actually get dollars. You're in the middle of emergency.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. We're almost over with time. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. A short question. The honourable member from Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Saskatoon University for his speech. As he pointed out, this budget makes disparities even more flagrant for all classes of voters, and as he said as well, the government has promised health transfers to the provinces corresponding to their needs. But what does he think? Doesn't he think that the health transfer should be raised from 22% to 35% for provinces and Quebec?
Short answer from the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. During a pandemic is not the time to keep baseline health transfers flat, and that's what's happened. And this should tick off more Canadians out there, is that they've kept it flat for a number of years, but we're in the largest health crisis of our times, and they didn't increase it. So yes, they should be increasing it this year, and they didn't.
Comme il est 17h58.
It being 5:58, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business according to the orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming consideration of motion M38, amendments to the standing orders, standing in the name of Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. No?
Oh, I'm really sorry. The blue confused me. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Etobicoke North for bringing forward this motion. You know, the member from Etobicoke North and I have a history of trying to help science in Canada that began when I was elected in 2015 and I was named the Critic for Science. And of course, she at the time was the Minister of Science. And we got together and we said, you know, we need to make a plan that's good for science in Canada, because then whatever party is the government of the day will be doing the right thing for an area that is so important for Canadians. You know, science creates jobs and opportunities, and we've seen that Canada's a leader. There are many areas of science that we are leading the world, and there are many areas of science where we need to participate along with the rest of the people in the world. And then there are industries that we have where we need to maintain our scientific effort as we go along. And so all of these things are worth doing. But how does the government learn about all these things and study these things? This motion obviously is calling on the House to put a standing committee in place that has science as its mandate. And I think this is a very good thing. In addition to the plan that I mentioned, I would say that as the first female engineer in the House of Commons, I have a great interest in science. And in my career, I was involved in research, and one of the first things I was involved in doing was developing artificial kidneys for dialysis. And later in my career, I developed plastics for the electronics industry and for personal care products. I worked in many industries in medical pharmaceutical, developing products there as well. And so I see the good effects that science can have for Canada. Now, the Naylor report, you may recall, was a report that looked at science in Canada and made recommendations to the government on things that we should do. And so happily, some of those things have been followed up on. And this recommendation that's in the motion is something that really will advance the cause. Because the way it works today in the House of Commons, we have science as sort of a sub-subject under the industry committee, innovation, economic development, whatever the name of the day you want to talk about. And the problem is that things are changing quickly in the world, and there's lots of things to focus on. So when you look at that committee, they are looking at things from a broadband internet, which we know is a huge issue, to things that are affecting trade, areas of emerging economy, all kinds of different studies that are involved there. Many of them overlap on science, but you know, if you start putting them in priority, then science falls lower in the list. I was also on the health committee when I was the shadow minister of health. And there's another area where there's huge amounts of research being done in Canada. You know, we are such a leader in like brain research and vaccine research and all kinds of hugely advanced things in the bio industry. And so again, when it's the health committee, I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic. That's got to be number one. And, you know, the health committee has studied a huge number of things, pharmacare, a bunch of these very important topics. And so again, science ends up not because it's not important, but because in a relative sense, you know, then it falls to the bottom of the pile. And that makes it difficult because some of the things that we need to look at in detail. They're not simple to solve. And this is where a standing committee that looks into these things in detail and can provide the government with recommendations that they can then act on would be very helpful. Obviously, we have a chief science officer now. And so the chief science officer, although the work that is being done by her, I'm sure is excellent, but I'm not privy to what that is. However, I expect that as she's being consulted in different ministries for different legislation that's coming forward or issues of the day, that there would be things that they're not too sure about that need to be studied. That's an area where recommendations might be put forward to the committee to look into things of that nature. And again, we have this huge climate change task before us and how we're going to meet our targets and the technology that's coming out of the green tech, clean tech, you know, new energy, all these very exciting areas that might fall under another standing committee's portfolio, but likely wouldn't have the priority to really get the attention that it needs. And if we get this right, Madam Speaker, you know, we will be able to get the leap. You know, there was a time where Canada was much more of a leader, but as, you know, the competitive nature of science goes on, and we are, you know, a smaller country in some cases, and the amount of money that's been put into science, you know, has not always kept us at the forefront of the pack. And so there was a period of time where we sort of slid from our position in the top 10 back a little bit. And we're starting to regain that. And we've identified areas where Canada is leading and is sitting at the table with other nations and being able to leverage what they're doing back into our plans. And so when we look at the climate change issue, our own footprint in the world here is less than 1.6% of the world's carbon footprint. So we could eliminate the whole thing and it wouldn't actually have a huge significant impact. But what we can do as Canadians, we can leverage our technology. So there's all kinds of carbon sequestration, there's all kinds of emissions reduction technology that's out there, the nuclear technology that we have. And in all of these areas, those sectors will need things to drive them to success. And over the full spectrum, you know, sometimes some people just want to focus on applied science. Others just want to focus on fundamental science. Well, the reality, Madam Speaker, is that both of those approaches are wrong. If you don't have the fundamental science, you're not discovering the things that become the ahas that give rise to some of the, space age technology that has been hugely profitable and created a lot of jobs. And if you don't work on the applied science part of it, then you don't get the collaboration between the industry and the universities and all of these different areas that can come together with concrete solutions that will actually help in the shorter term. So that's important as well. And then if you look at the way that companies are launched in the science industry, looking at how to make Canada competitive there. All of these kind of considerations are something that would get lost at some of the other committees. They simply wouldn't be talked about. And then as a woman in engineering, I would say that getting more women in science, technology, engineering, and math is a big priority. And although we've come a long way in that respect, there is a long way to go. I can remember when I first started in engineering, I had to build a women's washroom everywhere I worked because there wasn't one. And there were girly pictures on the wall. So I would say we've made lots of progress since that. But that's not to say we're at the percentages we need. I'm disappointed to see that we're falling back in some cases. We get women to enter these areas, but they don't stay. And why don't they stay? And how do we motivate them to stay? And who is going to be looking at that? And so I think that is another area where a committee on science that's dedicated to looking at this area and specifically to the cultures there that may be very different than other workplaces. I think that's a place that this committee could also work out. Now, I think when you think of crises of the day that come along as well, that's where a committee of this nature is extra flexibility for the government. In this pandemic, there was lots to think about. There's testing to think about and vaccinations to think about and, different protocols and looking at all the therapeutics that are coming forward. And it's a lot for the government to take on. And this is another place where having a committee that's dedicated to science that can take a look at some of these specific mandates would be very helpful. Now, the government invests a lot of money in science. And I think in the latest budget, there was $3 billion brought forward that is in line with what the Naylor report was calling for. And that's a good thing. And when you think about the amount of money it takes for the standing committee to operate, in comparison to $3 billion, we're not talking about a lot of money. And we're talking about a lot of members of Parliament that would have a great interest in participating on such a committee. And so, again, thanks to the member from Etobicoke North, I fully support having a committee dedicated to science to take Canada into the future and make us a leader there. It will be good for Canadians. It will create jobs. It will create prosperity. And I urge everyone in the House to support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much. Here we are. Earlier, you said my writing name. You wanted to hear from me. So, Madam Speaker, I will begin. Before speaking of M38, I'll talk about something that came to mind earlier today when I was thinking about the motion from the member from Etobicoke North, which I support. The first day at my old job, I arrived to teach at university August 29, 2005, and there was a poster where it said, "One day I'll have my office at the top of a tower, the knowledge economy." And that stuck with me. I thought, yes, but how can we distort the role of a university to that degree? The university is for all knowledge, not just economic knowledge. And so the motion might address this issue. What happened was that science was drowned by economic interests. We're told frequently in university, what's the purpose? What's the purpose of this? Philosophy, arts, science as well. Basic science, people often ask, what is the purpose? And research as well, people are always asking what the purpose is. And so we need to have a specific look at science. So I'm very pleased to see this motion. And the leader of my political party had already made that distinction. I am the critic for science, for our party, and my colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue is the critic for innovation and industry. But at the committee, when there are science questions, I'm the one who takes responsibility for that. So I think this is a great motion because it gives a platform for the chief science officer. So as legislators, we need this information to make decisions. Sometimes I criticize colleagues because I say that some people seem to be specialists in everything, but that's impossible. When it's time to make a decision, we need to do so diligently, and that means taking into consideration science. Later on, perhaps we'll be able to talk about that green recovery. But with vaccines, we've had the experience. Nobody here can say that they're a vaccine specialist, but everybody has a position on it. If we want to be efficient and effective, we have to listen to knowledge from science. And so this motion would give a platform to the chief science officer. And this would lighten the load for the industry committee. This is one of the busiest committees. So we could lighten the load for the industry committee, which has a lot on its plate. And we could give a platform to the science officer. So I think it's fantastic. But we need to be careful. Regarding this topic, a specific committee for science shouldn't be an excuse for interference in scientific work. Another element that stuck with me in a course on political philosophy, Pierre Manat says that science is our authority in Western countries. It's on the same playing field as religion. Before, religion was a source of authority, but there was a cut between religion and politics, and so there must also be a wall between politics and science. Politicians should not be dictating how scientists do their work. Just because we don't like climate change, we shouldn't be able to tell scientists to change their calculations or their approaches because they don't reflect our economic interests. I'm sure you'll agree with me. So interference in scientific work is something we need to be aware of. And there shouldn't be a siloed approach. Science shouldn't be isolated from the rest of society. We had a deeper study on the vaccine, and we saw how if you start with basic research, and then you have applied research, and if you're looking at clinical trials, we see how it's a long process and how there are different realities that are affected. So if I had a recommendation to make to my colleague, it would be to take into consideration what a number of specialists call translational research. From the starting point of basic research to its application, there are many approaches, and as public decision makers, we need to take that into account. So the committee, which will specialize in science, must not have a siloed approach. There must be interactions with other stages. I was transfixed. I saw the industry's mandate, and it's very broad. The mandate of the Industry Committee has 17 departments and organizations, 36 acts. So it's very broad, very disparate. Assistance to businesses, industrial policy, regional development. For the Bloc Québécois, regional development is essential, but the committee has hardly been able to look at regional development. Scientific research, of course, interior trade, telecommunications, federal companies, tourism. So that's just a sample. And so science is just one among many different studies that are done. And so it's a little bit in the shadows. And that's what happened during the last legislature, in my opinion. So if we look just since the fall at what's been done in terms of studies, cell coverage and internet coverage in the regions, vaccine production, where there were some scientific questions, but not enough, the aerospace industry, foreign investment, regulations that affect companies. But you look at all of that, and there are a number of questions that haven't been studied. There's the green recovery that has a mixed bag of everything. I've had to do a lot of work to understand the government strategy for its green recovery. Hydrogen, there are 3 types of hydrogen. I'd like to thank the professor who explained this to me, the 3 types of hydrogen: green, blue, and gray. Gray hydrogen is hydrogen with oil. I have 2 minutes. Hydrogen with gas or oil, so it's not green at all. We need scientists to do this work. The request that was made, I'd like to note that I met with the Neuroscientists Association, Rémi Quirion, the Chief Science Officer of Quebec, Bioscience Association, the Canadian Forum for Research. All of those stakeholders came to tell us the same thing. We need a department for science, a minister for science. The pandemic has shown us that we weren't prepared in terms of science, and we need to look at the funding so it's comparable to what we saw in the early 2000s. We presented a young researcher who presents a request to the funding agencies, and out of 48 requests, 7 are accepted. 7 are approved. The United States is focusing on research, and we are not investing at the same level. We reached 30% with the pandemic, but we need to get back to that 30% of the early 2000s before the Conservatives cut funding. And this would be a good way to study this. And I'll conclude on this, Madam Speaker. Just please let me finish quickly. In Quebec, we export science that's value added. Out of 100 research chairs, Quebec has 9, and Ontario has 50. 9% for 40% of exports, that's something that could be studied by a science committee. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of this motion, and with great thanks to my colleague for Etobicoke North, who I think we entered the House of Commons together in 2008. It's been a privilege to serve with her in that time. I think that this motion's call for a new standing committee on science and research provides the opportunity to highlight how critical the need for this is, and also to highlight some current examples that illustrate how dire the situation has been allowed to develop in this country. First, Canada's response to COVID-19 pandemic has been severely impaired by a lack of scientific capacity and literacy at the Public Health Agency of Canada. And second, our country's lack of domestic research and biomanufacturing capacity has delayed COVID-19 vaccine access for Canadians. We must ensure that this never happens again. And I will speak to both of these examples that underscore the importance of this motion in highlighting this important gap in our national capacity. The Public Health Agency of Canada, or PHAC, was established in 2004 after the SARS outbreak exposed massive failings in our country's public health infrastructure at the federal level. The agency was specifically mandated to be Canada's lead organization for planning and coordinating a national response to infectious diseases that pose a risk to human health. However, last fall, several PHAC whistleblowers told the Globe and Mail that they often struggle to communicate urgent and complex messages up the chain of command inside PHAC. One PHAC scientist told the Globe that key messages often had to be, quote, dumbed down, end quote, within the agency because senior officials lacked an understanding of the science. A series of scathing audit reports have since confirmed and highlighted this troubling lack of scientific expertise and literacy within PHAC. In January 2021, an internal audit of PHAC's COVID-19 response was released through an opposition motion for production. The audit revealed a serious and troubling lack of scientific capacity at PHAC. Among other things, the audit found limited public health expertise, including epidemiologists, psychologists, behavioral scientists, and physicians at PHAC senior levels. A lack of emergency response management expertise and capacity within the agency. They said that PHAC is missing sufficient skills and capacity for risk communications, specifically for communicating uncertainty to support the agency's messaging around COVID-19. The senior medical expertise needed to support Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, in navigating the rapidly changing science of the new virus was slow to be put in place and most likely remains insufficient to provide the support required at the time of the audit. There were a limited number of quarantine officers within the agency at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was difficult to staff quickly because this position requires specific education and training. Dr. Tam's office noted that she often receives information in the wrong format and even with inaccuracies. The audit also found that the modeling information critical to the public face of the response and the Foundation for Strategic Planning was mentioned as being problematic in its initial stages because of the lack of a coordinated or strategic approach to the work. Now that audit, Madam Speaker, was followed up on March 25th, 2021, when the Auditor General of Canada released another audit report on the federal government's emergency preparedness and pandemic response. It also was scathing and frankly horrifying. Among other things, the audit found that PHAC had not tested or updated its readiness plans in direct violation of its own internal standards. PHAC failed to resolve shortcomings in Canada's health surveillance information and data systems first identified by the Auditor General in 1999 and again in 2002 and in 2008. PHAC did not assess the pandemic risk posed by COVID-19 or the potential impact were it to be introduced in Canada. As a result, the Auditor General found that the agency underestimated the potential danger of COVID-19 and continued to assess the risk as low until mid-March 2020, nearly a week after the World Health Organization had declared a global pandemic. By then, Canada had already recorded over 400 confirmed cases and community spread was underway. Despite Dr. Tam's assertion that PHAC's assessment that COVID-19 posed a low risk to Canadians that she claimed was accurate in the moment, the Auditor General found the methodology used to reach that conclusion was neither formally evaluated nor approved. Worryingly, Canada's Global Public Health Intelligence Network did not issue an alert to provide early warning of the novel coronavirus. The Auditor General was unable to determine the reason for this oversight. We have since discovered that this government inexplicably allowed GFIN to be neutered in 2019, a failure that experts have said cost Canada precious time to prepare and worse, without doubt, Canadians' lives. Finally, PHAC failed to verify compliance with quarantine orders for 2/3 of incoming travelers and did not consistently refer travelers for follow-up who risked not complying. Michael Garner, a former senior science advisor at PHAC who left in 2019, recently told the Health Committee that the diminishment of GFIN is a symptom of a bigger problem within the agency, where scientists were increasingly replaced or usurped by senior bureaucrats who have no training in public health, resulting in decisions made on the basis of politics. Mr. Garner traced the root of this problem back to 2014, when the Harper government, I might say perhaps the most anti-science government in Canadian history, installed a senior bureaucrat as president of public health, which relegated the role of the chief public health officer to that of an advisor. That change created a cascade effect throughout the department, he said. This misguided policy has been kept in place, unfortunately, by the current Liberal government. I want to turn to research and evidence-based policy making, which this motion speaks to. Canada once had a publicly owned drug and vaccine producer, Connaught Labs, which contributed to some of the biggest medical breakthroughs of the 20th century. This lab was profitable throughout its history and made significant contributions to medical research by allocating royalties to universities, where, by the way, most research and development takes place today. More importantly, it produced essential medicines and vaccines to Canadians at very low prices while exporting to the world. However, Connaught Labs was sold to the French pharmaceutical giant Sanofi Pasteur by the Mulroney government in the 1980s for purely ideological reasons. Now, the privatization of Connaught Labs was part of a broader package of market-based reforms to Canadian pharmaceutical policy that were billed as necessary to spur private investment and create jobs in the pharmaceutical industry, something I think all parties agree on. At the core of that approach was a 1987 agreement to extend patent protection in exchange for a commitment from pharmaceutical companies to boost their research spending in Canada to 10% of sales. However, no penalties were imposed for failure to meet this voluntary target. The Mulroney government's policy overhaul also included the start of a neoliberal trade policy that has provided global pharmaceutical companies with increased protections and market access. Unfortunately for all of us, the promised research investment and employment benefits never really materialized in Canada. In fact, the ratio of research and development expenditures to sales revenues for pharmaceutical patentees in Canada has been falling since the late 1990s and has been under the agreed-upon target of 10% since 2003. Although the federal government attempts to compensate for this bleak investment by funding medical research and development with public money, it rarely attaches public interest conditions to ensure that the resulting innovations will be affordable and accessible to all who need them. The NDP believes it's time for a new Canadian pharmaceutical policy that reorients our market-based approach to one that facilitates access to vaccines and critical medications for Canadians in order to protect and promote public health. As a first step, the NDP believes the federal government should immediately reestablish a public drug and vaccine manufacturer in Canada. This would ensure a resilient domestic supply capacity in the event of future public health emergencies and shortages, while facilitating lower drug costs to Canadians through the production of affordable medications. This reestablishment of public pharmaceutical manufacturing should be complemented by the promotion of an open science approach to drug development that promotes collaboration and data sharing, along with policies to ensure that health technologies developed from publicly funded research serve the public interest. Contrary to big pharma propaganda, most research and development and discovery of new molecules and technology comes from publicly funded research at Canadian universities. By combining that research with public medicine development, we can better ensure that we can produce innovative medicines in Canada by Canadians and for Canadians at reasonable costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure to speak today on the member for Etobicoke North's motion M38, a strong motion with some positive consequences. I'm really excited to support this and also speak to an issue that she frankly has led on for years, both in her pre-political career and now over many years serving the Canadian public, including as Minister for Science. I think that it's important to note the MP for Etobicoke North's important contributions since 2015, because when our government was elected back then, we recognized right away that research, science, and evidence should be at the center of decision-making and investment choices. And there were several initiatives launched to demonstrate this commitment, many of which fell to the MP for Etobicoke North to lead. And I want to salute her efforts today on this. In addition to reintroducing the long-form census on day one, we also invested more than $10 billion to support Canadian scientists, researchers, and cutting-edge equipment between 2016 and 2019. We appointed a chief science advisor, Dr. Mona Nemer, as an independent advisor to the Prime Minister and Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and I consider myself very privileged to have regular conversations with our chief science advisor. We implemented a set of scientific integrity policies for federal scientists so they could speak freely about their work. And we introduced the Digital Citizen Initiative, a strategy to combat digital misinformation, including science and health misinformation, and instituted new requirements for openness and transparency in science and research in the federal government. So some major initiatives, and I want to credit the MP for Etobicoke North for her leadership in this regard. Nous avons également pris des mesures importantes.
We also took important steps to modernize the scientific ecosystem and federal support, notably through equity, diversity, and inclusion measures to create more inclusive culture in Canada, increased focus on multidisciplinary research and collaborative research that reflect the way research is actually conducted today, better coordination between our research financing institutions, and the promotion and collaboration between federal departments, universities, and the private sector. It's clear that this pandemic has brought science and research to the forefront, and we have relied on those capacities over the years, and we need to continue to improve our scientific ecosystem because it's just essential in our fight against COVID-19. The government has reiterated its commitment to science and evidence-based decision-making. We created 11 advisory groups, expert advisory groups, to advise the government during the pandemic, including some brought together by the chief science leader.
And the life science companies to support large-scale efforts to combat COVID-19. As part of more than $1 billion for the COVID-19 response fund, our government invested $217 million in coronavirus research and medical countermeasures to advance projects undertaken by university researchers and others. We also committed $1 billion in support of a national medical strategy to fight COVID-19 that includes vaccine development, production of treatments, tracking the virus. So clearly, in the COVID-19 context, we're talking about a real focus on science in governance. We also helped launch CanCOVID, a new Canada-wide network of health science and policy researchers to facilitate COVID-19 research collaboration and expedite communication. And we didn't stop there. We know that a plan for a long-lasting recovery post-COVID must be led by a growth strategy that builds on our unique competitive advantages in our Canadian economy and in the Canadian research sector. Par conséquent, dans le budget de...
So in Budget 2021, we proposed significant new resources to help consolidate Canada's position as a world leader in research and innovation, and by creating a national brand that will attract capital for the coming years. This involves more than $440 million over 10 years invested in AI, money for $400 million over 6 years to support a new pan-Canadian genomic strategy.
We're talking about significant investments that are going to lead to distinct Canadian advantages in particular research sectors that really do speak to the importance of science in our approach to governance. With the remaining time that I have, Madam Speaker, I want to focus on the importance of Motion 38 as advanced by the MP for Etobicoke North. And as I've mentioned, our government since 2015 has had a total commitment to supporting Canada's science and research sector. Facts, evidence, data are informing all elements of government planning and decision making. And I think that, as I mentioned before, in relation to this legacy of science-based decision making, the MP for Etobicoke North, through her service to the Canadian public, both as a researcher, as an academic, and later as MP and then Minister for Science, really has established a legacy that's only going to be further cemented by Motion M38. the COVID-19 pandemic has clearly highlighted the role that scientists and researchers play in our society, and their remarkable work is obviously what has informed the global effort in the fight against the pandemic. And I think the Canadian public has really come to appreciate how much they rely on good science being at the foundation of government decisions. And I believe that all parliamentarians appreciate the importance not only of listening to science, but of convening a forum within this House where members from all parties and the public might benefit from the reflections of our scientific and research communities. The standing committee proposed by motion M38 would serve as an important dedicated forum to study and report on scientific matters and relevant research activities, and it would provide all governments, not only our own, but future governments, with an opportunity to reaffirm their commitment to the centrality of science and evidence in the context of Canada's legislative branch. It's not just government that needs to focus on science, it's legislators as well. So the Standing Committee on Science and Research would provide parliamentarians with opportunities to incorporate scientific information into their work, both within their communities and in the House of Commons. And Madam Speaker, I think that it's fair to say that science has never been more important in our country's history, in the world's history. And whether you're looking at the immediate term of COVID-19 or you're looking at the immediate, medium, and long-term issues like climate change, science is going to remain our most powerful tool in fighting these crises. We need to make sure that we nurture science and research wisely and that we enable public discussion of science and research. So I think that's one of the key pieces of this motion, and I salute the member for Etobicoke North for this. Canada has always had world-leading researchers and has a tremendous track record of scientific accomplishment. But it's really remarkable that the House of Commons lacks a dedicated scientific-oriented standing committee devoted to science and research. And I think it has probably been raised by colleagues previously that there have been 5 previous House of Commons standing committees with either science or research in their titles, but they've always been combined with distinct subject areas. For example, energy and industry and energy, industry and technology, regional and northern development. So in an era beset by fake news and conspiracy theories, I think that it behooves us as members of Parliament to stand with Canadians, because a vast majority of Canadians, in my estimation, would support the idea that Parliament can serve as a better steward of and a better platform for the dissemination of scientific knowledge and facts. So by voting for this motion, I believe that we as parliamentarians have a chance to acknowledge our responsibility to protect science and research and to bring the public to it, but also to bring the research community to the public.
And we have to resume debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be later, but there's no problem. So I'm very pleased to speak today to motion M38, which seeks to split the Industry, Science and Technology Committee into 2 after the next elections. The Bloc Québécois supports this proposal, and we have to recognize that the current mandate of the committee is perhaps too broad, and it studies a number of different issues. The committee has the responsibility for this mandate and covers 17 departments and federal agencies and is responsible for enforcing 36 acts and a number of regulations as well. Creating a committee that is devoted to this particular file will allow members to place special emphasis on science and research, especially to create an overall vision which is cruelly lacking right now. And these decisions must be based on critical decisions and on science. All we have to do is think about the government of Stephen Harper, under which government scientists were muzzled and ignored, especially with regard to environment and climate change issues. I'd like to point out that still today, because this draws consensus, government analyses remain inaccessible, especially regarding the net advantage of the Investment Canada Act. In addition, this group of scientists will allow the industry and the committee to focus on other things that need more reflection than the committee is currently able to provide. I'm thinking, for example, of support for small businesses and regional development, which are extremely important for us in the Bloc Québécois. Now, we are gradually emerging from this pandemic, so we're crossing our fingers, but we're not sitting idly by. And so we have to look at economic recovery. It needs to be green and based on innovation. It needs to be a priority issue for the Industry Committee because it is studying the economic aspects. And so these economic aspects were not able to be taken into account when developing the budget, and yet the budget was touted as the recovery budget. And if this goes through, the committee will be able to study and tackle the flagrant unfairness towards Quebec. The government can't claim to want an innovation-based recovery without realizing that Quebec represents 40% of exports with regard to R&D, and we're the country with one of the lowest intensity in the OECD countries in research, in electrified transportation, in innovation. Quebec is a leader and a pioneer, and yet. And, of course, that is also the case for the aerospace sector. I've also talked about this because I'm the critic for it. We are the third world hub after Toulouse and Seattle. And yet in the research centers, there are 50 of them in Ontario and only 9 in Quebec. 40% of technological exports. But there are only 9% of federal research centers. So something's not right, Madam Speaker. This type of proportion shows that our strengths are being put aside in favor of a federal strategy that seeks first and foremost to allow Canada to catch up on its since it's lagging behind, instead of allowing Quebec to maximize its visibility if it was allowed to control its own decision, as a sovereign nation should be able to do. Despite the undeniable advantages that are proposed in this motion, we have to ensure that the creation of 2 separate committees leads to so yes, we're going to have a new structure, so we'll be able to study issues more deeply, but we cannot say that science does not equal industry, because there is a fundamental link between the two. And all that question, for example, of the development of a vaccine against COVID-19 has shown us that basic research, applied research, and the commercialization of innovation, all of those are links in one and the same chain, and that is why we are proposing an amendment to the motion, and we hope that the sponsor will be open to to the fact that the Bloc Québécois is reaching out. It would study the scientific aspects and then report to the Industry and Technology Committee. That would then would have the same advantages, but it would make sure that certain risks were not taken. I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Madam Speaker, thank you to everyone who took the time and effort to speak on motion M38. Most importantly, I thank them for their support. Our world-leading scientists, researchers, outstanding students, and research institutions deserve a dedicated voice in Parliament, and that means a permanent standing committee on science and research beginning in the 44th Parliament. Madam Speaker, science is not a club. It is not for a select few. Science is for everyone. Canadians should have better access to the science and research they fund because science and research provide our best hope for solutions to improving health, addressing the climate crisis, jump-starting economic growth, and growing jobs. Canadians should hear about science and research through a permanent standing committee in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, science should not be a partisan issue. It is a fundamental building block of Canada that everyone in this House has a stake in and everyone should fight for. And in a politically charged environment and a polarized world, science, evidence, and fact offer shared understanding and common ground. We need all sides of this House, all members of Parliament, fighting for fundamental and applied science and research to take a stand and to say we've learned from COVID-19, to say that we have finally learned what we always learn following a pandemic, namely that science, research, and public health matter, and not just when we are in crisis. Research institutions have a crucial role to play in both research and policy, in reviewing pandemic response, helping to define lessons, and ensuring that we are better prepared for a future pandemic and evidence-based policy. From a political perspective, science, research, and public health cannot just be hot or on government agendas during the pandemic and for the next few years. Rather, they require continual attention, nurture, and support for a better future environment and quality of life for all. Madam Speaker, by voting for this motion, we have a chance to acknowledge our responsibility to protect science and research and anchor them in one of our most important democratic institutions. Madam Speaker, science and research should have a permanent place where issues that are important to the research community, Canadians, and the future of the country can be studied. A place where scientists, researchers, and parliamentarians can come to know one another, where parliamentarians can get a better understanding of science and research, where parliamentarians can learn about Canada's research strengths in areas such as computer science applications, fuel cells, neurodegeneration, personalized medicine, bioinformatics, regenerative medicine, and about what is needed to make improvements and yield benefits to Canadians. It's time for scientists, researchers, and students to be given the key to the People's House. Madam Speaker, not only is the Standing Committee on Science and Research long overdue, it is also critically important to building the future Canadians deserve. After all, it is science and research that will bring this pandemic to an end, fuel our restart, and supercharge our economic recovery. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Science and research have always mattered, and they will matter more than ever beyond this pandemic. We must turn the recovery from the pandemic into a real opportunity to build a better future, a future driven by knowledge, forged by curiosity, and a quest for understanding. Madam Speaker, I will finish by saying that science and research are a public good that we must all protect. One of the best ways to protect science is to have a dedicated standing committee in the House of Commons. My friends and colleagues, with this motion, we have an opportunity to do something really important, embed science and research in one of our most important democratic institutions, and build a better future for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, seconded by Ms. Pettipat-Taylor, moved that A, the House, 1, recognize that science and research are of critical importance to all Canadians, including but not limited to improving the health of Canadians. Shall I dispense? Still? Oh, sorry. Sure. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire...
If a member from a recognized party in the House wishes to proceed to a recording decision, they must indicate it to the Speaker.
Request recorded division, please.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi 25 janvier...
Pursuant to the order adopted on... this vote is deferred until Wednesday, May 26th, at the end of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to join the proceedings this evening. And I'm looking forward to having a better answer than the one I received at question period on the last Thursday. And I asked the question of the Minister of Natural Resources about Line 5 and what the government of the day has done to ensure that Line 5 will continue to run. Now, a little bit about Line 5 in the background of Line 5. Enbridge Line 5 dual pipeline is part of a system shipping oil from Saskatchewan and Alberta through pipelines to refineries in Sarnia and petrochemical hub in the southern Ontario region. And from there, it goes to Quebec via Line 9 pipeline. So these pipelines are actually connecting us from provinces around Canada to make sure that we are creating jobs in a sustainable way. We all know pipelines are the most safest and efficient way to move oil and natural gas, which is also moved in Line 5. The minister himself, floundering through a CTV interview, said if Line 5 would be shut down, it'd be truck and rail and tankers, and there'd be many, many less efficient, and I see someone shaking their head, but less efficient ways to move oil and natural gas than through a pipeline. So I'm hoping to get an answer on why did this government move at the last second with the amicus brief? Why didn't they submit it sooner to the district court? And secondly, why didn't this government use some of their connections? And we all know, we've seen it, and it was on a BNN reportlet, maybe perhaps at picking up the phone, talking with President Biden, and seeing if he would reach out to his political ally, Governor Whitmer, and see if they would cease the debate about whether they should shut down Line 5 or not. We know this was a political decision made by the governor in her 2018 campaign. It was a commitment, and we're just hoping that the actual cost is going to be, if this Line 5 gets shut down, are huge, not only in Canada, but in the United States as well. It's going to cost tens of thousands of jobs. And the Biden administration could, if they wanted to, issue an executive order, either telling the government of Michigan that they cannot revoke the easement, or telling the governor not to revoke the easement until it has been determined whether or not a U.S.-Canada pipeline transit treaty applies, because there is a pipeline transit treaty between the United States and Canada that was brought into effect in 1977. So this was stated on BNN by Kristen Van de Bozo, associate law professor at the University of Calgary. And regarding the 1977 transit treaty, that treaty was never been invoked, and it was unclear whether it could actually be invoked in the Line 5 situation. So there's still a question about that, if that treaty can and cannot be evoked. So it's something that has to be settled in the courts. And I have a minute left, and I would just say at some point in time, this government needs to take action when it doesn't reach the crisis point. I wish this government would show Western Canadians and the petrochemical workers at the refineries in Sarnia that this is a serious issue. The late reaction and come to the table at the 12th hour to submit the amicus brief is something that I have concerns with. I've heard it from many people that I represent, is sometimes they feel that we're just not being heard as strongly as in other areas in Western Canada. And I just ask whoever's going to answer the question is, why the late filing of the brief, and is the 1977 pipeline treaty, can it be evoked, and has the Prime Minister picked up the phone and asked the President to intervene in this situation? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for allowing me to bring clarity to this very important matter. Because despite all the partisan bickering, members of all 4 official parties have spoken with one voice in support of Line 5, including small C Conservative premiers of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. And I can assure Canadians that this government is taking a firm stand on this matter since it emerged. Our government has engaged and continues to engage at all levels to advocate for Line 5. Most recently, we intervened in a legal dispute between Michigan Governor Whitmer's administration and Enbridge, asking the courts to ensure the case remains at the federal level, especially in light of the 1977 Canada-U.S. Treaty on Transit Pipelines. This is exactly what members of the Special Committee on Canada-U.S. Relations unanimously asked us to do, and we'll keep pushing at the political level all the way to the top, at the diplomatic level. As the Minister of Natural Resources has said repeatedly, this is non-negotiable. Energy workers and consumers will not be left out in the cold. Nous avons travaillé en étroit.
We've worked closely with the provinces, the industry, and the unions, and we've raised the question of Line 5 directly with the U.S. administration. This approach has been and continues to be a Team Canada approach. We will continue to speak out in favor of North American energy security because, Madam Speaker, Line 5 is not simply a key element of infrastructure on the Canadian side of the border. It is especially essential to the United States. It's just as integrated as our mutually beneficial relationship between our 2 countries. This is a relationship linked by over 70 cross-border pipelines and some 40 electricity power lines, and linked by shared manufacturing supply chains, as well as a profoundly integrated trade and investment ecosystem. The inhabitants of northern Michigan use it to heat their homes and their buildings, and it also provides oil for the Marathon refinery. And Line 5 also fuels refineries in Ohio and Pennsylvania, as well as in Ontario and Quebec. We also remind our counterparts in Washington and Michigan on a regular basis that Line 5 has been functioning safely in the Mackinac Strait for over 68 years.
Also, Great Lakes Tunnel project to add a layer of assurance over and above Enbridge oversight of this outstanding pipeline. Madam Speaker, the debate also draws attention to renewed Canada-U.S. relationship, bonded by common objective to confront and overcome this pandemic. We built our economies and will leave no workers and communities behind and join forces to take the essential climate change crisis. We are also united in recognizing we need our respective petroleum sector as we drive forward. We need to know that the know-how and skill and financial muscle to make the changes necessary to reach our Paris targets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luwan.
Well, thank you very much for that from the Parliamentary Secretary. I believe it wasn't bickering. I think it laid some pretty salient points on the table where we were just a little concerned that it was just a little bit late coming. And I think that's a fair comment. And just a few other pipeline issues that have come to head haven't really gone Saskatchewan and Western Canada in the way they'd like to see them. You can say Keystone XL, and there's some projects that we're really looking forward to having an opportunity to build some nation building projects like Tech Frontier. Northern Gateway would be another example, and Trans Mountain's on the way, but we just want to make sure that people are hearing what I'm here to represent the constituents, and I have a lot of people that work at Evraz Steel, and they want to see that good, sustainably, environmentally friendly pipeline used in making some of these nation building projects. So just to reiterate that we really want to make sure that the government is on top of this particular file. And Premier Moe did have a few comments about the Natural Resource Minister.
I have to give it to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Sorry.
And Madam Speaker, we recognize that many across the country are concerned about Line 5. That's why I'm proud that our Prime Minister has continued to stand up for this vital piece of energy infrastructure at every turn. as every minister, every parliamentarian, every senior official, wherever, whenever there's a chance to engage with their American counterparts. The
fact is that the members of the 4 official parties have asked Enbridge and Michigan State to address this matter without an ongoing dispute, because Line 5 is vital for our economies and our energy security of both countries, and because this will ensure good middle-class jobs for thousands of workers in the Canadian West and in cities such as Sarnia, Montreal, Lévis, and Quebec City. Thank you to my honourable colleague for having raised this question, and we're going to continue to work together to pressure the state of Michigan so that they can solve this with Enbridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm strong, proud, and ready as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, representing Garrison Petawawa. I rise to defend the honor and reputations of the women and men who serve as members of the Canadian Armed Forces, particularly when the government refuses to do so. The very reputation of Canada is at stake. On May 4th, I asked the Prime Minister why he'd not acted on the very disturbing evidence of war crimes. Responding on behalf of the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister once again claimed ignorance. For this government, ignorance seems to be the only answer. How embarrassing for an image-obsessed Prime Minister that the head of the vaccine rollout in Canada, Lieutenant General Denis Fortin, would be the flag officer responsible for informing the department about war crimes. How lucky for the Prime Minister that he was sitting on another allegation of sexual misconduct. By sweeping up General Fortin into the Prime Minister's sexual misconduct scandal, the government's propaganda machine went into overdrive to bury the war crimes allegations crisis. First job, get General Fortin out of the limelight by throwing him under the Vance sexual misconduct bus. Next, signal to the subsidized media to cover up the story. Then pray by the time the Prime Minister pushes Pandemic Canada into an unwanted election, the war crimes allegation is swept under the rug. A rug now bulging with Liberal sexual misconduct scandal, We Charity, SNC-Lavalin, and Mark Norman. Mr. General, this rug can't cover much more. Canadians have another example of the Prime Minister's failure to show leadership. According to the Canadian Armed Forces briefing note, the graphic images included those of raping a woman to death, torture and execution of a line of bound prisoners whereby they were beaten to death with what appeared to be rebar, the execution of bound prisoners by shooting, and the execution of a man by hanging him from the barrel of a battle tank. At least 7 Canadian non-commissioned officers viewed the footage. To their credit, they immediately reported the situation to their superiors, with General Denis Fortin being at the top as commander for NATO mission Iraq. The Defense Minister's own press secretary, Jordan Owens, confirmed when it comes to situations of armed conflict, members of the Canadian Armed Forces receive a rigorous pre-deployment training with respect to the Geneva Convention and international law. Canadians are proud of the fact that it was a Conservative Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, who signed the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. There's an obligation to report as a signatory to the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. All trained soldiers know that Article 50 of the Geneva Convention prohibits acts of willful killing, torture, or inhumane treatment of prisoners. Under the leadership of a Conservative Prime Minister, Canada was an early champion of this international law that exists to prevent torture in civilian and military detention centres. Sadly, under this Liberal government, Canada has become an international laggard when it comes to things like torture and cruel treatment. As a follow-up to this convention, the UN developed the optional protocol with the Convention Against Torture, OPCAT. Canada has still not officially adopted that agreement. If Canada is complicit in torture, how can we credibly promote human rights? Madam Speaker, we've heard before from the Parliamentary Secretary on the sexual misconduct scandal. I hope this time this House will hear something other than the excuse, we didn't know.
Secretary to the Minister of Defense.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Les femmes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The women and men of our armed forces support our government's approach to Operation Impact. Our contribution has been essential to counter Daesh and promote security and stability in the region. The members of our armed forces have worked tirelessly with our allies and partners during this non-combat mission.
Provided intelligence and airlift capabilities, and they've worked alongside other members of the global coalition to defeat Daesh. Ultimately, our government and our Canadian Armed Forces are contributing to building lasting security and stability. We are proud of the work of our deployed troops, and we are deeply troubled by the concerns raised by Canadian Armed Forces members about alleged violations of the law of armed conflict by members of the Iraqi security forces and the handling of those reports. The allegations referenced by the honourable member point to events that would have taken place in the fall of 2018. The Canadian Armed Forces is no longer operating with the Iraqi security forces related to these allegations. We are grateful to the soldiers who first brought forward their concerns and continued raising them. This matter has now been referred to the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service for review and investigation. They are determining whether they are the proper body to investigate and whether procedures were followed or not followed up on in response to this allegation. It's important to note that the law of armed conflict serves as a guiding principle in all of our efforts to counter Daesh. In accordance with those principles, Canadian Armed Forces members are required to report any violations of the law of armed conflict or international human rights law. Canadian Armed Forces members deployed on Operation Impact undergo training on the law of armed conflict, which includes how to prevent and report any suspected incidents or abuses. The partner forces we train with currently go through a stringent and lengthy vetting process. That process ensures that all reasonable precautions are taken to reduce the risk of training forces who have committed or are likely to commit violations of the law of armed conflict. Our military is known to act as a force for good in the world, and we know that reputation will only be maintained by our willingness to continually question our own practices and fully support those who raise concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, once again the Parliamentary Secretary has been sent up to offer excuses for the failures of the Minister. The claim they're investigating is laughable. We all know they're covering this up to protect the Prime Minister again. When the Prime Minister made the immature remark about whipping out fighter jets, he was trying to brand himself as more enlightened. As a result, the Prime Minister recalled fighter jets from Op Impact and sent our troops to act as trainers on the ground. Learning we were training war criminals goes against the Prime Minister's brand, but instead of reversing this immature policy, they covered it up. Because in this Liberal government, there's no higher obligation to protect the Prime Minister's brand. Everything else is secondary. From the first Indigenous Justice Minister to sexual assault survivors, they're all cannon fodder. Human shields thrown up to protect the brand from incoming questions and investigations. If the Parliamentary Secretary disagrees, I encourage her to prove it by ending the Liberal filibuster at Defence Committee.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our members of the Canadian Armed Forces are well trained and prepared to take on their roles and responsibilities, including those related to the law of armed conflict as part of Operation Impact.
Take these troubling allegations very seriously because we know any concern that is raised by Canadian Armed Forces members should be heard and given the attention that Canadians expect. We take all incidents regarding compliance with the law of armed conflict seriously and take the proper actions to address the issues that arise. This matter has now been referred to the Canadian Forces National Investigative Service for consideration. They are determining whether they are the proper body to investigate whether procedures were followed in response to this allegation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How we measure the value of things says a lot about who we are as a people and as a society. Currently, we measure the performance of our economy by gross domestic product. GDP measures the market value of all goods produced and services provided in a given period of time. When the consumption of goods and services goes up, so does the GDP, regardless of whether the effects on people and society is positive or negative. For example, if a couple gets a divorce, it's great for the GDP. There are lawyers' fees to pay, and if the divorce proceedings go to court, the bills are even higher. The former spouses now have separate homes and a greater expense than when they lived together. If they have children, the cost of setting up two homes for the kids increases expenses even more. If things go horribly wrong and an angry spouse burns down the family home or totals the car, that's a bonus to GDP growth. But what is the real cost of all of this economic activity? Healthy family relationships are integral for childhood development, and many divorces have a negative impact on that development. GDP doesn't account for the personal and social value of happy, healthy families. GDP also doesn't account for the value of a healthy, biodiverse environment. When you're only measuring GDP, an old-growth forest ecosystem has no value until it has been clear-cut and turned into lumber. Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz is among the economists arguing that gross domestic product fails to capture the impact of climate change, inequality, digital services, and other phenomena shaping modern societies. He points out that GDP failed to reveal distortions in the bloated U.S. housing market, which triggered the 2008 financial crash. Some economists refer to GDP as gross depletion of the planet. At 3% GDP growth annually, we double the size of our economy every 24 years. That means we double the exploitation and consumption of resources, which is completely unsustainable. If all humans consumed and disposed of products and materials the way the average North American did, we would need 7 planets for the necessary resources. GDP only values things that could be commodified. In a society where GDP is the main measurement, efforts to protect the environment can never succeed. There might be occasional small wins, but the endless drive to turn everything into money always triumphs because exploited nature has no value on a balance sheet. The crash in biodiversity is an inevitable result of an economy and society that only values GDP growth. While it wouldn't make sense to completely eliminate GDP as a measurement, it needs to be tied to other indicators, such as the United Nations Human Development Index, which adds together consumption, life expectancy, and educational performance at the country level, or GPI, the Genuine Progress Indicator, which incorporates environmental and social factors which are not measured by GDP. For example, GPI would decrease in value when poverty rates increase. The GPI separates the concept of societal progress from economic growth. Madam Speaker, it's time to adopt measurements of well-being that support healthy, happy humans, healthy and happy societies, and a healthy, resilient environment. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and Deputy President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his thoughtful analysis and commentary as always. He cited Joseph Stiglitz, who recently put together one of the most important books that I've read over the past few years. He hypothesizes in the book that it's essential that we not only pursue GDP, but that governments should focus on improving the quality of life for middle-class citizens that reside within their borders. If it is our collective hope as a nation, and I would suggest it should be, to improve the quality of life that Canadians enjoy, then it is essential that we do a better job of measuring what matters. Madam Speaker, thankfully, we have already started this important work of going beyond GDP to improve the quality of life of Canadians by focusing on their health and safety, the access they have to a healthy family situation, and taking action to protect our environment and ensure that the growth that we do experience is both sustainable and inclusive. Before I get too far, I do want to emphasize the importance of recognizing that GDP does have a role to play. We should not, for a moment, necessarily reduce the importance of focusing on how investment can grow the economy or the importance of managing our fiscal situation in a prudent way. In fact, these elements of governance are essential to achieving a high quality of life. But increasing Canada's GDP is not in and of itself enough. As Canadians, we have been going through a challenging time together this past year and a half. This pandemic has made it abundantly clear that our quality of life is so much more than our country's gross domestic productivity. And the people that are in our lives are far more important than the money that is in our bank account at the end of every month. Our ability to thrive is linked to our health and safety, to good housing, to access to the outdoors, access to clean water, education, leisure time with our friends and family, social connections, and so much more. Our government agrees with the vast majority of Canadians. It is time to move towards a much more holistic decision-making process, and one that takes these factors into account. I'd point the honourable member to Budget 2021, where we brought forward Canada's first ever quality of life framework, located in Annex 4 for those who want to dig in. And I do want to congratulate in particular the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity, who I have the honour and privilege of working alongside, for all of her incredible work in bringing this framework forward. This has helped guide budget-making decisions in the most recent budget that will in fact enhance the quality of life for Canadians. It helped lead to the decisions to formulate Canada's first ever national and affordable universal childcare system, a robust climate plan that's going to create jobs and protect our environment for generations to come, and to focus investments not only on growth, but also on measures that will improve the quality of our healthcare system and mental health in particular, in so many other aspects of this recent budget. This is a made-in-Canada approach that goes beyond looking at traditional macroeconomic indicators and will be used to actually enhance the quality of life that Canadians experience day to day. By using a broader suite of indicators, measuring, for example, factors such as mental health, the environment, employment, and social trust, our government is going to be able to better measure and evaluate the impacts of key initiatives that are essential to Canadians' well-being. This includes looking at the distribution of outcomes and opportunities across demographics and places, and whether today's prosperity could potentially undermine the future living standards of the next generation. We need to ensure that gender equality, diversity, and the well-being of Canadians are at the center of decision-making, and it's fundamental if we're going to create a thriving and successful country that reflects our values as a nation, that we actually implement those values in the decision-making process. Frankly, Madam Speaker, and I see I'm nearly out of time, this is the right time for this framework. As we look forward to rebuild the inclusive growth...
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very thoughtful comments. There's a term that some thinkers use to describe our current economic model, and that's a self-terminating civilization. And in the pursuit of greater and greater economic growth, we are driving ourselves towards extinction. So measurements of economic well-being must account for environmental degradation and social costs. And I'm glad to see the government moving in this direction. We need to strive towards a circular economy with zero waste so that every product has a full life cycle plan in its components. And our shared goals should be to eliminate poverty and homelessness, improve healthcare outcomes through expanded healthcare services, mental health, dental care, pharmacare, providing free education from preschool through post-secondary, and leave a healthy environment for our children and grandchildren. Doing better starts by placing a value on things that really matter for our survival: clean air, clean water, nutritious food, and a safe and secure place to live. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been... Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. You have 1 minute to answer. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm really sorry.
It's no problem. I lost my last minute. I can't lose this one too. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member sincerely for his approach to this issue and so many others. In the 1 minute that I have to conclude, it is essential that we see the value of a forest before it is cut down. It is essential that we see the value in the time we spend with our families, not just at our desks or at our place of work. If we want to focus, as we should, as I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, on ameliorating the quality of life that Canadians enjoy, then we need to measure what matters. That includes bringing into the decision-making process a focus on ensuring all Canadians can benefit in economic growth, ensuring that that growth is sustainable, and that we don't put the almighty dollar ahead in concern for families' well-being. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to speak to this issue today and every day.
And I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his understanding. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.